At this very moment, I was tied spread eagle to a rickety wooden bed, arms and legs stretched out in the shape of a giant X, unable to move an inch. Outside, a woman was hollering at the top of her lungs. The little brat still got the nerve to hold his head up. So what if we smacked him? He's lucky we didn't slap the taste out of his mouth. Look at him. Useless at everything, bottomless pit when it comes to food, and still got the gall to complain that Jean Rouet's too built, not dainty enough. Uffed. I must have owed him in a past life to be dealing with this mess. If he were my own flesh and blood, I'd have cracked his skull open by now. A timid boy's voice quickly chimed in. Ma, I'm being good. Don't crack him my skull open now. Get out of here, always sticking your nose in. Then a gruff man's voice cut in, trying to smooth things over. That's enough. Tone it down. Why should I tone it down? I'm pissed off and I can't even speak my mind. My head buzzed. Son of a bitch, I got ice-guyed? I struggled to sit up. No luck. My wrists and ankles were bound tight to the bedposts. The original owner's memories came trickling in. That foul-mouthed woman outside was Lu Chunhua, my sister-in-law. Sharp tongue, soft heart, no real malice. Since I was little, I'd lived with my big brother Fu Wendy and her. She treated me like her own son. So why the hell was I tied to a bed? Because today was my wedding day. Yep, wedding. Getting hitched. The original refused, absolutely wouldn't budge, swore up and down that if his brother and sister-in-law went through with this match, he'd bolt, and they'd never see him alive again. My brother Fu when he lost it. This easygoing man, who'd spoiled me my whole life, wound up and slapped the back of my head so hard, he knocked me out cold. When I came to, I was already tied to the bed. Only difference was, the soul inside had been swapped out for me, the transmigrator. The original was the notorious deadbeat and pretty boy of this little coastal fishing village. His brother and sister-in-law coddled him, never let him lift a finger. Every man by the sea was tanned dark as leather, but his face was as pale as flour. Still, that face was genuinely handsome. All the young girls and wives in the village couldn't help stealing extra glances. He hit marrying age, and naturally his brother and sister-in-law started arranging a match. But my brother's household was barely scraping by, and on top of that they were feeding a freeloader like me. What family wouldn't do their homework? Marrying a man means clothes on your back and food on the table. Besides having a decent face, I couldn't carry a load or lift a finger. Any girl marrying in would basically have to bankroll me. Who'd hand their daughter over to that? My brother and sister-in-law racked their brains over it. Gritting their teeth, they put the word out. They'd pay double the bride price. 6 months later, still not a single decent prospect. The village widow's son Deju did send word saying she'd consider it, provided I married into her family and brought a dowry with me. Lu Chunhua stormed straight over to her front door and cussed her out for half the morning. That widow had a daughter older than me with a 2-year-old already toddling around fetching soy sauce. And she had the nerve to make an offer like that. Just like that, I'd become the village joke, prime gossip material. Then a few days back, a matchmaker from another village showed up saying a girl had taken a liking to me. Willing to marry, no bride price required, no wedding ceremony needed. As long as my brother and sister-in-law gave the nod, she'd pack up her things and move right in. My brother and sister-in-law were floored. Where the hell do you find a deal like that? They pressed her again and again. The matchmaker thumped her chest and swore. 18 years old, prime of her youth, an untouched maiden. Not a widow, healthy as a horse, wide hips, built for childbearing. If any of it turned out to be a lie, full refund and replacement. My brother and sister-in-law agreed on the spot. The girl's surname was Chung. Her name was Jean Rouet. Should have been a great thing. But somewhere along the line, the original heard from one of his no-good buddies. This Chung girl was a fatty, 300 pounds, like a hog on legs. The original ran home and threw a fit, demanding to call off the engagement. When that got him nowhere, he threatened to run away, said he'd rather die out there than come back. The result? Even my saint of a big brother snapped. One slap knocked him out, and here I was, tied to the bed. Once I had it all sorted out, I was speechless. Of the 4 great joys in life, I'd landed one right out of the gate. Should have been cause for celebration. That 300-pound chubby bride was arriving at noon, and by nightfall we'd be consummating the marriage. What does a 300-pound woman even look like? I pictured it in my head and shuddered. My scrawny 100-pound frame might not survive a single sit-down from her. But in this day and age, marriage was by parents' orders and matchmaker's word. My folks died young, and an elder brother is like a father, an elder sister-in-law like a mother. Once they nodded, this engagement was set in stone. Outside, my brother said in a low voice, Jean Rouet's gonna be here any minute. Think how it'd look if she overheard. Humph. My sister-in-law snorted, but her voice finally dropped. I stared blankly at the ceiling. This opening scene really wasn't off to a great start. As dusk was falling and the sky was about to darken, a figure appeared at the run-down courtyard gate. She didn't hurry in. First she stood still, frowned, and peeked inside a couple of times. She smoothed out her clothes and hair, drew a deep breath, straightened her face, and walked in. "Excuse me, is this the Fu Wendy residence?" Her voice was soft, sweet, and delicate, nothing like the booming gong I'd imagined. The second I heard it, I knew I was done for. I'm a transmigrator, after all. I've seen enough. I know how these things work. The softer and sweeter the voice, the rougher and bigger the looks and build. 300 pounds, a Sister Rue face on a body 2 sizes bigger than Sister Rue's, no doubt about it. I instantly lost all will to live. The script was definitely wrong. My transmigration must have slipped on a banana peel. Outside, my brother and sister-in-law froze at the sight of the girl. My sister-in-law snapped out of it first, hopped up from her stool, wiped her hands on her apron, and put on a smile. Yes, yes, yes. This is the Fu Wendy place. You must be Jean Rue, right? I'm your sister-in-law, Lu Chunhua. As she spoke, she kicked my brother's shin. What are you standing there like a dummy for? Go help her with the luggage. Right, right. My brother scrambled to his feet and clumsily took her bags. Come, come, Jean Rue, have a seat, have a seat. Creak. The door opened. I looked up at my brother walking in and forced a smile. Bro, untie me first, would you? I won't run, all right. My brother didn't even spare me a glance. He set the luggage down, turned around, and walked right back out. Dinner was served. Jean Rue, help yourself to more of this. These are baby dragon shrimp. Small, but incredibly fresh. Try this geoduck and pork tripe soup too. Great for your complexion. Tied to the bed, I could smell everything wafting in. My stomach growled like crazy. I swallowed my drool and finally caved. Fine, I'll marry her, okay? Whoever my brother and sister-in-law picked, I'd take. Could I please just get a bite to eat first? But the Fu family acted like they'd completely forgotten there was a person in this room. My brother and sister-in-law knew exactly what they were doing. No way in hell were they going to feed me right now. What if this little punk lost it and offended Jean Rue? Keep him tied up first. We'll talk about it after the wedding night. Skipping a couple of meals won't kill anyone. After dinner, we chatted for a bit. Sis-in-law shot Big Bro a look, and he nodded. She smiled and said, Jean Rue, it's getting late. Why don't you head in and turn in early? Chung Jean Rue's face flushed a little. She already knew the man she was marrying was tied up in the room. It made her feel like she was forcing some innocent soul into prostitution. All right, sis. I'll head in first. She stood up and walked toward my room. It was dark out, and no lamp was lit inside. I couldn't make out what she looked like, just a big frame of a silhouette. Helplessly, I dropped my head back down, trying to find humor in my misery. Well, at least her butt's probably nice and round, right? She stepped in, turned to shut the door, then stood there staring at me spread-eagled and tied up, her eyes flickering. So this is going to be my man from now on. Plain and ordinary is fine. Lazy? Whatever. Worst case, I'll support him myself. What really got her, though, was that this bastard thought she was ugly and tried to run out on the wedding. She took a deep breath and walked toward the bed. I sighed. I'd traveled through time and hadn't gotten to enjoy a single day of wealth and glory. Instead, I got saddled with a fat wife. I'd heard of forced marriages, of women marrying against their will, but this was the first time I'd ever heard of a man getting a wife shoved down his throat. And of course, it happened to me. SSSS. A match struck, and the room lit up in an instant. Weakly, I turned my head toward that massive silhouette, then froze. Fat. Okay, sure, a little on the heavy side. But damn, she was tall. Barefoot, she had to be at least 6'2". Not a delicate oval face, a round face. Full, easy on the eyes, comforting to look at. Staring at that face, for words popped into my head, golden age of the Tang. Holy shit. Which asshole said this woman was 300 pounds of ugly? Sure, she was a little heavy, but where the hell was the ugly? She used the match to light the fish oil lamp on the table. The fishing village had electricity now, but to save money, 9 out of 10 families never got hooked up, they still used oil lamps. Once the lamp was lit, she took off her outer coat, leaving her in just her chest wrap and undergarments. My eyes went even wider. My stomach stopped growling. There was nothing in my eyes but light. This wasn't fat. This was sexy. Fat and sexy are two completely different things. I mean completely different. Thank God I hadn't managed to run out on the wedding. If I had, I'd have regretted it to my dying day. Chung Jinrue's expression stayed calm as she walked over and untied the ropes on my hands and feet. Once she was done, she straightened up, stood in front of me, and asked flatly, "You want me?" By that point I was already sitting up. The second I heard her, I nodded like my life depended on it. Yes. Loud and clear. Slap. A resounding smack across my face. I went blank, staring at her wide-eyed, my head full of question marks. Her face was still expressionless. She asked again, "You want me?" I swallowed, rubbing my burning cheek, and forced out a bitter laugh as I shook my head. No, I don't. Slap. Another smack. Her face didn't change. You want me? My head was ringing, the blood rushing up. What the hell is this? No words, just two hard slaps out of nowhere. Looking at her, pretty face, killer body, generous curves, her temper, on the other hand, seemed like it might be a problem. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Any more, and my face is gonna swell up. Just tell me, yes or no? You say it, I'll listen. Isn't that good enough? Those two slaps had knocked all the fight right out of me. Chung Jinrui kept her cool. Inside, she was thinking, I picked this pretty boy just for the eye candy. I'm not asking him to make money or support the family. He should be grateful I didn't turn him down. And here he is looking down on me? Bastard. That's what she was calling me in her head. You gonna run again? I let out a breath. Finally, we were off the you want me question. I wasn't stupid. I caught her meaning right away. So that's what the two slaps were about. Me trying to bail on the wedding. Put that way, I couldn't say I didn't deserve them. I laughed weakly and shook my head. No more running. If I'd known you looked this good, I'd have had to be kicked in the head by a donkey to run. She kept her face stern, staring at me. You think I look good? I nodded fast. Beautiful. She raised her hand. I flinched back with a whoosh, sure I was about to catch another slap. Turns out, she was only reaching up to untie the strap over her shoulder blade, and the chest wrap fell away. My eyes locked in place. Can't blame me for losing my composure. Compared side by side, some things just leave you speechless. When you stack this woman up against anything else, it's game over. This fat wife of mine was a total knockout. For her, those two slaps? No complaints. What were two slaps? If I gotta take her home, bring on two more, I'd take them gladly. From now on, can we live our lives quietly and properly? Chung Jinrui had loosened the strap of her chest wrap, but her hand hadn't let go. She stared at me, dead on. I swallowed hard and nodded furiously. Anyone who doesn't live right from here on out is a son of a bitch. You run again, I'll break your legs. I'll wait on you hand and foot and still beat your ass. You hear me? I nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Anything else I said at that moment was just noise. My eyes couldn't focus on anything else. The four great joys of life. The wedding night ranks number one. Chung Jinrui's face flushed. With one wave of her hand, the fish oil lamp on the table, a good 10 feet away, whoosh, went out. My brain was full of that flash of rouge-white skin. I reached out and yanked her over. Only when I had her in my arms did I realize. Yeah, she was stacked, and she was heavy. Height-wise, I was 5'10", which wasn't short for the era, but next to her I was this small frame, a full head shorter. Chung Jinrui, blushing, let me do as I pleased. Matchmaker's word, wedding night sealed. From here on out, she was my wife. What was there left to resist? Pig rooting in the cabbage patch, flower stuck in cow dung. Even the moon in the sky couldn't bear to watch and ducked behind a cloud to hide. 5 minutes. No, that's being generous. 3 minutes, tops. I collapsed on top of her, panting hard. Chung Jinrui, calm as ever, patted my back gently. It's getting late. Roll off and get some rest. Me. I wasn't having it, though. Rested about 10 minutes, flipped over, and went at it again. A few minutes later, I was done again. The room fell silent. Half an hour later, Chung Jinrui asked softly, going again? I'm getting kind of sleepy. I nearly dug a hole in the floor to bury my head in. Talk about humiliating. Sexy? Oh, she was sexy, all right. But with her height, weight, and proportions, as good as she looked, I couldn't get through more than a couple of bites before I was full. Half asleep, feeling a little cold, I instinctively burrowed into my wife's chest. Wrapped in her warmth, I sank into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, wind howled and rain poured down. Both of us woke up. It was pouring outside and drizzling right through the roof inside. Nestled against my wife, I couldn't help but feel it. Thank God my brother and sister-in-law got me a wife. Otherwise, tonight would have been miserable. Chung Jinrui didn't mind me. She snuggled deeper into my arms. He was the man she'd picked herself. No matter how lousy he was still hers. If she didn't spoil him, who would? Feeling those hands getting frisky again, Chung Jinrui hesitated a moment, then asked softly, again? Just hearing those two words lit a wicked fire in my eyes. Who could resist that? I flipped over right then and there, full of vigor, and Chung Jinrui went along with it, her face flushed. After a tiger-fierce round of action, the stopwatch read, 5 minutes, 5 seconds. That was already great. Don't be discouraged. You'll get better with practice. I froze, looked up, and met her smiling eyes head on. This chubby wife of mine, she did that on purpose. Chung Jinrui wrapped her arms around me and cooed in my ear. Jinrui misspoke. Don't be mad, husband. You were amazing. I wanted to cry but had no tears. I bit her in retaliation, and Chung Jinrui let out an ouch. The first sound she'd voluntarily made all night. Around 4 or 5 in the morning, the storm finally stopped. You awake? She gave me a little shake in her arms. HM, what's up? I hear the beach is loaded with seafood after a big storm. Want to go check it out? She'd already scoped it out yesterday. My big brother's place backed right up to the coast, no more than 100 yards from the sand. With prime real estate like that, it'd be a waste not to use it. I perked right up, sat up and grinned. Yeah, that storm was massive last night. There's got to be good stuff down there. Come on, let's go now. I jumped off the bed, my legs buckled, and I nearly face-planted. Chung Jinrui blushed and covered her mouth to giggle, then quickly pulled it back in. She didn't want to embarrass me, wanted to save my face. I saw it, but pretended I didn't. I rubbed my back and acted like slipping was just an accident. Truth is, she'd winced a little too when she got out of bed. Her body was sore, but she was toughing it out. The two of us grabbed a dustpan, bamboo basket, and a woven plastic sack and headed for the beach. It was still drizzling outside. Since we'd woken up early and lived so close, we were pretty much the first ones there. The wind was still strong. Chung Jinrui took one look at my scrawny frame, then quietly walked ahead to block the wind for me. Warmth spread through my chest. I gave her but a slap and a squeeze. She was my wife, so it was reasonable, justified, and completely legal. Chung Jinrui blushed and wiggled her hips. This guy won't even behave in public. Wasn't he worried someone would see and laugh? When we got to the beach, holy cow, seaweed, shells, and small fish were scattered everywhere. Tons of clams and conchs were still alive, burrowing into the wet sand, trying to hide themselves. Chung Jinrui gasped. Oh no, I forgot the shovel. I wasn't listening. My eyes were locked on something in the distance. A moment ago I thought I'd caught a flash of gold, but a wave washed it back into the sea. That color was pure, like actual gold. At first glance it really did look like a nugget. I ignored all the shells and little fish on the sand and headed straight in that direction. Chung Jinrui followed and asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" I didn't answer, just kept scanning between the waves and the sand. After a while, just when I thought I'd been seeing things and was about to give up, a wave pulled back, and there it was again, that flash of gold. What the heck is this? I bolted over and pinned down the thing that was just about to bury itself in the sand, then pried it out. It looked like a clam, 3 inches or so across, but its whole body was gold, the exact color of real gold. If I didn't know it was alive, I'd have sworn someone forged it out of pure gold. Chung Jinrui's face lit up in shock. She gasped, "A golden clam." I looked up. "Golden clam? Is it worth something?" She said excitedly. "It's worth a lot. They're also called golden shells. Live ones sell by the gram, 35 cents a gram. This one's got to be at least 40 or 50 grams. Money went a long way back then. A regular factory worker only made 17 bucks a month. My brother and sister-in-law fished for a living out on the sea, and on a good month they'd pull in 50 or 60. On a bad month, maybe 30 or 40 in their pockets. That much. I shoved the golden clam into her hands and turned back to search. One clam was already close to 10 years' salary for the average guy. If I could dig up 8 or 10 pounds of these, I'd be rich on the spot. Chung Jinrui followed right on my heels, hunting too, but we didn't find another one. Before long, the beach started filling up with people. My big brother Fu Wendy, his wife Lu Chunhua, and their 5-year-old son Fu Xiaoqiang came over with bags in hand. They stopped short when they saw us. Didn't expect the little brother and sister-in-law to beat them to it. "Brother, sis," Chung Jinrui called out. "There's a bunch of big blood cockles burrowing into the sand over there. Brother, go dig those." "Sis, over there's got some too," she directed in a low voice. Big blood cockles sold for $1.50 a pound. Even the small ones went for 60 cents. Usually you never saw them. My brother and his wife heard that and rushed over to start digging. Every one they dug up was cash. Chung Jinrui glanced at me but didn't call me over. She went off with sis to dig on her own. With my back the way it was, I probably couldn't manage 2 scoops before quitting. Better to just watch the nephew play. "Uncle, can you still run?" Fu Xiaoqiang bounced over, picking at exactly the wrong scab. I rolled my eyes. "It's the crack of dawn. Don't make me smack you." The little guy sniffled and clung to my leg like a leech. "Uncle, we're tight, you and me. I gave you 20 cents once, remember? How could you hit me?" I nudged him with my foot but couldn't shake him off. Exasperated, I said, "Let go and go wander over there. If you don't grab something big, your mom's gonna beat your butt purple." The little brat wasn't dumb. On the beach, whoever gets there first eats best. He let go of my leg. "Then what are you standing here for? No wonder Ma's always cussing you out." I laughed out of frustration, rolled my eyes, and started walking down the beach. Fu Xiaoqiang tagged along behind me like a shadow, hopping the whole way. We'd gone maybe 100 yards when he suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "Uncle, yellow croaker, a huge one." I followed his finger. A big yellow croaker had just been washed ashore, flopping around about 50 feet away. Without a word, I broke into a run. Small yellow croakers were cheap, 20 cents a pound. But big ones? Whole different story. Anything over 10 pounds started at 100 bucks. Every extra ounce added $10. and every extra pound tacked on 200. An 11-pound croaker went for 300, 10 pounds 8 ounces, 180, 11 pounds 8 ounces, 380. The one in front of me had to be at least 11 or 12 pounds, maybe even 13 or 14. Off in the distance, people were already sprinting over with hungry eyes. Beachcombing rule: no owner, first come first served. But when the stakes were this high, people would fight you for it. I dove into the water, quick as a flash, hooked my fingers into the gills, hauled the fish up, and shoved it straight into the sack. Hey Wenbiao, buddy, what did you catch there? Looked like a big yellow croaker to me. The guy running over was named Nye Chichang. The Nye family had 6 brothers, the local bullies of the village. They strutted around like they owned the place, and folks in town would cross the street to avoid them. Nah, nothing like that. Just a regular sea wolf fish. I kept a straight face. Dogfish are big, but worthless. During peak season they go for 2 cents per 10 pounds. Locals who catch them just toss them back in the sea, or at best bring them home to feed the livestock. Nye Chichang's eyes flickered. Dogfish? Doesn't look like it to me. Here, let me take a look. He reached out to grab my sack. I'd been expecting that move. Dodging aside, I said coldly, Nye Chichang, what do you think you're doing? We're from the same village. You're seriously trying to take something that's already bagged up? The Fu family only had us 2 brothers, no match for the Nye family's 6. But the Nye's eldest was a straight shooter with plenty of friends. As for my little brother, soft-skinned and allergic to work, but he ran with the local troublemakers all day, which actually made him more of a headache than your average villager. The key thing was, every one of us fuss was tough as nails. My big brother was less than 100 yards away. If he heard any commotion, he'd come running. Nye Chichang's eyes shifted around. He'd clearly seen it was a big yellow croaker and had hustled over as fast as he could, only to have this pretty boy beat him to it and stuff it in a bag. While we were locked in a standoff, that little pest Fu Xiaoqiang piped up. Uncle, you haven't even hit the beach up ahead yet. Better hurry. If someone snatches the good stuff, Mom's gonna chew you out something fierce. He tugged me forward. Nye Chichang had only wanted to sweep through first anyway. Hearing that, if he didn't get up there soon, it'd be too late. Other people were already heading that way. What's going on? My big brother Fu, when he was walking over, shovel in hand. Nye Chichang wasn't happy about it, but he shot me one last venomous glare and turned toward the beach up ahead. Watching Nye Chichang walk off, I finally let out a breath. With my scrawny build, weak as a wet chick, if it had actually come to blows, I probably couldn't have taken him. Big bro, snakeskin sack in hand, I hurried over to Fu Wendy. My brother was still pissed about me trying to run off yesterday. Seeing me approach, he grunted and turned his face away, stone-faced. Quick, take this home and put it in the tank. I shoved the sack straight into his hands. That measly 50-foot walk with a dozen-something pounds had me winded. For one, my body really was that weak. For another, I'd overdone it last night. My brother frowned. What's in here? Big yellow croaker. That got his attention. He snatched the bag open, took one look, tossed the shovel at me, and took off running toward home with the sack. Big yellow croaker is worth the most alive, than fresh on ice. The water tank at home was set up for exactly this. A single big croaker went for over $100. No wonder he was in a hurry. Uncle, we still going over there? That dog, Nye Chichang's already bent down and grabbed stuff a bunch of times. Fu Xiaoqiang tugged at my pant leg, sniffling and pointing. I glanced that way and rubbed my lower back. Sore, numb, swollen, aching. The sea breeze only made it worse. Nah, we're gonna help your mom dig blood cockles. The treasure was right in front of us. No need to go chasing further. That patch my brother had just dug was loaded with blood cockles underneath. Okay, Fu Xiaoqiang didn't kick up a fuss. Plenty of folks were already heading over that way anyway. I dug, Xiaoqiang flipped them over. The 2 of us made a good team, and in no time we'd pulled up several pounds. When I saw my brother coming back, I quickly handed him the shovel. I was done, back aching, everything sore. I'm heading home for some water and to drop off the blood cockles. Fu Xiaoqiang squatted in the sand and muttered, lazy donkeys got the most crap and piss. No wonder mom cusses you out every day. I rolled my eyes. This kid had no respect for his elders. Sack in hand, I walked over to my sister-in-law Lu Chunhua and my wife Chung Jinrui. One look down, damn, they'd already dug up nearly 10 pounds between them. Sis, you two keep at it. I'm thirsty, gonna head back for a drink. My sister-in-law had a sharp tongue, but was solid otherwise. She treated me better than her own son. Dressed like that, and out prancing around in the cold. If you get sick, mom's the one paying for your meds again. Get your ass home. Halfway through the scolding, she remembered I was a married man now. Couldn't just tear into me anymore. She quickly softened her tone. Take Jinrui back with you and warm up. Your brother and I got this covered here. Chung Jinrui shook her head. It's all right, sis, I'm not cold. Better keep digging. Once more people show up, we'll be fighting for spots. A satisfied smile spread across my sister-in-law's face. This daughter-in-law knew how to run a household. Judging by that backside, plenty wide. Come this time next year, there'd probably be a chubby little boy in the picture. Hurry up and go rest. Chung Jinrui looked at me, the corner of her mouth twitching into a smile before she quickly reined it in. In front of others, she always kept her face cool, but the concern in her eyes was plain as day. My body clearly wasn't cut out for hard labor, so she'd have to work twice as much to keep my brother and his wife from complaining. I carried the 2 sacks of blood cockles home by myself. The heavy storm last night had wrecked my sleep, and getting hit with the wind first thing this morning left my head foggy. All I wanted was to lie down. Back home, I grabbed a big wooden basin, dumped the blood cockles in, and ladled water from the tank to keep them alive. Once my brother and sister-in-law got back, we'd decide whether to sell them down at the dock or haul them to town. My head was pounding. I stumbled into the bedroom, pulled the covers over my head, and passed out cold. In my dream, I was back at the moment right after I'd crossed over into this body. The me back then had untied the rope and bolted. I watched the whole thing play out from an outsider's view, stomping my feet and cursing. You dumbass, you moron. A wife that gorgeous handed to you on a silver platter, and you run? God knows what lowlife she would have ended up with. One biao? One biao? Through the haze, I heard someone calling me. Sounded like my wife. Eyes still closed, I instinctively wrapped my arms around her, mumbling, I'm not running. Never running again. A wife this good, only a total idiot would run. Chung Jinrui stared down at this man clinging to her and rambling in his sleep. Her face flushed instantly, burning red hot. Because my sister-in-law had followed her into the room and had seen the whole thing. Sis-in-law laughed and scolded. This dumb kid finally came to his senses. Got himself a beautiful wife for free and still wanted to run. Next time he tries it, I'll break his legs. Chung Jinrui looked up. Sis, Wenbiao's forehead is burning up. Is he delirious with fever? My sister-in-law froze, then rushed over and pressed her hand to my forehead. Her expression shifted. He really is burning up. This good-for-nothing's got such a weak constitution. Hold on, I'll go get some fever meds. She hurried off to the next room to find medicine. Chung Jinrui thought back to last night, and blushing furiously, tapped my forehead lightly. See if you dare pull that kind of nonsense again. She pulled the covers up over me, but I had my arms locked around her waist and wouldn't let go. Red-faced, she had no choice but to sit down on the edge of the bed. My sister-in-law came back with the medicine, and together they got it down my throat. Jinrui, you've been working hard all morning too. Go rest for a bit. I'll call you when dinner's ready. Sorry to trouble you, sis, Chung Jinrui said, her cheeks flushing. Sister-in-law waved her off. We're family. What's there to trouble about? After sister-in-law left, Chung Jinrui looked down at me, sound asleep and holding onto her tightly, and her mind began to wander, her face turning red. What young girl doesn't have romantic thoughts? She was only 20, right in the prime bloom of her youth. When I woke up, it was already afternoon. My head didn't hurt as much, though it still felt heavy. Uncle, you're really something else. Digging a few clams got you running a fever? What are you even good for? The second I stepped out, that little pest Fu Xiaoqiang came sidling up, sniffling with a runny nose, his eyes full of concern. How you feeling? Head still burning up? This kid was just like his mother, sharp tongue, soft heart. I shot him a look. Who told you I had a fever? Beat it, quit jinxing me. Fu Xiaoqiang sighed like some little old man. Uncle, when did you turn into such a stubborn duck? The only tough thing on you is your mouth. My mom already fed you medicine. You were burning up so bad you were clinging to Auntie and talking nonsense, and you still won't admit it. I froze, rubbed my nose, and forced a laugh. I honestly hadn't known that. According to him, I really had been running a fever. I walked around outside and asked, Where's your dad? Dad went to sell the blood clams. Uncle, sit down quick, before a gust of wind knocks you over. Once I sat, he thoughtfully dragged over a low table and ran to the stove, bringing over the warm porridge, steamed buns, braised fish, and a bowl of shrimp one by one. You must be starving. Eat up. He grabbed a little stool, sat next to me, and propped his chin on his hands, staring at me. I really was hungry. First I took a sip of the cornmeal porridge, basically corn mush. Then I grabbed a steamed bun. Home-steamed, a little grayish, pure flour with no additives. I couldn't finish a whole one, so I broke off half and handed it to Fu Xiaoqiang. In those days, forget white flour buns. Even cornmeal was survival food. Not every household could count on having it every meal. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up. He grabbed it and stuffed it in his mouth. Who wouldn't jump at a white flour bun? Where's your mom? Fu Xiaoqiang was eating too fast and choked. He had to stand up and hop around a couple times before he could swallow. My mom went to sell blood clams too. I glared at him. Then why didn't you say so in the first place? You didn't ask, and now you're blaming me? The little brat cracked me up despite myself. I hesitated. Your auntie went with them too? Fu Xiaoqiang grinned. Well, uncle, Looks like getting married sharpened up that brain of yours. Get lost. I picked up the bowl and dug in. I'd burned through too much energy last night, hadn't eaten in the morning, and was ravenous. Uncle, what do you think of my new auntie? I think she's pretty great. Not ugly like you said at all. She's actually really pretty. You still gonna run? Nonsense, of course not. My head's not been kicked by a donkey. Only an idiot would run from a wife that beautiful. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes rolled, and he lowered his voice. I'm telling you, Auntie's taller than you and stronger than you. If you two fight, you can't take her. She could slap you flat on the ground. From now on, be smart about it. Don't make her mad, or even I won't be able to save you. Why do you talk so much? Go play somewhere else. I'm doing this for your own good. That old attitude of yours won't fly. If you keep it up now that you're married, Auntie's definitely gonna smack you around. That's your wife, not like my mom, who just talks tough. You think your wife's gonna spoil you the way my mom does? The most immediate thought I had was, like mother, like son. This nephew of mine talked way too much. You done? I set down the bowl and chopsticks. Motormouth. When you're done running your mouth, wash the dishes. Why don't you wash them yourself? First, I'm sick. Whoever heard of a sick guy washing his own dishes? Second, there's nobody home right now, so behave yourself and don't push me, or I'll whip your butt. Fu Xiaoqiang muttered, you only ever bully me. Try acting tough out there and see if they don't beat the crap out of you. Seeing me take off my shoe to swat him, he quickly plastered on a smile and started clearing the dishes. Before long, the sounds of laughter and chatter from big brother, sister-in-law, and my wife drifted in from outside. You're awake. How you feeling? Fever gone? One look at sister-in-law's grin and I knew. They'd made good money off the blood clams. I shook my head. Fever's gone. How much did the clams sell for? Sister-in-law didn't answer right away. She looked up at big brother first. Even though I was her brother-in-law, now that I was married, by rights we should get our own share. Sister-in-law wasn't afraid of what I might say. She was worried about what her sister-in-law might think. This kind of thing was better handled by the head of the household. Big brother set down the bucket. We dug 26 pounds of blood clams today, all a decent size. Zhou Laolu at the docks bought them for $1.60 a pound. Came out to $41.60 total. He paused. Jean Rue pointed out the spot this morning, and Jean Rue helped with the digging too. So this money, 1 share per household. Your share is 21 bucks. As he spoke, Big Brother had already pulled the cash from his pocket and started counting. I quickly waved my hand. Bro, that's not what I mean. Jean Rue and I eat and live here. We haven't split off from the family. Why would you give us money? Word gets out, people laugh at us. Big Brother's hand stopped mid-count. Sister-in-law, tidying up the fishing net, also froze. The two of them looked up at me in disbelief. This dog knows how to be gracious now? Before, he'd have been grinning ear to ear, clutching that money in a death grip. Truth was, the money wasn't really for me. It was meant for my new sister-in-law, Chung Jean Rue. But the fact that I understood how to step back, that I could appreciate how hard my brother and his wife worked, that's what shocked them. I gave a dry laugh and shrugged. Yeah, I used to be a screw-up, but I'm married to Jean Rue now, aren't I? If even Xiaoqiang gets it, how could I not? I looked up at my wife. Honey, what do you think? Should we take this money? Chung Jean Rue calmly shook her head. You're right, both in what you said and what you did. We can't take this money. She turned to big brother and sister-in-law. Sis, brother, I'm not unreasonable. From now on, whatever we earn, you two keep it. If you really want to give us something, wait till the end of the month and see what's left over. 10 bucks or so for spending money is plenty. We're family. Good, good. Big brother nodded emphatically. This sister-in-law was really something else. Sister-in-law was pleased too. She thought her new sister-in-law was a wonderful young woman. Sigh, she just had rotten luck, getting stuck with a brother-in-law like this. Aside from a decent-looking, fair-skinned face, he was useless in every other way. Pure eye candy, nothing more. Oh right, there's still a big yellow croaker in the tank. We didn't bring it over to avoid the hassle. I'll have Zhou Laolu come by later to pick it up. Should sell for a pretty penny. My eldest brother recalled, grinning. The moment anyone mentioned the big yellow croaker, the whole family couldn't stop smiling. Ma, I'm the one who spotted that fish. When you sell it, can I get 20 cents for spending money? Don't worry, I won't blow it all in one day. Fu Xiaoqiang stared pleadingly at my sister-in-law. But she was a blunt woman, and she rolled her eyes and hollered. I'll give you the sole of my shoe. That's what. Take a good look at yourself. You got a face worth 20 cents? Get lost. She really didn't go easy on her own son. The fishermen's wives in Shanghai village were barely literate. What did they know about raising kids? The old rule handed down for generations was, spare the rod, spoil the child. Won't listen? A good beating will fix that. If we're talking about affection, Fu Xiaoqiang figured his own mom cared more about me, her little brother-in-law, than she did about him. He sidled up next to me looking pitiful, lips poking out, eyes red. He didn't dare talk back to his mom. One more word, and it'd be counted as sass, and he'd catch the shoe sole. I chuckled inwardly. My sister-in-law's parenting style really left a lot to be desired. Aside from the motor mouth, my little nephew was actually a pretty sensible kid. But that mouth of his, man, could he yap. I glanced at my wife. She opened her mouth a few times, but kept holding back. I knew what she wanted to say. I reached behind and gave her a quick pinch, signaling her to hold off. We'd talk inside. She was going to bring up the golden clam. That little thing was worth every bit as much as the big yellow croaker in the tank. Not long after my brother and the others got back, old Lou Zhou from the little pier came pedaling over on his bike. The blood cockles he could flip for maybe 10 plus bucks, but a big yellow croaker? That was a whole different level of excitement. Old Zhou couldn't wait till dark. Delay breeds trouble. If anything went sideways, he'd be beating his chest with regret. Wendy, where's the fish? He stepped in and exchanged a couple of pleasantries with my brother, but his eyes kept sneaking glances at my wife. Typical man. Show him a pretty woman, and he can't help but sneak a few extra looks. Back when he came to buy the blood cockles, he already knew she was my wife, and it burned him up inside. He must have cursed me under his breath 100 times. A worthless bum marries a knockout. Truer words were never spoken. She's in the tank. My brother didn't waste words. He led Joe over to the big water vat and lifted off the sunshade. Old Joe had been buying seafood for years. His eyes were as good as any scale. One glance, and he could tell you the goods and the weight, give or take. That yellow croaker had to be a little over 13 pounds. Over 10 pounds. It was 100 a pop, and every extra pound tacked on another 100. 13 pounds. That was at least 400, easy. Wendy, your family's luck, can't even describe it. Old Joe stared at the fish. Fresh as can be. Hook her up to some oxygen, and you could keep her alive a whole week. Big yellow croakers were valuable because they were rare, and a live one was even harder to come by. I chimed in from the side with a smirk. Old Joe, you sure like to run your mouth. How about you cut to the chase? The smile froze on his face. He was a few years older than my brother. Folks in the village called him either sixth brother or Old Joe. But he knew exactly what kind of guy I was. His eyes darted toward my wife again, and he sighed inside. What a waste, a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Joe, you son of a bitch. I'm talking to you. What the hell are you eyeing my wife for? You tired of living? I glared on purpose, putting on a show of blowing my top. The old dog had been checking out my wife from the second he stepped in the yard. We're all men here. You think I don't know what's running through his head? But that wasn't the only reason I turned on him. Big yellow croaker was priced by the ounce. 1 ounce short, and you'd lose serious money. My family had been all smiles with him. Knowing my brother, even if he caught Joe pulling a fast one, he'd hold his tongue to keep the peace. Me? I didn't care. In the village, I was already the pretty boy good for nothing, the loafer, the small-time crook. Me cussing him out? Nothing unusual. My brother frowned. Seeing Joe stuck for a comeback, he waved at my wife. Take him inside. Get him out of the way. She played along and came over to pull me back. I resisted just enough for show, faking a struggle. Woman, what are you dragging me for? Let go. Old Joe, I'm telling you. I caught that fish, and it's 15 pounds at least. You short me on the scale. You try walking off with that fish, and I'll come after you with a cleaver. Old Joe looked at my brother. Before my brother could speak, my sister-in-law smiled bitterly and said, that fish, Wen Biao really did catch it. My brother forced a laugh. Sixth brother, Wen Biao doesn't know any better. Don't take it to heart. This fish, how about it? Old Joe didn't care who caught it. He just wanted to buy the goods. You weigh it yet? My brother squinted and smiled. Sixth brother, our weighing doesn't count. Come do it yourself. For something this pricey, no way he'd trust anyone else's number. Old Joe pulled out his steel yard, and with my brother and sister-in-law helping, and keeping an eye on him, he weighed the fish. 13 pounds, 3 ounces. Let's call it 13 and 4. Soon as he weighed it, he plopped it straight into the big wooden bucket he'd brought, didn't put it back in the tank. By this point, my wife and I were both peeking out from the doorway. Watching him finish weighing, I gave my wife a slap on her firm behind and said excitedly, move aside, move aside. It's my turn now. She blushed and shot me a coy little side eye. Lucky it was just the two of us in the room. Don't fight with him too hard. We'll still need to sell him our seafood down the road. She reminded me softly. I let out a chuckle. I got it. Your husband ain't stupid. I pushed the door open and marched out. Before I even reached them, I was already puffed up and glaring. Old Joe, did you rig the goddamn weight? My fish is 15 pounds, plain as day. How the hell did it drop to 13 for on your scale? Nope, not selling. Old Joe stomped his foot, furious. You little bastard. I was buying at the pier while you were still in diapers. In all these years, you ever hear anyone say Old Joe fixed his scale? Truth be told, he was a little uneasy inside. His scale weight really did have a bit of a problem this time around. With big yellow croaker, 1 ounce off meant $10, sometimes $100. I don't buy it. I stuck to my line. The fish was 15 pounds, and I wasn't selling. Old Joe got desperate and turned to my brother, his face darkening. Wendy, who calls the shots in this house? What's the deal with this fish? Well, my brother mumbled and scratched his head, looking stuck. My sister-in-law stepped up and snapped at me. You shut your mouth. Since when do you call the shots around here? Then she turned to Joe with a fawning smile. Sixth brother, that's just how he is, a real mutt. Don't stoop to his level. How about you throw in a little more? The second those words came out, I clammed up. An old fox like Joe got the message right away. He let out a helpless, bitter laugh, pulled out his thick leather wallet, and took out a stack of bills so thick it made sis-in-law's eyes pop right out of her head. Had to be several hundred, right? Uffed. Old man Joe spat on his fingertip and started counting off bills, one after another. Anything over 10 pounds counts as 100, and every pound after that adds another 100. 13 pounds 4 ounces, that's 440 for you folks. After counting, he gritted his teeth and pulled out another 20, setting it on top of the pile. Since this fish was caught by my buddy Wenbiao, I'll eat the cost. 20 more on top. Deal. You take the money, I take the fish. If it stays alive, I make a few bucks. If it dies, I gotta pay to dispose of it. This time sis-in-law didn't care about anyone else. She snatched the 460 from his hand, grinning ear to ear. Deal. Why wouldn't it be a deal? For 60 it is, money's mine, fish is yours. The largest bill in circulation now was 10, followed by 5, 3, 2, 1, 50 cents, 20 cents, 10 cents, 5 cents, 2 cents, and 1 cent. Old man Joe was pretty pumped himself. This fish, flipped once, would net him a good chunk of change, easy several tens. After seeing old man Joe off, my brother and sister-in-law came back inside, buzzing with excitement. I can't believe one big yellow croaker sold for $4.60. My God, if we could catch a few more of these, we'd be rich. Sis-in-law held that thick wad of bills, 40-something of them. Since marrying into the Fu family, she'd never seen this kind of money. My brother was thrilled too, but he hesitated. Wenbiao caught the fish. This money should go to him. Sis-in-law froze, the smile freezing on her face. Of course it stung. This wasn't 20 or 40 bucks. This was 460. Just hand it over to that little punk? Was he even worthy of that much? Wouldn't his hands burn from holding it? But today was different. Her brother-in-law had just gotten married. If she couldn't bear to give it up, how could his new wife? Put yourself in her shoes. Money this good. Who wouldn't want it? Sis-in-law couldn't force a smile no matter how hard she tried. Here, take it. With clear reluctance, she shoved the 460, still warm from her hands, into my chest and turned to leave. She was afraid if she didn't, she'd snatch it back. That was over 400 bucks. The Butterfly brand sewing machine she'd been dreaming about was only 120. Sis, I caught her arm. She turned back, dazed, and I asked with a half smile, over 400 bucks, you're really willing to give it to me? Her eyes rimmed red. She swatted my hand away and snapped. What choice do I got? Who told me to marry into the Fu family and get stuck with a little brat like you? True enough. When she first married in, I wasn't even 10 yet, not much bigger than Xiaoqiang is now. Blink of an eye, and here I was, a grown man. Smiling, I pulled 2 $10 bills out of the wad right in front of her and waved them around. This 20 here, I earned with my acting. I'm keeping this. The rest, I stuffed right back into her hands. The rest, consider it your brother-in-law showing you some respect. All these years you've looked out for me. Wenbiao hasn't forgotten. A few $100 can't repay you. You wait and see. When I make it big, I'm gonna deck you out in gold and jewels. I'm gonna pay you and my brother back proper. Sis-in-law was stunned. Tears just came pouring down. All these years, for the first time, she felt this brother-in-law hadn't been raised for nothing. Mom, don't fall for Uncle's smooth talk. He's all talk. Counting on him to make it big and deck you out in gold and jewels. You're better off counting on me, your own son. I'm way more reliable than him. How about it, Mom? Dear Mom, could you spare me 20 cents too? All that emotion she'd worked up, the little brat killed in one shot. Sis-in-law wiped her tears and cursed. Get the hell out of here. How about I give you the sole of my shoe instead, huh? After chewing out her son, she turned to shove the money back at me, only to find I'd already headed back to my room. Helpless, she looked at my brother. He'd been standing there zoning out. Snapped back to attention, he sighed. Just hold on to it for now. Back in my room, I knew my wife had heard every word between me and sis-in-law. I walked over and, shameless as could be, actually spread my legs and plopped down right on her lap. She looked up at me, somewhere between exasperated and amused. What kind of grown man does this? Absolutely shameless. Whoever heard of a grown man sitting on his wife's lap like a little kid? I didn't care. I wrapped both arms around her neck and pressed my forehead against hers. What do you think? Did I do right? Huh? She flushed red. Do right about what? Giving all the yellow croaker money to sis-in-law. She nodded. Oh, that. Yeah, you did right. We already talked about it. Before the family splits up, whatever fish you catch and sell, the money goes to the family. You're not upset? My fingers traced lightly over her ear. She had big ears, thick and full lobes. Right now they were as red as boiled shrimp. What would I be upset about? Hey, quit touching me, would you? It tickles. It's uncomfortable. Baby, your earlobes are really big. You know that? That's a sign of good fortune. Only people blessed with real luck have lobes this thick. She laughed at my shamelessness. I'm blessed. Blessed enough to end up married to you. The words slipped out before she could stop them, and she regretted it instantly. Who talks about their own husband like that? I didn't mean it like that. I put a finger to her lips and whispered close to her ear. Marrying me is exactly what makes you lucky. You don't feel it yet, but stick with me and I guarantee you'll live the good life. My warm breath tickled her ear. She was like a drunk little kitten, all fuzzy in the head, and she unconsciously let out a soft mm. Just as we were getting all lovey-dovey, Xiaoqiang shoved the bedroom door open. He'd just been about to walk in, but the second he saw us wrapped up together, his eyes bugged out of his head. Mom, come quick. Uncle's picking on Annie again. He's sitting right on her lap. I was fuming inside. I wanted to grab a shoe and beat that little bastard to death. How was he everywhere all the time? Sis-in-law's face went red. She'd thought I was just being affectionate with my new bride, and, after her son's shout, hurried in to drag him out. Then her eyes caught on the scene, and she froze. My wife was sitting on the edge of the bed, and I was sitting on her lap. Literally sitting on her lap. What kind of grown man sits on his wife's lap? Isn't it supposed to be the other way around? This wasn't affection. This was bullying poor Jean Rouet, wasn't it? Sis-in-law's face changed. She dropped her son, bent down, yanked off her shoe, and came at me swinging. You little punk. I'll teach you to pick on Jean Rouet. I'll teach you to pick on Jean Rouet. I'm gonna beat you to death today. I dodged while trying to explain, but my sister-in-law Lu Chunhua was dead set on the idea that I was picking on Cheng Jean Rouet and wouldn't hear a word of it. Cheng Jean Rouet herself? She just stood there blushing, watching me scramble around like an idiot, covering her mouth to hide a giggle. Sis, listen to me. It's really not what you think. I wasn't messing with Jean Rouet. I ran with my hands over my head. A wife this gorgeous. Why on earth would I ever mistreat her? You little punk, still talking back? Look at what you did to Jean Rouet. I'm gonna beat you to death today. Lu Chunhua grabbed a shoe and chased me all over the yard. My older brother Fu, Wendy was used to it by now. When she hits her son, she means it. But when she goes after her brother-in-law, it's mostly for show. Since I couldn't reason with her, I just bolted out the front door. Lu Chunhua cursed a few more times from the doorway before heading back inside. I'd barely caught my breath when Fu Xiaoqiang came running out with his arms crossed, giving me a lecture like some little grown-up. Uncle, yeah, Andy's a big woman, but she's not ugly, and she talks nice too. Why do you keep picking on her? I laughed out of sheer frustration. If you hadn't gone screaming your head off, would I have gotten a beating from your mom? The kid sniffled. Well, that's 'cause you were picking on Andy. I could have kicked him into next week. No wonder his mom beat him 3 times a day. He was really asking for it. Then an idea struck me. I pulled 2 10-yuan bills out of my pocket and handed him one. You're the one who spotted that big yellow croaker this morning. Here's 20, half's yours. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes almost popped out of his head. Forget 10-yuan bills. He'd never even held a 20-cent note before. How's that? Your uncle's a stand-up guy, right? He instantly turned into a little lapdog, nodding and bowing. Real stand-up. Nobody in this family's more stand-up than you, uncle. From now on, whatever you say, I'll do. I'll never rat you out again. I ruffled his hair, a glint in my eye. But you take that big bill out to spend, folks might not accept it, and it's easy to lose. Go home first and have your mom break it into smaller change. That'll be easier to use. Fu Xiaoqiang thought that made sense. He clutched the money and took off running for home. Watching him disappear, I broke into a wicked grin. Uncle can't hit you, but nothing's stopping me from setting you up. That'll teach you to shoot your mouth off. Sure enough, not a minute later, howling and wailing erupted from the yard. I felt great. Knowing my sister-in-law, there was no way she'd let Fu Xiaoqiang keep his hands on that kind of fortune. All he was going to get out of this was a mouthful of knuckles. Ah, youth, live and learn, kid. Hands behind my back, humming a tune, I strolled toward the village. The fishing village wasn't big or small, about 1,000+ households, 2,000 or 3,000 people. Fewer than 20 families owned steel-hulled fishing boats. The rest all had wooden ones and could only work close to shore. The original owner of this body's memories mentioned something called a whaling boat. Only the whale character wasn't the one for actual whales. I'd never seen one, and there wasn't a single one in the whole village. This world was similar to the 50s and 60s I remembered, but only similar. A lot of things here just didn't exist in my old timeline. My brother Fu Wendy's house was right by the beach, the only one there. He bought the plot next door too, said it was for me to build a house on someday. The land had already been registered with the village. We were just waiting for a year we could actually start building. From my brother's place, it was about 200 meters into the village proper. The village dock was on the west side. Cut through the village and keep going west, and you'd hit the mountains. It was a natural harbor. Every boat in the village, big or small, docked there, and it was busiest at dawn and dusk. The village had 4 little shops. The closest one to my brother's place belonged to Zhou Guangcai. Zhou Guangcai was the 3rd eldest, so everyone called him Zhou Laosan. He and his own younger brother, Zhou Laolu, couldn't stand each other and hadn't spoken in years. His wife's surname was Wu Jiaolian, but everyone called her Bigfoot Wu. She weighed over 200 pounds and had feet bigger than most men's. She had to buy men's shoes when she went into town. In these times, any woman who could get that well-fed almost always came from money. The Zhou family ran the store, had a big steel-hulled boat, and their oldest son-in-law sold meat in town. There was also the younger daughter, Zhou Wenjing, and 2 sons, Zhou Wenxiang and Zhou Wenwu. Zhou Wenjing was a real looker, just a bit on the dark-skinned side. But hey, coastal folks are like that. Who else out here had a pale, pretty boy face like mine? Just looking at me, you'd swear I was some kept man. I just walked up to the shop when I spotted Zhou Wenwu squatting on the stone platform out front, smoking and watching people play cards. The moment he saw me, he started sneering. Well, if it isn't Wenbiao. Didn't Widow's son ask you to move in with her? I think it's a great match. You two are perfect for each other. You should move on in. When the day comes, big brother here'll be over for a wedding drink. I narrowed my eyes and gave a cold laugh. Zhou Wenwu, does your mom know about your little midnight visits to Widow's son's place? Don't go pinning your own dirty laundry on me. If you really like Widow's son so much, have your mom go propose. What's all this sneaking around? Zhou Wenwu's face changed instantly. He jumped down from the stone platform. Mother, watch your damn mouth. You want me to kick your ass right here? I didn't back down an inch. Kick my ass? Go on, lay one finger on me today. If I don't come back and chop you up with a cleaver, I'll take your last name. The guys playing chess on the platform started egging him on. Wenwu, you scared of him? Go get him. Yeah. This little pretty boy. If you can't take him down with one slap, you might as well not be that big. Everyone was bored anyway. Who wouldn't want to see a good show? Just then, Zhou Wenjing came out from the shop and stepped between us, holding Zhou Wenwu back. Honestly, even if she hadn't come out, Zhou Wenwu wouldn't have dared throw a punch. Sure, I might look soft and pale, but I was the village's most notorious hothead. I'd go all in without hesitation. And Zhou Wenwu had a guilty conscience. His little affair with Widow's son had been spotted by half the young guys in the village. They all knew, but saying it out loud was another matter. If Zhou Guangcai and Bigfoot Wu ever found out, they'd beat him within an inch of his life. Wenbiao, here to buy something? Zhou Wenjing greeted me with a smile. I took the out and dropped Zhou Wenwu. Yeah, grab me a pack of Baisha. Zhou Wenjing froze, giving me a strange look. Wenbiao, did you come into some money? Baisha was the most expensive brand in the village, 45 cents a pack. Dakiaman was 40. Working yourself to the bone hauling stuff at the dock all day only paid you a yuan. A single pack cost half a day's wages. Not many folks were willing to spring for it. I narrowed my eyes and smiled. Yep, hit the jackpot. Got up early this morning, had some luck out on the beach, found a big yellow croaker in the sand. There was no keeping it quiet over at the dock with Zhou Laolu anyway. Word was going to get around sooner or later. If it was going to spread, I didn't mind showing off a little, especially in front of a pretty girl. A big yellow croaker? Zhou Wenjing's eyes went wide. Any girl who'd grown up on the coast knew exactly what those 4 words meant. How big? I played it cool. Not that heavy, just a bit over 13 pounds. Gulp, I heard Zhou Wenwu swallowing behind me. 13 pounds is not much. That one fish is worth 2 years of odd job wages for a regular guy. Zhou Wenjing stared at me with envy burning in her eyes. How much did it sell for? I answered casually. 460. I paused, feeling the jealous stares drilling into my back, then added, but I didn't keep the money. Gave it all to my sister-in-law to save up for building my house. Behind me, Zhou Wenwu muttered sourly. Build a house for you? Yeah, right. It's not like she doesn't have sons of her own. I turned around, a faint smile on my face. Zhou Wenwu, you son of a bitch. Say that again if you've got the balls. If I don't take a cleaver to you today, I'll take your goddamn last name. Zhou Wenwu felt the killing intent rolling off me and shrank back, not daring to say another word. Zhou Wenjing, afraid a real fight would break out, grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the store. Wenbiao, you two grew up together. What's there to fight about? Come on, let me get you some cigarettes. Her skin was wheat-colored, dark and tanned, but healthy. Inside the store, she went behind the counter, pulled a pack of white sand cigarettes out of the beat-up cabinet, and set it down. Here you go. I fished a 10 yuan bill out of my pocket and handed it over, grinning. How come you're minding the store today? Where's your mom? She took the bill and held it up to the light, inspecting it carefully. Last night, there was a big storm, remember? Mom went with folks from the village out to the Red Willow Grove to see if they could catch some big mud crabs. Around dusk, you can usually find them out there. If you're lucky, one crab can go for several yuan. The Red Willow Grove. My eyes lit up. The Red Willow Grove sat on the tidal flats at the east end of the village, a whole stretch of willows. There were big mud crabs out there, but catching them was pure luck. After a heavy storm like this, there'd definitely be plenty of people trying their luck. I scanned the room and spotted a few new machetes in the corner, their white waxwood handles clean and untouched. How much for a machete? Zhou Wenjing hesitated, then lowered her voice. Villagers pay 3 yuan. For you, 280. 20 cents off. I walked over, hefted each of the 5 machetes, and picked one with a good edge and a straight, solid blade. All right, this one. And give me 20 pieces of hard candy. The hard candy was fruit-flavored, orange, cantaloupe, grape, strawberry. Candy wasn't cheap these days. Sold by the pound it was 120 or 2 cents a piece. Buy 10, get 1 free. Zhou Wenjing grabbed a bag and made a point of picking different flavors for me. Here, 22 pieces, 40 cents. She set the candy on the counter and looked up at me with a smile. There was actually a hint of envy in her eyes. Her family ran the little store, sure, but even she didn't dare eat candy every day. She only got to sneak one now and then, and always had to hide it from her family. I walked over with the machete and asked with a grin, "What flavor do you usually like?" She was caught off guard. "I like strawberry. It's the best." I picked up a strawberry one from the counter and peeled off the wrapper. "Come here." She looked puzzled. "What for?" When she leaned in, I held the candy up to her lips and gave her a squinted smile. "Open up." Whoosh! Zhou Wenjing's face went as red as a baboon's ass, her heart pounding wildly. "You want people to see? Open your mouth. Hurry up." Blushing, she instinctively opened her mouth. I popped the candy in and gave her cheek a quick little pinch. "Don't just stand there. My change." "Oh." She started counting, cheeks still burning. 40 cents for candy, 280 for the machete, 45 cents for the white sand cigarettes, altogether. Coming out of the store, I pointed the machete in Zhou Wenwu's direction. The chatter from the guys razzying the chess players on the stone table died in an instant. I lit up a cigarette, clenched it between my teeth, and headed east toward the Red Willow Grove. It was still early anyway. Going home just meant getting chewed out by my sister-in-law. Dinner was hours away, so I figured I might as well try my luck at the Grove. Even if I didn't catch anything big, snagging a small mud crab to satisfy a craving would be enough. When I got to the Red Willow Grove, damn, it was packed. Men, women, old folks, kids, the whole crowd. With this many people, there had to be more folks than crabs. No way anyone was catching anything. Well, I was already here. Might as well take a look around. Area, don't go in too deep. When the tide comes in, you won't be able to get out. I know, Grandpa. I overheard the exchange between grandfather and granddaughter and shook my head with a smile. The deep parts of the grove really were off limits, but out here on the edge, with this crowd, people definitely outnumbered the crabs. That muddy stretch of tidal flat in the Red Willow Grove, I remembered it like the back of my hand. It used to be crawling with mud crabs everywhere you looked. Then word got out, and wave after wave of crab hunters descended. On top of that, mud crab prices had been climbing steadily these past few years. Saying the crabs in this grove had been wiped out to the roots wasn't even an exaggeration. Catching crabs is all about timing. At dusk, right when the sky's getting dark, the crabs come out of their holes, easy pickings. During the day, their burrows are deep, tucked right under the roots of the red willows. You couldn't dig them out if you tried. I was just here to try my luck, hoping for a little one to scratch the itch. Wasn't holding out hope for anything big. The outer edge of the grove was crammed with people, so without really thinking, I kept pushing deeper. Not just anyone dared go in there. Every year at least 1 or 2 people drowned in this place. Always the greedy ones. Tide comes in, they can't get out, and that's the end of them. I'd gone in pretty deep. A few people ahead of me were carrying flashlights, clearly veterans. Flashlights were rare stuff these days. Not every household had one. The bigger your guts, the deeper you'd go, and the bigger the haul. But today, something was off. The sky was about to go black. The tide was creeping up inch by inch around my feet, and I hadn't seen so much as a whisker of a mud crab. Can't go any deeper. I made the call on the spot and turned to head back. The other guys had flashlights. I didn't. If I waited until it was pitch dark, I wouldn't make it out. I'd be leaving my life in this swamp. Son of a bitch. I'd barely taken a few steps out when, chomp, something clamped down on my leg. The pain made me suck in a sharp breath. I looked down and saw a black shape hanging off my calf. It wasn't a crab. It was a soft-shell turtle. And a big one, too. Had to be 8 inches across, coated in muck. God knows where it had crawled out from. You motherfucker, why the hell are you biting me? I grabbed the machete and tried to pry it off. The damn thing was locked on like it had made a life decision. I ended up just picking it up by the shell, its neck stretched out long, damn near the length of a chopstick, and it still wouldn't let go. Then I got a better look. Its neck was a deep, angry purple red. My stomach dropped. Was it venomous? I'd never heard of a soft-shell turtle being purple. Screw this. I gritted my teeth, raised the blade, and brought it down. Crack. The head came clean off. But this bastard? Even dead, its jaws stayed clamped on my calf. Wouldn't let go. I quickly grabbed the stump of its neck. Don't let the blood spurt out. Old turtle blood is a serious tonic. Mix it with Baijiu, and you'll be a beast in bed that night. Can't waste this. As for that turtle head still clamped onto my calf, it'll just have to hang there for now. Turtle in one hand, blade in the other, I bolted out of the red willow grove before it got completely dark. One biao, what v you got there? That thing's huge. The villagers hadn't dispersed yet. They were all hanging around outside the grove, waiting to see who'd hauled in the biggest catch today. Someone came over to ask. The turtle was caked in mud, so you could only make out the rough shape. I grumbled. Don't even get me started. Didn't catch a single mud crab. Instead, this damn turtle chomped down on me. Turtle? Let me get a look. Whoa, that's a big one. One biao you selling? I grinned. Sure, why wouldn't I? But this bastard wouldn't let go, so I got pissed and lopped its head clean off. Chopped its head off? So it's dead. Yeah, dead. The guy stopped in his tracks and waved me off. Nah, forget it. Take it home and stew it yourself. He turned and walked away. A live one's worth money. Who'd buy a dead one? Nobody else asked, and I didn't feel like chatting, so I just hauled the turtle and blade toward the village. A purple turtle? Could it be that species in this world have mutated? I muttered to myself as I walked. This world didn't line up with my memories at all. There were plenty of things I couldn't recognize. When I got home, Lu Chunhua and Cheng Jinrui already had dinner ready. Seeing me tromp and covered in mud with something in my hand, my sister-in-law was about to lay into me, until her eyes caught the blood running down my calf. What happened to your leg? I grinned. Went to try my luck at the red willow grove. Didn't get any crabs. Got bit by a turtle instead. A turtle? Sister-in-law froze. I glanced down at my calf. I got mad and chopped it. Its head still hanging on there. Get that washed up quick, before it gets infected. Cheng Jinrui heard the commotion and came running out from the room. Seeing my wife, I flashed her a grin and gave the turtle a little shake. Babe, check out what I got. Her face went dead serious. She strode over, took a close look, and said in a trembling voice, Purple Empyrean turtle. I blinked. Babe, you know what this thing is? I was wondering why its neck was purple. She snatched the turtle from me, pinching its neck as she asked urgently, The blood. You didn't let the blood out, did you? Blood? I shook my head. Nope. Turtle blood's a huge tonic. I pinched its neck the whole way home. Was gonna stew it up into soup. Cheng Jinrui let out a breath, somewhere between exasperated and amused. Drink, drink, drink. That's all you think about. The purple Empyrean turtle is deadly poisonous. Only its own blood can neutralize the toxin. Poisonous. The word barely registered before my vision went black. The world spun, my body tilted sideways, and I collapsed. Cheng Jinrui reacted fast. She caught me and helped me over to a clear spot in the yard. Sister-in-law, hold him up. I'll deal with the turtle. She handed me off to Lu Chunhua and hurried inside to grab 2 big soup bowls. Not even bothering to rinse the turtle, she held it upside down and let go. Hissed. Blood shot out from the severed neck into the bowl. Regular turtle blood is red. This one was purple. When it bit me, the grove had been too dark to see what color the blood was. Xiaoqiang, hold this. Once half the bowl was filled, Cheng Jinrui handed the turtle off to our nephew Fu Xiaoqiang to keep bleeding it out. She crouched down next to me with the bowl and brought it to my lips. Drink. The world was still spinning and I could barely open my eyes, but I hadn't lost consciousness. Hearing my wife, I opened my mouth without a second thought. The metallic taste of blood hit the back of my throat. I forced down the urge to gag and choked it all down. Half a bowl gone, and both Cheng Jinrui and sister-in-law let out a collective sigh of relief. Sister-in-law asked tentatively, Jinrui, is it really a purple Empyrean turtle? Cheng Jinrui nodded, looking at the turtle head still clamped to my leg. Pretty sure. Sister-in-law's eyes went wide. Doesn't this thing live in the deep sea? How'd it end up in the red willow grove? 1 drop of that purple blood is worth a fortune. My brother Fu, when he had just gotten back from visiting a neighbor, he saw the scene and ran over. What the hell happened? Wen Biao got bit by a purple Empyrean turtle. What? A purple Empyrean turtle? Brother's eyes bugged out. He'd lived half his life and never seen one in the flesh. Your son's over there bleeding it out. Brother whipped his head around, still not believing it. Was this something an ordinary guy could just catch? Cheng Jinrui said, Brother, it's definitely one. Look at the head still stuck on Wen Biao's leg. Brother leaned in for a look. The head was slightly smaller than an egg, purple tinged with red, its 2 eyes glaring wide open, refusing to close even in death. Chung Jinrui thought for a moment. Probably got washed up from the sea by last night's storm. The way brother and sister-in-law looked at me had shifted completely. This kid got married yesterday, hauled in a giant yellow croaker this morning, and got bit by a purple empyrean turtle by nightfall. His luck was off the charts. Auntie, the blood's all drained. My arms are killing me. Fu Xiaoqiang could barely hold on anymore and yelled over. Brother went and took the turtle, hefted it. Had to be a good 10+ pounds. His eyes swept over to the half bowl of purple blood, and without a moment's hesitation, take it to your uncle. Have him drink it. Sister-in-law took the bowl from her son, grumbling as she went. Careful with it. This is purple empyrean turtle blood. It's worth a fortune. She could complain all she wanted, but her hands didn't slow for a second. She poured it straight down my throat. Chung Jinrui took the whole scene in. They all knew the blood was valuable, but no matter how precious it was, could it possibly be worth more than my life? The most valuable part of a purple empyrean turtle is the blood. One drop of purple blood, worth 10,000 gold. That's what they say about it. The rumors out there were wild. People claimed it could bring the dead back to life, restore youth, all kinds of crazy stuff. Brother took the turtle over to the water jar, washed it clean, and came back, his tone grave. It really is a purple empyrean turtle. Once the mud was rinsed off, the purple shell was fully exposed. The whole body was purple, the shell jade-like, translucent as a gemstone. How do we handle this thing? Brother asked in a low voice. The blood was the most valuable, but the meat and shell weren't cheap either. Chung Jinrui hesitated, then dropped her voice. Brother, sister-in-law, we just sold a giant yellow croaker today. If we turn around and put a purple empyrean turtle out there too, we're gonna have people with their eyes on us. My take. We stew it ourselves at home. Save ourselves the trouble. Brother and sister-in-law thought it over. All right, stew it. Better in our bellies than gone to waste. I'll handle it. Sister-in-law took the turtle and headed into the kitchen. She gutted it, chopped the meat into small chunks. Usually she was stingy with the oil. Today, she went all out. Scallions, ginger, garlic, dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, everything on hand, nothing missing. Chung Jinrui helped me pry the turtle's head off my leg. Meat was meat. No sense wasting it. So into the pot it went. Truth is, I'd been conscious the whole time. Every word my wife and my brother and sister-in-law said, I heard clear as day. I just couldn't open my eyes. The sensation came and went for about 2 hours before it finally wore off. I sat up in bed and rubbed my head. Uncle, you're awake. Thirsty? Have some water. Fu Xiaoqiang had been posted in the room on his mom's orders. The second I sat up, he rushed over with a cup of water, his face full of worry. Uncle, you can't die, okay? I still want to grow up and take good care of you someday. I took a sip and looked at this little leech. Something warm stirred in my chest. The kid had a smart mouth, sure, but he genuinely cared about his uncle. I fished a hard candy out of my pocket and pressed it into his hand. Eat it on the sly. If your mom catches you, she'll snatch the candy and whoop your butt. A candy ball. Xiaoqiang looked down and nearly jumped for joy. I slipped him 2 dimes on top of that. Not more, not less. Exactly the amount he'd been dreaming about. What are you doing out of bed? Chung Jinrui spotted me stepping out of the room and hurried over to steady me. I grinned, feeling a lot better. What smells so good? She lowered her voice. That old turtle had the nerve to bite my man. I threw it in the stew pot. I blinked, then burst out laughing. This wife of mine, what a character. Yeah, it had it coming. Perfect for putting some strength back in me. Gotta take care of my woman tonight. Jinrui's face went red in an instant. You're barely on your feet, and that's what's on your mind? You dog. How are you feeling? My brother asked, coming out of the room with a stern face. But the concern in his eyes, he couldn't hide it if he tried. I chuckled. I'm fine now. Get some rest. I nodded. Yeah, gonna sit in the yard for a bit. Jinrui helped me down onto a little folding stool and asked how the bite happened. I shook my head. It was pitch dark. I don't even remember exactly where. I was just walking out and that thing came out of nowhere, chomped down on my calf, and would not let go. She smiled. Probably got washed up from the sea in last night's storm. Stress response, and you just happened to walk by. Curious, I asked. Honey, what's the deal with this purple turtle anyway? I heard you all saying it's from the deep sea. Jinrui nodded, a note of wonder in her voice. Deep sea? You've never heard the saying? 1 drop of purple blood, worth 10,000 in gold. That drop of purple blood refers to the Zixiao turtle's blood. It's also called the Zixiao golden turtle or the Zixiao treasure turtle. My eyes lit up. So what's this Zixiao turtle blood actually good for? Jinrui opened with a straight-up legend. They say as long as a man's got 1 breath left in him, a single drop of purple blood can pull him back from the brink. It's supposed to add years to your life, too. 1 drop, 10 more years. She paused and smiled. Whether it really works or not, I couldn't tell you. The stuff's so rare, Ordinary folks never lay eyes on one their whole lives. Even old fishermen who've been out on the water for decades might never haul one up. Something clicked in my head. Wasn't this the same story as 1,000-year ginseng or 10,000-year lingxi? Legend says one bite and you ascend to heaven. But ask around, and nobody's ever actually tried a bite. So you drank the whole turtle's worth of blood. That's got to be close to a pound. You feel anything? My sister-in-law, Lu Chunhua, came out of the room and joined in with a grin. I gave a dry laugh and shook her off. Sis, honest to God, I didn't feel a thing. When it first hit my mouth, I nearly puked from the fishy taste. If Jean Rouet hadn't insisted I needed the blood to fight the poison, and if I hadn't been scared of dying, I really couldn't have gotten it down. You little brat. You don't know how lucky you are. Rich folks would search high and low with a lantern and still couldn't scrounge up a few drops of Zixiao turtle blood. You could sell the dregs in the bottom of the bowl for good money, and you're talking about spitting it out. The moment she brought up the value of that blood, her face scrunched up like it physically hurt her. I said offhandedly, "What about the dregs in the bowl? Let's sell them later." Her voice dropped. "Sell nothing." I poured some water in, swished it around, and had your brother drink it. I bit back a laugh and quickly changed the subject. There's still blood in the turtle's body. Stewed with the meat, the effect probably won't be much worse than the raw blood. Everybody eat plenty. It's been simmering about an hour and a half. Let me go check the pot. She turned and headed for the kitchen. The second she was gone, I pulled a hard candy out of my pocket and peeled off the wrapper. Honey, I held the candy up to her lips and smiled. Open up. Jean Rouet blushed and pulled back. I'm a grown woman. I don't eat candy. Give it to Xiaoqiang. Then she added under her breath. Or eat it yourself. That's fine too. I could tell. In her eyes, Fu Xiaoqiang and I were basically the same species. Kids who liked candy. I pushed the candy into her mouth anyway and grinned. Sweet. Her pretty face flushed pink, and she gave a soft, sweet. I pulled out a whole handful more, different flavors, and pressed them into her palm. All yours. I picked these out just for you. Then I added, don't give any to Xiaoqiang, he's got his own. These are yours. Jean Rouet clutched the candies, and her face went even redder. In that moment, it seemed like she was suddenly seeing something new in me. That maybe this husband of hers wasn't quite the useless pretty boy she'd taken him for. At the very least, he seemed to know how to make a woman feel cared for. Set the table, dinner time, my sister-in-law called from the kitchen. Good thing our place sat off on its own, no neighbors close by. Otherwise, with that smell drifting out this late at night, the whole block would have been showing up to see what was going on. Fu Xiaoqiang, quit dragging your feet and get out here already. Xiaoqiang came out rubbing his eyes and mumbled. I was almost asleep. Truth was, dinner had been ready since sundown. The whole business with the turtle bite, and then Jean Rouet deciding to stew the Zixiao turtle, had pushed it back this late. But hey, who wouldn't want to save room for a few more bites? You know, if you ask me, we should have sold that old turtle. Even dead, a Zixiao turtle's got to be worth a few dozen yuan. My sister-in-law stared at the enamel basin heaped with braised turtle meat, muttering with genuine heartache. Country folks counted every cent. Of course they did. I picked up a big piece of meat and dropped it on her plate. Jean Rouet said this meat adds years to your life. Forget a few dozen yuan, not even for a few thousand. We're eating it ourselves. My brother, Fu Wendy, chimed in too. One biao's right. Good things stay in the family. Enough talk. Pick up your chopsticks. She grumbled. You two brothers, ganging up on me. Then she turned and called out to Jean Rouet, sis-in-law, eat up while it's hot. Jean Rouet nodded and picked out a piece from the pot for me, smiling. I looked down at my bowl and froze. Isn't this a head? My brother and sister-in-law looked up, egg-sized, with a clear nose and eyes, stewed down to a soft mush. Yeah, that was definitely the old turtle's head. Jean Rouet said, serves it right for biting down on you and not letting go. Eat its head so you won't have nightmares tonight, and it won't dare pull that turtle-headed stunt in its next life either. I nodded along. My wife really knows what's what. I picked up the turtle head and popped it in my mouth. Purple Empyrean or whatever, forget all that. This meat was something else. Tender, juicy, fragrant, silky smooth, and even the bones were so soft you could crunch right through them, like cartilage. Delicious. The whole family thought so. This is the turtle's heart. My sister-in-law fished it out of the pot and dropped it straight into my bowl. Total reflex. Nobody in the family even blinked. When it came to spoiling somebody, back before Jean Rouet married in, my sister-in-law's favorite wasn't her son or her husband. It was me, her little brother-in-law. She came into this family when I was still just a kid, and she pretty much raised me like her own son, though God knows how she did it. The more she raised me, the more of a slacker I turned out. I laughed awkwardly and tried to put the heart back. Sis, you eat it. You are what you eat. She shot me a glare. You little brat, getting cocky, huh? Going around the bush calling me heartless. The whole family cracked up. Nothing I could do. I tried to give it to Xiaoqiang, but he dodged with his bowl. Uncle, you're the only one in this family who's missing a heart. Just eat it yourself. Fine. Nobody was taking it. I stuffed it in my mouth and chewed. Well stewed, full of flavor, actually pretty tasty. A huge enamel basin of turtle meat, and the family polished it off clean. Xiaoqiang was stuffed to the gills, groaning that he was going to burst. No reaction that night. I slept straight through till daybreak. By the time I got up, my brother and sister-in-law had already headed out to sea. Nice weather today. The family had a small rowboat for casting nets and dropping lines close to shore. But to actually make real money, you needed a trawler. Even a wooden one, 13 or 14 meters, ran 5 grand. A second-hand junker in rough shape still cost 3,000. For my brother and his wife, that was pie-in-the-sky money. Uncle, you're up. I asked, just you? Where's your aunt? Xiaoqiang pointed toward the beach. Said she was going to see what she could pick up down by the water. Why didn't you go? Xiaoqiang made a face. It's boiling out. My head ain't broken. Who'd go running to the beach in this heat? I snorted. All right. I'll be sure to tell your aunt you said her head's broken. Xiaoqiang planted his hands on his hips, glaring. Don't stir the pot. I never said Aunt's head was broken. While we were bickering, Jean Rouet came back from the beach in her straw hat, wooden bucket in hand. You too. What are you standing around at the door yapping about? Xiaoqiang cut in before I could. Auntie, don't listen to Uncle's nonsense. He's just got too much time on his hands. Hurry up and put him to work. He's the most famous good-for-nothing in the whole village. He'll drag your reputation right through the mud. Then he pulled a face and took off running. That little punk needs a beating. I cursed after him. The lazy part wasn't wrong, but that was the old Fu Ruinbiao. Honey, what did you find on the beach? I smiled and took the bucket from her. Picked up a couple fish. Jean Rouet smiled, but didn't bring up the whole go find work thing. We walked into the yard, one after the other. Jean Rouet hesitated, then said, Tomorrow I want to go out to sea with your brother and sister-in-law, learn how to fish. She looked up at me, her voice soft. Somebody in this family's got to work. If you like being home, then I'll go out. I'm not saying this to complain, I promise. She paused, her voice softening even more. You're not strong. You can't handle heavy work. But I've got the muscle for it. I can do it. I can support you too. I frowned. A grown man. How could I let my wife bring home the bacon? Honey, I'm plenty strong. I set the bucket in the shade and started nudging her toward the house. Jean Rouet flushed. In broad daylight. People see and laugh at us. Wait till tonight, okay? I paused, half laughing, half exasperated, and gave her a light smack on her ample backside. What kind of dirty mind have you got? I just wanted to go inside and talk to you about the gold clam. Last night, after stuffing our faces, we'd crashed hard. Hadn't gotten around to it yet. Oh right, we've still got that gold clam. That thing's worth a fortune. Jean Rouet's eyes lit up, and she hurried inside with me. She'd been the one to stash the clam away. Shut the door, shut the door. Once the door was closed, she pulled out the gold clam. I lay on the bed with my head pillowed on her thigh, my face pressed to her belly. She looked soft, but she wasn't actually chubby, no love handles either. She blushed, not quite used to this, but she didn't push me away. He was her husband. After all, might as well drop the shyness. Honey, this gold clam, it just looks pretty, right? Why is it so valuable? Is it the meat inside, or the shell outside? Jean Rouet smiled. The meat's worth nothing. The shell's worth nothing either. What's valuable is the pearl inside. Gold clams have a decent chance of producing a gold pearl. The bigger the pearl, the more it's worth. Anything over 10 grams goes for tens of thousands a pop. Under 10 grams, still $500 a gram. My eyes popped. That expensive? She nodded. You bet. Otherwise, why would gold clams cost so much? It's the gamble, plus they're rare. She paused. The odds of pulling a pearl aren't bad, either. About 1 in every 10 clams comes with one. I was stunned. That high? Well, yeah, think about it. Even the shells around the pearls get sold by the gram. If the pearl hit rate weren't high, who'd be dumb enough to buy them? I shot upright, my eyes gleaming. How much per gram for gold clams? 35. I held the clam up to her. How heavy is this one? Around 50 grams. I did the math in my head. So, about 1800 mm. I thought it over. So if we crack it open and there's a pearl, we win. If there's no pearl, we lose, right? Jean Rouet shook her head. Wrong. We picked this clam up off the beach. It cost us nothing. Even if there's no pearl inside, worst case we get our hopes up for nothing. We don't lose money. I paused. I could tell. My wife wanted to open it, not play it safe and sell. You want to gamble? She smiled. You're the man. Big decisions in this house are yours to make. Meaning, open it or sell it, my call. I weighed it out in my head. Safe play. Take it straight to town and sell it. Walk away with a used fishing boat, lowest risk. But risk and profit go hand in hand. The bigger the risk, the bigger the payoff. Otherwise, why would anyone shell out big money for golden clams? Because there's money to be made. Crack one open and find a pearl. You're rolling in it. Golden clams are rare, and their pearl yield rate is high. Other folks would love to gamble on M, but they don't even get the chance. Honey, I gritted my teeth. Those pretty eyes fixed on me. We weren't exactly close yet, but she'd picked me herself. And what woman doesn't hope she's got a good eye for a solid man? Even if this one was a little rough around the edges, at least the face was easy to look at. Just short on stamina, and a lot of bark for such little bite. Grab me the kitchen knife. Her eyes flashed. Without a word, she slid off the bed, fetched the knife, and handed it to me. I swallowed hard and forced a laugh. You've got the lucky touch, you do it. Jean Rouet smiled and shook her head. You're the man of the house. Big decisions are on you. Even if there's no pearl, I won't hold it against you. Her words caught me off guard. If I let Jean Rouet crack it open and there was no golden pearl inside, could I really say I wouldn't feel some kind of way about it? Human nature. Of course I would. But if I opened it myself, the blame was all mine. Fine. This golden clam, I'd do it myself. I nodded and took the knife from her. The golden clam was about 50 grams, a size bigger than a regular clam, but not by much, smaller than a bloodhair clam. Gripping the knife, I gently ran the blade along the edge of the shell. Didn't dare press too hard. What if there really was a pearl inside and I nicked it? The clam had been out of water for 2 days and a night. Should have been dead by now. But golden clams weren't like regular ones. Even dead, their muscle clamped down tight on the shell, dried on like glue. If I didn't pry it open, I'd never know what was inside. Jean Rouet watched from the side, excitement in her eyes. Crack open a golden pearl, and we were set for life. If nothing was in there, well, easy come, easy go. She had that kind of steel in her. The blade slowly cut into the clam meat. My heart sank. The edge felt dull, nothing but flesh, no sign of anything solid. Damn it. 9 times out of 10, this was a bust. I set the knife down on the cabinet, planted a hand on each half of the shell, closed my eyes, and yanked with everything I had. Crack. The shell split in two. I didn't even dare open my eyes. Honey, take a look. Is there a pearl? Jean Rouet spotted it right away. Dead center of the shell. A plump, gleaming golden pearl, and not a small one either. There was one. But seeing how nervous I looked, a mischievous streak got the better of her. She wanted to mess with me. She let out a deliberate sigh. Nothing. Nothing. My heart plummeted. Crap. Should have just sold the clam for cash while I had the chance. Then I caught myself and cussed myself out. Come on, man. You gambled. You gambled. You gonna chicken out now? A man only gets so many shots in life. If you don't have the guts for this, might as well go find a block of tofu and headbutt yourself into the afterlife. Well, is the meat rotten? If not, boil me some soup. Let's at least see what golden clam tastes like. I opened my eyes. First thing I saw was my wife's face, smiling. Sweet, gorgeous, teasing me with that grin. I froze, dumbstruck. Damn, this woman of mine was drop-dead gorgeous. One look back and 100 charms bloom. The whole harem pales in comparison. Wasn't that written about her? Jean Rouet flushed and shot me a look. What are you staring at? I grinned. Honey, you're beautiful. I tossed the shell aside, grabbed her, and went in for the kiss. Man's gotta kiss his own wife. Otherwise, what a waste of a face like that. And if you're gonna kiss, kiss hard. Get your money's worth. Jean Rouet blushed, so red she looked ready to bleed, but she didn't fight me off. The other night, I hadn't even kissed her on the lips yet. This was the first time. The kissing got going, and my hands started wandering. Jean Rouet caught my hand. Hey now, it's the middle of the day. What if Fu Xiaochang comes back and walks in on us? I rolled off the bed and slid the door bolt shut with a snap. Honey, I can't wait. Be good. I was itching like a jackrabbit, ready to just pin her down. But with my scrawny frame, if she didn't let me, I was just gonna be standing there looking dumb. Jean Rouet blushed, not because she wanted to spoil the mood, just embarrassed on account of it being broad daylight. But if I was gonna push it, she'd humor me, I guess. 5 minutes, tops. Her nephew was out playing. What were the odds he'd walk in? She was waiting for my next move, but I froze. My eyes were locked on the bed. Inside that golden clam shell sat a plump, golden pearl, glinting in a way I couldn't ignore. Honey, look, am I seeing things? Is that a gold pearl in the clam on the bed? Jean Rouet bit back a laugh. Of course there was. She'd been messing with me earlier. Hee hee. But she played dumb. Really? Where? Oh hey, looks like there really is one. My face darkened. Smack. I gave her a swat on the butt, and a loud one at that. Getting bold, huh? Lying to your man. Tell me you didn't have that coming. Jean Rouet didn't get mad, even though the swat stung. She covered her mouth and giggled, shoulders shaking. I started getting frisky again. You gonna behave? I'll behave. She did as she was told. But compared to the other night, my stamina today seemed a lot better. I was lasting longer. Jean Rouet got suspicious. Something wasn't right. Suddenly stronger? Was it the purple cloud treasure turtle blood? Or maybe the turtle meat? Seeing me look so pleased with myself, she blushed and quietly channeled her internal energy. Controlling muscle tension, it's basic training for anyone who practices martial arts. Train the tendons, bones, and skin on the outside. Train the breath on the inside. Cheng Jin Rue had trained in martial arts since childhood. Her grandpa said she was already at the peak of bright force, transitioning into hidden force. For a peak, bright force, master, controlling every muscle in the body? Piece of cake. Some things don't need to be taught. Once you're old enough, you just know. Like being a wife. I'd barely rolled over to sing my song of triumph. Hadn't even had 3 minutes to gloat when it hit me like a lightning bolt. Down for the count. I'm not stupid. I stared at her, brow furrowed. You're not practicing some kind of witchcraft, are you? Cheng Jin Rue just smiled and didn't answer. She got up and quickly helped me tidy things up. Terrified my brother, sister-in-law, or little nephew might walk in. Still laughing. I'm talking to you. I raised my hand high and let it fall gently, giving her another light pat on the butt. Oh please, what witchcraft? Don't be ridiculous. What year is it? Animals aren't even allowed to become spirits anymore, didn't you know? Then what was that just now? Cheng Jin Rue gave a little humph. Now you know I'm no pushover, huh? Just so you know, don't even think about bullying me. My grandpa was a battle-hardened veteran. He fought the Western Alliance and the Eastern Dogs. I've studied kung fu with him since I was a kid. 10 average guys couldn't take me down. I was completely stunned. Never in a million years did I imagine my wife was descended from battle-hardened veterans. After getting dressed, I rested my head on her thigh. So why'd you pick me? Cheng Jin Rue bit her lip. Because you're a deadbeat. I couldn't help but laugh. What kind of answer is that? Being a deadbeat is a selling point to you. Her beautiful eyes fixed on mine. Because if I want to control my own fate, I have to compromise. It's not that I couldn't pick someone decent, but whoever I picked, I'd be dragging their family down with me. And a deadbeat wouldn't get dragged down. Cheng Jin Rue smiled. A deadbeat's got nothing to lose. Look at you. Pretty boy, drifter, lazy freeloader, kept man. What more could I possibly ruin? I rolled my eyes. I'm not some bum. My skin's just pale, a little sun, and I'll tan right up. And I'm no kept man either. I can provide for you. She said softly. I believe you. After a pause, she added, give it a couple years. Once I'm pregnant, the deal's sealed. There won't be a thing they can do about it. Now I got the picture. This free wife who'd fallen into my lap. She wasn't cheap at all. I'd just gotten lucky. A good thing had come knocking on my door. Before I could say anything, Cheng Jin Rue spoke again in a soft voice. About me and my family. Could you not ask around for now? I'm not sure how to explain it yet. You be good and don't press me, and I'll be good and listen to you. In this house, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes, okay? The first half was negotiation. The second half was pure flirty bait. My eyes lit up. Truth be told, I hadn't planned on digging anyway. She was mine. That was enough. Why ask so many questions? You said it. No takebacks. Reading my tone, Cheng Jin Rue's face flushed even redder. She knew I was up to no good. But honestly, she wasn't really put off by it either. She'd chosen this man herself. If a couple was sweet on each other and life was good, outsiders wouldn't have anything to snicker about. Why be shy with your own man? She'd already married him. Okay, no takebacks. Right as we were talking, Fu Xiaoqiang pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. He stood outside and yelled, Uncle, why were you locking the door in broad daylight? Open up, open up. I bought Auntie a popsicle. I rolled my eyes. This little tag-along could really be a pain sometimes. Cheng Jin Rue just laughed, got out of bed, and opened the door. I'd already tucked away that golden clam from the bed. Fu Xiaoqiang poked his head in. Auntie, why were you locking the door in the middle of the day? Cheng Jin Rue blushed slightly. I just changed my clothes. Fu Xiaoqiang pursed his lips. Total lie. She was still in the same outfit from this morning. No way she'd changed. Here, popsicle. 5-cent cream popsicle, bought special for you. He shoved the popsicle into her hand, then fished a 2-cent one out of his back pocket. Uncle doesn't get to freeload on the 5-cent cream ones. 2-cent regular ice pop is the most he deserves. I hollered from the room. You little brat, that money came from me in the first place. What do you mean I don't get to freeload? Fu Xiaoqiang muttered under his breath. Humph. Who spotted that big yellow croaker first? You know damn well. Cheng Jin Rue smiled and patted his head. And he doesn't really like popsicles. Why don't you eat this one for me? Grown man, fighting a kid over a popsicle? Fu Xiaoqiang shook his head. Who doesn't like popsicles? It's a cream popsicle, bought just for you. Eat it, before Uncle gets up and swipes it. He came into the room and waved the ice pop at me. Want it? If not, I'm eating it. I snatched it from him when he wasn't looking. I was thirsty anyway. Fu Xiaoqiang looked a little disappointed, but not surprised. This uncle of his was greedy and lazy. No way he'd pass up a free ice pop. He flopped onto the bed and stared at my legs. So what were you and Auntie actually doing in here just now? I shot him a look and pulled another 20 cents from my pocket. The little tagalong's eyes turned green. His face changed faster than a flipping page, like a dog spotting a bone, drool practically running down his chin. Uncle, dearest uncle, whatever you need, just say the word. I sneered. How about disappearing from my sight right now? Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes darted around. How about another 5 cents? I won't even come home for lunch. Cheng Jinrui jumped in immediately. Absolutely not. Your mom told you 100 times before she left. You have to come home for lunch, or she'll break your legs when she gets back. I scoffed. Little punk trying to jack up the price? Fine, I just saved myself 20 cents. I started stuffing the money back in my pocket. Fu Xiaoqiang panicked and leapt onto the bed, wrapping his arms around my leg. Uncle, how can you do this to me? A grown man haggling with a little kid. Have some dignity. Come on, just give it to me. His shamelessness cracked me up. Fine, I'll give it to you. But promise me, you can't spend this 20 cents today. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes rolled. Deal. Won't spend it today. I've still got 6 cents left from last time anyway. Cheng Jinrui didn't stop me from giving him the money. It was mine, and if I wanted to give it, that was my call. But deep down, she didn't approve of spoiling him like this. Grown men working the seas, battered by wind and sun, taking on real risk every trip out. How much could they really make? Giving a kid 20 cents pocket money? Not many families in this fishing village could afford that. Forget 5-cent cream popsicles, even 2-cent ice pops. Most kids were lucky to get one a month. I said, how you spend that 20 cents is your business. But this new 20, you can't touch today. If you want to spend it tomorrow, fine, but only if you go dig for clams in the morning. Get me 10 pounds, and this counts as your wages. If you don't, you can't spend it tomorrow either. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes went wide. Says who? I looked at him with a straight face. This is my money. If you want to take it from me, you play by my rules. That's the privilege of having money. You get to set the rules. The kid probably didn't fully get it. But Cheng Jinrui, standing in the doorway, froze. Bullshit rules. Fu Xiaoqiang pouted, thinking I was being unfair. I said calmly, here, you can earn 20 cents pocket money. Back at your mom's. Forget 20 cents. You couldn't squeeze out 2. Don't believe me? Go try. See which comes first, the shoe on your backside, or the money in your hand. Fu Xiaoqiang went quiet, but the kid knew how to roll with things. He put on a cheeky grin. All right, I'll play by your rules. Hand over the money first. Sure, but if you break your word, don't expect a single dime from me ever again. I shoved the 20 cents into his hand. All right, take the money and scram. I need to have a private word with your auntie. Fu Xiaoqiang hopped off the bed in a flash, walked over to Cheng Jinrui, and gave her a nudge. Auntie, keep your distance from uncle today. Something up here, he tapped his own head, ain't right with him. Cheng Jinrui laughed and ruffled his hair. Go on and play. At noon. Come home for dinner, don't forget. Got it. The little guy skipped out the door. Cheng Jinrui was about to walk over when I said, shut the door. Her face turned red as she fidgeted. You want to do it again? Can it wait till tonight? I shot her a glare. Just now you said you'd listen to whatever I say. Already forgetting who's the boss around here. She couldn't help but laugh through her exasperation. Fine, 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 you're the boss. Blushing, she shut the door. Come here, sit down. The moment she sat, I comfortably pillowed my head on her thigh. Soft, plump, and just right. Look, what's this? I handed her the gold pearl I dug out of the golden clam. Round, full, glossy, the kind of thing you can't tear your eyes away from. What a gorgeous gold pearl. Cheng Jinrui gasped as she took it. The pearl was at least 2.8 centimeters in diameter and definitely weighed over 10 grams. A genuine, big-time gold pearl. She stared at it forever, then looked down and grinned. Would you say we hit the jackpot on this gamble? Damn right we did. I chuckled. Didn't you say any gold pearl over 10 grams is worth at least 10 grand? This one's got to be worth way more than that. Definitely. She nodded. Seeing how she couldn't put it down, I smiled and asked, you like it? She paused, then nodded. It's really pretty. I grinned. Then we're keeping it. Not selling. Consider it your man's bride price. When you're old, pass it down to our granddaughter. Not selling. Her eyes went wide. This thing's worth over 10 grand. And you're saying not to sell it. I reached up and pinched her baby fat cheeks. That face. Regal, radiant, elegant, beautiful like the golden age of the Tang dynasty. Even if it's worth 1 million, 10 million, as long as my woman likes it, we're not selling, I said. Your man doesn't have the means to buy you $1 million jewelry right now. But if I've got something in hand, I'll give it up gladly. You're with me, so I'll give you the best I've got. The sweet talk wasn't exactly Oscar-worthy, but it warmed Cheng Jinrui right to her core. Only one thought was left in her head. This man might be a bit of a rascal, but he really knows how to treat me right. I leaned in close to her ear and whispered a few words. In an instant, she flushed all the way to the roots of her ears and shot me a fierce glare. No way. That's gross. No, no, no. I'm going to go cook. Red-faced, she tried to bolt. I grabbed her, wheedled, coaxed, threatened a little, and finally got my way. At noon, she wanted to make lunch. I came out of the outhouse and did a couple of chest-expanding stretches. Huh, that's weird. Yesterday morning a gust of wind near snapped my back in half. How come today I feel totally fine? Yesterday morning I hadn't even done any heavy lifting at the beach, and I came home with a headache and a fever. But this morning, twice, no less, and I didn't feel like my back was about to break? Was it just because we didn't go long enough? My eyes flickered. No, my constitution really has gotten stronger. The night before last, I probably couldn't have pulled her back even if I'd hugged her. But today, I pinned her down on the bed, and even with all her half-hearted resistance, I still went a couple of rounds. The old turtle blood. It had to be the blood and flesh from that purple Empyrean treasure turtle last night. It had leveled up my body. No good. I've got to head back to the Red Willow Grove and take another look. What if I catch another one? I really wanted to level up more. I walked to the side room and grabbed the machete I'd bought yesterday. It's almost noon. Where are you going? Cheng Jinrui asked, puzzled. I couldn't exactly tell her my back had gotten its mojo back, so I was off to hunt turtles. Just going for a walk. Otherwise, if I stay home, I'll just keep staring at you. She blushed and spat at me playfully, though inside she was over the moon. I'd just reached the east end of the village when, Fu Wenbiao, you son of a bitch. Where the hell have you been these past 2 days? When are you paying back the $2 you owe me? I set the machete down from my shoulder and narrowed my eyes. Sure, Ergu. You, what are you gonna do? We've been brothers over 10 years now. You're not gonna chop me over $2, are you? This guy immediately threw his hands up to guard his chest, eyes bugging out. This lazy-ass mutt was tall and lanky, even more of a slacker than me, but at least he still helped out at home. He was my childhood buddy. We used to head over to the neighboring village to play cards together. He had 4 older sisters, all decent-looking, especially his 4th sister, Shernuli, which literally means try harder. His dad probably figured if he just kept trying harder, the next one would be a son, and sure enough, he tried, one out. That was sure Ergu. For older sisters spoiling the baby of the family. How could he not end up rotten? I smirked. 2 lousy bucks, and you're chasing me around for it? What if I don't pay? What are you gonna do about it? Sure Ergu was left speechless. He scratched his head and muttered, damn, who owes who money here anyway? Seeing me lift the machete again, he quickly plastered on a smile. Owe it, no rush, no rush. I rolled my eyes. That's more like it. When I strike it rich, I'll pay you back 220. Sure Ergu couldn't help but laugh, thinking you, strike it rich? Only if you marry into Widow Son's house. Where are you headed? I asked. He licked his lips. Going to my second sister's place. She sent word. She's pregnant again, and my son of a bitch brother-in-law's off God knows where. My dad's making me go over to help her out. His second sister was named Shi Jinxiang, also good-looking, with the softest personality of the bunch. When I used to play at his house as a kid, I damn near broke her calf using it as a pillow. Back then I already had that pretty boy look going. Girls just loved me. When we played house at 10 years old, all 4 Shi sisters took turns being my wives, big or small. And it was exactly because his second sister was so soft-hearted that Shi Ergu's dad married her off first, to the neighboring village. Not interested. I gave a lazy, oh, and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. Shi Ergu reached out to grab me. Then I had the machete in my hand and pulled his hand back. Didn't your dad tell you to go help your sister out? He forced a laugh and lowered his voice. You're not coming with me? I bet my second sis would love to see you too, haha. The moment I heard that, I knew. This guy's name really did fit him. Shi Ergu equals second dog. Why would she want to see me? Nah, I'm heading to the Red Willow Grove to dig up some blue crabs. I kept a straight face and shook my head. Digging crabs in the middle of the day? Did a donkey kick you in the head? You won't dig up jack shit at this hour. Hey, don't leave. Listen, my second brother-in-law's got a Baldy Sawed-Off. Baldy Sawed-Off, the nickname for a short-barreled hunting shotgun. My eyes lit up. Not interested in his sister, sure, but that shotgun? My heart skipped a beat. Your sister would actually let you bring the gun home? Sure, Ergus snickered. You even have to ask? With my second sister's personality? If I say I want to play with it for a few days, no way she'd turn me down. True enough. Shi Jinxiang had always doted on her little brother most. Bring it back. I get first crack at it for a week. Don't even think about it. Best I'll do is let you tag along and fire a couple shots behind me. A whole week? You even got money for ammo. He didn't bother hiding his contempt. I sneered. Whether I can afford it or not ain't none of your damn business. Just say yes or no. If it's no, I ain't tagging along. Shi Ergu gritted his teeth. 3 days, tops. 7 days. 1 day less and I'm out. 5 days, all right. I slung the machete over my shoulder, walked over, and threw an arm around him. Let's go. His second sister had married into a village about 7 or 8 li from White Shark Village, maybe a half-hour walk. That matchmaker set you up with a girl, right? You seen her yet? She really over 300 pounds? Even the pigs we raise don't hit 300. Sure, Urga snickered. You ask me, you'd be better off with Widow Sunday. Those two big melons of hers. Imagine using them as pillows at night. I gave him a half smile. Want to know what Widow Sun tastes like? Brother Exion, take $2 over to her place, slap it in her face, and you'll get exactly what you want. Piss off. $2 for her. That face of hers ain't worth $2. I'd rather take that $2 into town, go roller skating, buy some girl a popsicle and a soda. He bumped my shoulder, waggling his eyebrows. Since you know the going rates so damn well, you tell me straight. You been sneaking around with Widow's son? I laughed. If even you turn your nose up at her, you think I'd give her a second look? Hell, forget the rest. Your own sisters, every single one of them is 100 times better than Widow Sunday. If I wanted to make a move, you think they'd charge me? Shit, they'd probably slip me pocket money after. Sure, Urga's face darkened, and he shoved my arm off. Fuck you, Fu Wenbiao. I knew you were a rotten piece of shit. Been eyeing my sisters since we were kids, and I'm still loaning you money? You ain't even human. I smirked. Watch your mouth. Even if I did nail one, that'd make me your brother-in-law by rank. So mind your manners. I'll fucking kill you. I raised the machete. Kill who? A sorry sack like you thinks he can throw down with me? I'll chop you in half. The two of us shoved and roughhoused our way down the road. Made the walk less boring. Only downside was the sun cooking my scalp. Then Sure Urgu lowered his voice. Fu Wenbiao, level with me. My fourth sister. You got feelings for her or not? Before I could answer, he plowed on. Family's already looking to marry her off. I know she's kinda sweet on you. Problem is, you lazy piece of shit, freeloading good for nothing. What family would let their daughter marry you? I waved him off. Hold up. I'm already married. Got a wife. Truth was, I didn't have any real interest in Chernulli. Not to be harsh, but the original owner of this body was a bit of a lowlife, lazy, prone to petty thievery, but at his core, he wasn't rotten. Otherwise, with a pretty face like mine, every girl and young wife in White Shark Village would have been ruined already. Take those four Sure sisters. If I'd really wanted to work my way through him, no way any of them would have ended up marrying some other guy. Half of them would have walked down the aisle already showing. I ain't a saint, but I ain't heartless either. The Sure sisters were always good to me growing up. Whenever I dropped by, they'd sneak me food till I was stuffed. Me and Sure Urgu ran around butt naked together as kids, brothers through and through. I couldn't screw him over like that. Sure Urga froze. You got married? When? How come I don't know? Damn, you got hitched and didn't even invite me to the wedding? We still brothers or what? I grinned at Sure Urgu. Night before last. That girl the matchmaker introduced, the 300-pounder. No bride price, didn't ask for a thing. Sure Urga's eyes bugged out. A 300-pound heifer, and you're happy about it. I let out a dramatic sigh. What can I do? My brother and sister-in-law already gave him the green light. Besides, with my situation, my reputation, girl not turning her nose up at me is a miracle. Ain't got room to be picky. Sure Urgu sighed right along with me, then patted my shoulder. Yeah, well, fat's fat. At least she can work. Just let her take care of you from here on out. That bastard. His eyes were pure schadenfreude. I didn't bother setting him straight. Heh, wait till he lays eyes on my wife. His jaw's hitting the dirt for sure. With her body, her face, her whole vibe, he'll be sick with envy. And the kicker? She came to me. No bride price. Didn't care about my reputation. All she wanted was 3 squares a day. Tell me that ain't enough to piss a man off? The two of us bickered and horsed around all the way there, and finally reached the entrance of his second sister's village. Before we even got to the door, we could see a crowd gathered from a distance. Sure Jinxiang, you rotten curse of a woman. Ever since you married into the Zhao family, not one damn thing's gone right. Popped out 2 girls, dead weight, both of them, and now who the hell knows whose bastard you got in your belly. My son got hauled off to jail trying to feed you and those brats. Why don't you just go drop dead? I frowned. That old hag's out there cussing your sister by name, and you're gonna just hang back? Sure Urga's face was black as a pot bottom. He kept his voice low. What else can I do? That's my second sister's mother-in-law. Old and shameless. There's nothing she won't say. That rubbed me the wrong way. This punk only had the guts to play turtle at the back of the crowd. That baby in your sister's belly. It really some other guys? Sure Urga glared. Fuck off. My second sister? She ain't that kind of woman. I cocked my head, thinking, brother, you can know a face, but not a heart. What if your sister just couldn't take being alone anymore? His fist was already coming up, so I quickly changed tack. The hell you glaring at me for? Got the balls. Go glare at the folks bad-mouthing your sister. Riled up by me, Sure Urgu actually stormed over, face like thunder, cussing away without holding back an inch. Urgu. Inside the yard, Sure Jinxiang pushed herself up from a small stool, one hand on her lower back, the other cradling her belly, and shuffled toward the gate. Her face didn't show a hint of panic. The rice and flour at home had run out, so she'd been shelling corn to grind into meal for porridge. The old woman jumped at Sure Urga's outburst, then snapped back and started hopping mad. You little punk. No respect for your elders. Downright lawless. The neighbors stood around gawking, chatting and laughing. Not a single one actually trying to break it up. Sure Urga jabbed a finger in her face. You want me to punch you a black eye? You bet. Old bitch, get lost while you still can. I catch you bullying my sister again. I'll chop you to pieces. I narrowed my eyes and jumped right in. Brother Urgu, take my machete. He says, chop him up. I hand him the blade. Where else you gonna find a brother like that? The old woman took one look at the machete and shrank back. She wasn't done living yet. Sure Urga blinked, then actually took the blade from me. You fine? You sure family got some nerve. Soft folks fear the hard folks fear the mean, and mean folks fear the ones with nothing to lose. The old crone slunk off with her tail between her legs. Sure Ergo stood there gripping the machete, shouting at the old woman's retreating back. From now on, if anyone dares mess with my sister again, just get word to me. I'll butcher this old hag alive. Don't think just because a tiger doesn't roar we Shures are easy pickings. Give me the knife before you cut yourself. Sure Jinxiang snatched the blade out of his hand and pulled him into the yard. I strolled in behind them, taking my sweet time. If you ask me, if Sure Ergo had chased her another 100 yards or so with that blade just to put a scare in her, the old bat wouldn't dare come around stirring up trouble again. Wen Biao, you came too? Get inside, quick. The moment Jinxiang spotted me, her face lit up, and she stopped to wait. I smiled. Came out with Ergo to check on you. My eyes drifted to her belly. She looked about 5 or 6 months along. Inside, she bustled around pouring us water. There were 2 little girls in the room too, one 4 and one 3, their clothes nothing but patches. They took one look at me and darted behind her. Though they were plenty cozy with their Uncle Ergo, you could tell he came by often. Sis, sit down and rest. Don't fuss over us. I reached out and took the cup from her. Cup? Well, it was really just a glass jar from canned yellow peaches, washed clean. Every household was like that. Wen Biao, how is your face still so pale? Doesn't the sun ever tan you? She stood right in front of me and reached out to pinch my cheek. I didn't dodge. Her hand was a little rough. Inside, I let out a sigh. I knew Sure Jinxiang had had a thing for me ever since we were kids. Sure Ergo chimed in. This little bastard's been pale since he was born. When was he ever tan? Jinxiang nodded, smiling. Even better looking than before. Watching her keep touching my face, Sure Ergo grew a little sour. What did I tell you? I said bringing you here would make my second sister happy. Called it, didn't I? Her cheeks flushed faintly, and she finally dropped her hand. How could I not be happy? It's been 2 whole years. You haven't had lunch yet, right? Let's just go boil you some noodles. Sis, don't bother. We'll sit a while and head out. I caught her arm. Sure Ergo set down his glass jar. Yeah, we'll head out in a bit. Pop sent me to see if there was any work needing done. And, where's my brother-in-law's sawed-off shotgun? Bring it out. Let me and Wen Biao mess around with it a few days. Go hunting up in the hills. Helping out was just the cover. The gun was the real reason. These days, a brand new sawed-off from the department store in the county seat ran 220 a pop, and that wasn't counting shells. Jinxiang frowned and was about to say something, but her eyes flicked to me and she stopped. West room, in the cabinet. Grab it when you're leaving. Ergo's eyes lit up. He jumped up grinning. Why wait till we leave? I'll get it myself. She didn't stop him, just watched him bolt off to the next room, the 2 little girls scampering after him. Wen Biao, she spun around, eyes red, and suddenly pulled my head straight against her chest. That softness hit me, and my whole brain shorted out. My hand jerked, and I nearly dropped the cup. As far as I could remember, nothing had ever happened between me and any of the Sure sisters. Unless that wasn't in my memory. On the way over, I'd been praising the original owner of this body for being such a stand-up guy. Damn, might have spoken too soon. I sat there stiff as a board, didn't struggle, didn't say a word, because I was frozen numb. Soft. It was really soft. But she was carrying a baby, and if she got too worked up and fell, or if it hurt the kid, we'd have a real problem. Her face was streaked with tears. Truth is, it wasn't that she was making a play for me. She just needed somebody to hold on to, somebody to let it all out on. She murmured, if only you'd married me back then, sis wouldn't have minded eating scraps with you. I'd have worked to feed you. I would have been happy just doing that. I thought, sis, when you got married I was 12 years old. Hair hadn't even come in yet. How could I have? She was 26 now, I was 18. 8 years between us. But you could hear it in her words. This woman's life right now was rough. I hesitated, then lifted my arms and lightly wrapped them around her waist. Sis, we grew up together. No matter what, you'll always be my sister. Anything you need, just say the word. Inside I was cussing out Sure Ergo. What the hell is taking you so long grabbing a gun? You don't get back here soon and your sister's going to sink her teeth into me like I'm a piece of tang monk meat. No answer to my silent call, But Jinxiang eased herself away on her own, putting some space between her chest and me. She wiped her tears and smiled. Sis is fine. Just missed you. She dipped her head and pinched my cheek again. You're all grown up now. About time you took a wife, isn't it? I hesitated, then gave a bashful smile. Already have. Her body stiffened. It took her a moment before she managed to smile. When did that happen? Sis didn't hear a word about it. That ergo, really. I let my eyes shift and gave a dry laugh. He doesn't know either. Just got married the day before yesterday. You know how things are at home. Haven't thrown the banquet yet. Haven't even told the folks in the village. Ah, I see. Where's the girl from? She didn't move away from me. This smooth-skinned, fair-faced little brother. She'd had a crush on him since she was a kid, even dreamed about him at night. Me lying with my head on her lap, pretending to sleep, her looking down at me and laughing herself awake. If she knew what white moonlight meant, that was exactly what I'd been to her, the white moonlight of her girlhood dreams. She knew that once we parted today, who knew when we'd meet again? Maybe by then I'd be a husband and a father. Maybe her hair would be gray. Or maybe one of us would already be gone. The past few days her head had been full of childhood memories. She'd been thinking over and over, what's the point of even being alive? She wanted to end it, but was afraid of leaving her daughters with no one to care for them. I set the cup down and lightly slipped both arms around her waist. A matchmaker set it up. She came to me. I don't really know much about her family. She's just real tall, real heavy, real strong. About 300 pounds. 300 pounds. Her eyes went wide. She latched right onto the key point. 300 pounds. How big was that? She and the baby together didn't add up to more than 100 and change. Then your father-in-law's family must be doing pretty well. Why would the girl come to you on her own? She asked, suddenly puzzled. In times like these, being able to feed your daughter up to 300 pounds was no small feat. I was a little speechless. How does her mind work differently from everyone else's? Before I could answer, she teased me with a smile. With that scrawny body of yours, how are you going to hold up under a wife that big at night? She's going to squash you flat. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No way. I'm plenty strong now. Our eyes met. Something crossed her mind. Her cheeks turned a little pink, and she asked in a low voice, You too, you've done it already? I gave a couple of dry laughs and nodded honestly. She bit her lip gently, her hand resting on my face. This face really was something to look at. Sis, there's a long road ahead, and the world out there is wide. Every hardship is temporary. Things are only going to get better from here. Don't be afraid. We'll keep moving forward, one step at a time. The hand I had around her waist suddenly slid down, and I gave her but a light squeeze. It's not that I'm a perv. It's just that having lived 2 lives, I could sense something was off with her mood. Hopefully I was reading it wrong. But even if I wasn't, I didn't mind playing the horn dog. Ever since I got transmigrated here, I'd made up my mind. I was just gonna live as a greedy, lecherous regular Joe, ride out these next few decades, and call it a day. She fell completely silent as she listened to me. She didn't react at all to my little move. Hell, when we were kids we did way worse than this. You really think boys keep their hands to themselves during playing house? Are things really gonna get better? Her eyes welled up as she asked quietly. To her, life had long ago lost any hope. Dim, joyless. I smiled and nodded firmly. There's hope. Things you'll get better and better. Shi Jinxiang burst out laughing through her tears, quickly wiping her face with the back of her hand. Yeah, sis believes you. When I stepped out of the house, Shi was sitting in the yard, entertaining his 2 nieces while cleaning the skin peeler's sawed-off shotgun in his hands. The thing had a short stock, only about 40 or 50 centimeters long, about the length of an arm. You could wrap it up in a single sheet of newspaper. It held 2 rounds, effective range of about 25 meters. Within 3 to 8 meters, the stopping power was terrifying. If a black bear caught one of those rounds head-on, the whole pelt on its front would be trashed. Why do they call it a skin peeler? Because one shot could literally blow the skin clean off. I cursed at him grumpily. You dumbass. What are you doing hiding out in the yard? Half an hour and you don't come inside. Aren't you scared I'll take advantage of your second sister? Shi smirked. You're the dumbass. With that wimpy attitude of yours, you're gonna take advantage of my sis? No offense, but if she dropped her pants right in front of you, you wouldn't have the guts. The little bastard actually made me laugh. The hell I wouldn't. You do it, and I'll bow down to you. If you've got the balls, go back in there right now and try. Damn, what kind of little brother are you? Shi pursed his lips. So what if my sister lets you have your way with her? What's she gonna do? Cry, scream, hang herself? Or maybe she'd be secretly loving it under the covers at night. You think I'm stupid? Out of everyone in the family, my second sis likes you the most. If you actually had the guts, I wouldn't mind hooking you 2 up. That brother-in-law of mine deserves a pair of horns anyway. I paused, then lowered my voice. What exactly did your brother-in-law get locked up for? What else? Drinking, whoring, gambling. Either losing money at cards or getting busted with women. Truth was, he didn't actually know what it was this time either. Man, my second sis has it rough. Raising 2 kids by herself and still having to look out for him. Truth was, back inside, Shi Jinxiang and I had just chatted about family stuff. Nothing else happened. Not that she'd have turned me down, I just didn't have the energy. Before coming over, I'd already had a wild round with Chung Jinrui back at the house. If it weren't for the turtle blood and turtle meat feast last night giving me a boost, my back would have snapped in two. Enough about them. Shi gave the sawed off a shake and grinned. Now that I've got the skin peeler, want to head up the back mountain later to try it out? Today. I shook my head. No time. Let's do tomorrow. Just the two of us isn't enough. Let's bring Dung Beetle, Blackie, and Zhao Shower. Best if Zhao Shower brings his dog too. Don't want to trek all the way up there and come back empty-handed. That'd be embarrassing. Nodded. All right, I'll go round him up in a bit. Oh yeah, sounds like Zhao Shower's about to head into town with his old man to train as a cook. Zhao Shower's dad worked as a chef at a big hotel in the county seat. Been a full-time employee for years. That's how he ended up with the nickname Zhao Shower, Little Waiter Zhao, in the first place. I laughed. Some folks are lucky enough to have a good dad, learn a trade, and you're set for life. Easier time finding a wife too. What about you? You're not getting any younger. Any plans? His family was way better off than mine. Not counting his 4 older sisters, they had a stake in a trawler, brought in a good chunk of change every year. Shi scratched his head. My old man wants me on the boat, running deep-sea trips to learn fishing. I'm still on the fence. Life at sea ain't easy. I couldn't help but curse at him. Quit prancing around like a damn goat. Even as a deckhand, you'd pull 20, 30 bucks a month. Few more years, you buy your own boat. That's the good life right there. Owning a boat meant money. That was common knowledge in a small fishing village. Shi suddenly cracked up. What's gotten into you today? A while back, would those words have ever come out of your mouth? Rather work myself to death than go to sea. Rather starve than get on a boat. Wasn't that your line, you little punk? I gave a small smile. Guess I've grown up. Got a wife now, got a family. From here on out, it's not just me anymore. Can't really be a kept man leeching off some woman for the rest of my life. I patted his shoulder. You're not a kid anymore either. Time we both got our heads on straight. Shi froze. Then his eyes bulged and he exploded. Fu Wenbiao, you son of a b. You didn't actually pull my second sister's pants off, did you? I grabbed the hatchet and made to swing at the little bastard. You want to mess with me? I'll chop you into pieces. The two of us tussled and roughhoused all the way back toward White Shark Village, still just kids at heart, in the end. Back at Shi Jinxiang's place, after putting both her daughters down for a nap, her face flushed as she replayed that moment in the room. There was still a strange taste in her mouth. She sighed inwardly and muttered, so young, what's the matter with him? She got up to tidy the room, and her eyes suddenly stopped at the bottom of the glass jar on top of the dresser. Pressed underneath were 2 1 yuan bills folded together. Her heart sank. That money definitely wasn't from Ergu. Whenever the family sent money over, they always handed it directly to her. It had to be that pretty boy Fu Wenbiao who left it. Her eyes turned red and tears came pouring down. She clenched the 2 yuan tightly in her hand. There wasn't a single cent left in the house right now. She'd asked someone to send word to her parents' place, really just hoping to borrow a little money to buy grain. But her little brother had shown up empty-handed. She knew her family was struggling too. Just this year, they'd already chipped in over 10 yuan for her. Ergu wasn't married yet. Matchmakers, building a house, marrying a wife. None of that was cheap. She didn't blame her family. She only blamed her own rotten luck and how she couldn't get her act together. But she never in a million years would have imagined that Fu Wenbiao, that lazy, gluttonous good-for-nothing, would actually leave her 2 yuan. Uffed. She burst out laughing through her tears again, wiping them away. That little brat actually knows to slip a woman some cash. Just wonder where he got it from. Then something crossed her mind, and she sighed again, her eyes flickering. This won't do. Can't have him going limp so young. I gotta figure something out for him. I heard the Nyo family in the village has a folk remedy. I'll go find Nyo's wife later and ask around. Should be able to fix him right up. On the way back to the village, I took the sawed-off out of Shi Ergu's hands. It was coming my way, wrapped in old newspaper on the inside, with a hand-stitched canvas bag on the outside, rough but functional. There were also 2 boxes of ammo. This stuff wasn't cheap. You could find it at the department store or the supply co-op. Shi Ergu wasn't happy about it at first, but he couldn't fight off the threat of my machete. Plus, we'd already agreed to head up the mountain tomorrow, so he'd leave it at my place for the night. He still wasn't at ease. This thing packs a punch. Don't go screwing around with it. If something happens, they'll haul your ass out for target practice. I rolled my eyes. Get lost. The two of us went our separate ways. I didn't head back to the Red Willow Grove either. Sun was blazing. Nobody felt like stepping outside, let alone the mud crabs. As for the soft-shell turtle, my wife had already said her piece. Something from the deep sea. Even old fishermen with decades on the water had never laid eyes on a purple Empyrean treasure turtle. Fu Wenbiao. At the fork in the road at the village entrance, a few guys had me cornered. Looking at Nye Qiqiang, my eyes narrowed. The way the fourth Nye brother was carrying himself, he was almost certainly hear about that yellow croaker. White Shark Village wasn't big and wasn't small. How much anybody sold their fish for? You didn't have to ask around. Word got out on its own. Day before yesterday on the beach, didn't you say you picked up a wolf dog fish? So how'd it turn into a big yellow the next minute? Nye Qiqiang glared at me with venom in his eyes. Zhou Laolu had said the big yellow croaker sold for 460 bucks. When Nye Qiqiang heard the news, his eyes turned red with envy. He was kicking himself for not just snatching that snakeskin sack out of my hand for a look right then. 400 plus bucks. Enough to build a house or buy half a boat. I didn't panic. Tossed the machete to the ground, ripped off the canvas bag, and pulled out the short barrel wrapped in old newspaper. Yeah, I said wolf dog fish. What about it? The village folks all fawned over the Nye brothers with smiling faces. And it had spoiled them rotten. They actually thought they were somebody, like the whole world owed them something. Whatever fish I pick up, I've got to report it to you, Nye Qiqiang. I spat off to the side. Calling you brother Qiqiang is doing you a favor. You don't know your own worth. Nye Qiqiang's face changed in an instant. He'd rounded up a few of his buddies this time to corner me, planning to give me a real beating, ideally shake down the fish money out of me. But what he never expected was that I'd have this thing on me. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Call you brother Qiqiang one time and you forget your own damn name. Holding the short barrel one-handed, I pointed it at them one by one and strolled right up to Nye Qiqiang, cool as anything. See me pick up a big yellow and cash in. Got you green with envy? Thought you'd come rob me? TSK, TSK. I sucked at my teeth and lifted my hand to give his cheek a light pat. Robbery's against the law, you get me? You dare take a few $100 off me. I beat you all to death and it still counts as self-defense. Nye Qiqiang was both shocked and furious, but he was scared of the thing in my hand. His calves were trembling, terrified this soft-skinned pretty boy wouldn't hold it steady and the thing would go off. A guy in his 30s standing behind him waved his hands with a forced smile. Brother Wenbiao, it's not what you think. We weren't going to rob you. We just spotted you from a distance and came over to say hi. These guys were all 7 or 8 years older than me. Normally we didn't run in the same circles. I cocked my head at him and grinned. Well, if it isn't second brother Lu. Gave me a scare there. I thought you'd come to jack me. I swept my gaze over to Nye Qiqiang. Brother Qiqiang, next time you call my name, put a smile on your face. Otherwise, how's anyone supposed to know if you're picking a fight or just saying hello? You all know me. Lazy as hell, love good food, and I hate getting pushed around most of all. Some punk from the next village over thought he could bully me because he had a bunch of brothers backing him up. Guess how it ended? I scared him so bad he pissed himself right there on his knees. If he hadn't kowtowed to me twice, I'd have made sure he spent the rest of his life stuck on a Kong bed. I raised the short barrel, smiling as I pointed at each of them, half joking and half serious. I've got a bad temper. Don't any of you mess with me. I'm not kidding around. You can't handle the consequences. With that, I turned and picked the old newspaper back up, rewrapped it, stuffed it back into the canvas bag, and grabbed my machete. The whole time I ignored Nye Qiqiang and his crew, flashing the short barrel once, letting them know I had it. That was enough. No need to keep it out. We were all from the same village. Everybody knew everybody. These guys didn't have the guts to actually rob me. The big yellow croaker sold for 460, 13 pounds 6 ounces. When Zhou Laolu bought it, he was grinning ear to ear. I figure he made a decent bit off it too. They already knew all this without me saying it. As I spoke, I fished a pack of 45-cent white sand cigarettes out of my pocket. Brother Qiqiang, have a smoke? Nye Qiqiang forced a smile onto his face, his hand shaking as he took the cigarette. I glanced at him and cursed inside. Damn, what a joke. This kind of loser, and he's out here strutting around the village trying to shake people down? For real, he's a paper tiger. I gave everyone else one too, soft approach after the hard one. I just pulled a gun on them, had to give them away to save face. All from the same village, we'd be running into each other constantly. No point burning the bridge completely. Traded a couple pleasantries, grabbed my bag, and left. Lu Lauer watched me walk away and sighed. That kid from the Fu family, don't let the pretty boy looks fool you. He's a hard case, every bit as much as his brother. Back home, Cheng Jinrui gave me a cold look and didn't say a word. I knew why my wife was mad. When I left at noon, she'd told me 100 times to be back in time for lunch, and I hadn't shown. Honey, I put on my thickest skin and sidled up to her, resting a hand on her shoulder. Get lost. Cheng Jinrui said it flat. Like hell I was going to get lost. I pressed in even closer. Really, it's not my fault. I was just going to swing by the Red Willow Grove and see if I could find another soft-shell turtle. Halfway there, I ran into Sure Ergu, and that jackass wouldn't let go of me. kept dragging me along to help out at his second sister's place. I'm too soft to say no, so I had no choice but to go with him. While I rubbed her shoulders, I snuck glances at her face and spun her the story of why I hadn't made it back for lunch, mixing truth with lies. Sure enough, once she heard the explanation, her face softened up quite a bit. I quickly followed up with a grin. Sure, Erga's my childhood buddy. We grew up together, tight as brothers. Chung Jinrui stayed quiet for a long moment before letting out a humph. Did you eat lunch? My heart skipped. I hadn't. But how could I say that out loud? Off helping at Sure Erga's sister's place, and they didn't even feed me? That'd just be asking to get caught in the lie. 8. While I was smoothing things over, I leaned into my wife's back and started sliding my hand up under her shirt. Smack. She slapped it right back down. Chung Jinrui glared at me, cheeks flushed red. All day long, that's all you've got on your mind. With your stamina, can't you save it for tonight when nobody's around? I stiffened my neck. You woman, I'm telling you. Watch your mouth, woman. What? You think I can't handle you? I'll still whip you into shape. Just cooperate and you'll suffer less. She laughed helplessly. Yes, my lord and master, take it easy now. Mind that tender little waist of yours. Don't throw it out, or this humble maid will have to nurse you day and night. No way. I wasn't letting up. Next thing I knew, she yanked me over, scooped me up onto her lap, and clamped me down tight. I froze. Couldn't move an inch. If anyone caught sight of me like this, I'd never live it down. What the hell are you doing? Let go of me. You may have no shame, but I do. Let me go. I glared and squirmed, but her arms were like an iron hoop, not budging one bit. She was probably cursing me in her head. Yesterday, when you climbed on top of me all on your own, where was your shame then? Quit putting on an act. I've got something to talk to you about. I shot her a resentful look. You know I don't like this, right? She smiled, and the sight of her was so bewitching I got lost in it. When I ask you to hold me, you can't even lift me. There's nobody home, and now you want to talk about saving face? Sitting on my lap. Is it that uncomfortable? I shook my head. Truth was, it felt great. I just couldn't save face. If nobody was watching, this position actually felt pretty safe. All right, what is it? Spit it out. I stopped struggling and leaned back into her. She wrapped her arms around me. I've been thinking, if we really have to, let's just sell that big gold pearl and buy a boat. That way we won't have to be apart. We can go out fishing together. Once we make some money next year, we'll build our own house. Sharing a place with your big brother and sister-in-law isn't going to work long-term. I nodded. A boat? Yeah, we do need one. In a fishing village, what kind of family doesn't own a boat? I paused, then put on a serious face. But the pearl stays. We're not selling it. Not unless we run into another golden clam someday and pull out a bigger, plumper pearl. Then we can sell this one. She frowned. Why? I said matter-of-factly. Because you love it. I can tell. Inside, she was glowing. She flushed and grumbled coyly. There's plenty of stuff I love. You gonna buy me all of it? If we don't sell the pearl, where's the money for a boat gonna come from anytime soon? I shook my head. That's different. This one, we can't sell right now. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When this guy dug his heels in, he was as stubborn as a mule. Nothing anyone said could budge him. What if I said I don't like it anymore? She rested her head on my shoulder, flushed and looking at me all seductively. I pinched her cheek. We just sold that big yellow croaker for a few $100. Turn around and sell a golden pearl for over 10 grand? Word gets out, and you think our household's gonna have any peace? She paused. Just keep it quiet, right? I shot back. And the boat? How do we explain the money for that? Stolen? Robbed? Found in a ditch? What do we say when people start digging? She fell silent. She really hadn't thought it all the way through. Sweetheart, I know you're looking out for the family. I smiled and rubbed her cheek. Sister-in-law's already over the moon about that 400 and change in her hand. Everything's got to be step by step. Trying to eat yourself fat in one bite isn't always a good thing. She nodded. All right, we'll do it your way. After a beat, she added, everything in moderation. Those were your own words. Same goes for what we've been up to. We need to hold back. Can't be running wild like these past couple days. It's not that I don't enjoy you having your way with me, but you're the backbone of this family. What happens if you burn yourself out? We've got a long road ahead of us. I nuzzled up and planted a kiss on her neck. All right, whatever you say, sweetheart. Blushing, she looked down at me curled up in her arms like a kid and asked softly, you want to get stronger? I blinked. Stronger how? Every way. My eyes lit up. Hell yeah. Sword in hand, riding a fine steed, admiring every flower in the back hall. She rolled her eyes at me. It's sword in hand, roaming the world, taking in all the wonders of the world, not admiring flowers in some back hall. She went on. If you want to get stronger, you've got to put in the work. Sweat. Take care of your body. And you especially need to conserve your energy. I gave a dry laugh. Translation, no more messing around, right? Right. The body's like a reservoir. The more you hold back, the fuller it fills. I frowned. Not even once in a while? Because I can't pull that off. She laughed. Fine, once in a while's okay. Just don't overdo it. Then I'll challenge myself. My mouth said one thing, but my hands were already misbehaving. She flushed and bit her lip, but didn't stop me. You don't want to wield a sword and ride that big horse and admire all those flowers in the back hall anymore. I gritted my teeth. Sweetheart, tell me, how do I train? Horse stance. My smile collapsed. Horse stance. Seriously? Yep. She explained, what I'm teaching you is a secret art. My grandpa learned it from a master on the battlefield. Master it, and you'll be formidable. She leaned into my ear and whispered bashfully, once you've mastered it, even I won't be a match for you. I knew she was dangling bait to reel me in, but I fell for it every time. Put me down. I'll train. Right now. She lifted me off and set me on the floor, then stood in the middle of the room. Wiping the smile off her face, she said in a serious tone, this stance is called the Diamond Yang Force, also known as the Diamond Yang Pillar. The key is a solid, level base, rooted to the ground, Yang energy shielding the body, indestructible as diamond. She spread her feet wider than shoulder width, toes pointed outward in a figure eight, slowly squatted down, brought her hands up as if holding a ball, and her eyes flashed with sharp focus. Feet rooted into the ground, roots reaching 100 fathoms deep, unshakable. Back leaning into the void, like the 5 great mountains holding you up. She ran through the core principles, then went over the basics, head suspended, shoulders sunk, elbows dropped. Now, try it just like I'm doing. She stood back up, and the smile returned to her face. In the stance and out of it, she was like 2 different people. I could tell, my wife really had put in serious training. No wonder just tensing her whole body could send me packing. Like this. I mimicked her, legs apart, arms circling as if holding a ball, and squatted down. She nodded. She was probably already bracing herself. My legs were like noodles. I'd be scrambling back up after 3 or 5 seconds. Not bad. Try holding it for 20 seconds and see how it feels. The second I sank down, my whole body flushed with heat. Forehead, back, drenched in sweat. My legs went weak, and I almost collapsed on my butt. Panicking, I clenched my arms tighter and leaned forward. And with that instinctive grip, I froze. There was nothing between my hands but empty air, and yet it felt like I was hugging a tree. A real, solid tree. Gripping that tree, not only did I not fall, I steadied out. It was even easier than when I'd first squatted down. She never thought my noodle legs could actually hold out for 20 seconds. The second time was up, she called out. Okay, stand up now, before your knees start hurting. But I didn't get up. She frowned. Get up already. Don't push it. 20 seconds is plenty for 1 round. I swallowed hard. It wasn't that I didn't want to get up. I couldn't. My body felt pinned down by something. It was like there was a chair under my butt, pressing me down so I couldn't rise. And that tree, in my arms, it felt glued to my hands. I couldn't shake it off. What the hell? Don't tell me I'm having some kind of chi deviation. 1 session of standing meditation, and I've already gone off the rails. Am I secretly the chosen one or something? Honey, I can't get up. I panicked. She blinked. Cramp in your thigh? I shook my head, terrified. No. Feel in front of me. Am I holding something? She looked at me, baffled. My arms were clearly wrapped around nothing but air. What could possibly be there? What's wrong with you? She strode over, ready to just scoop me up. Don't move me yet. Feel in front of me. Is there a big invisible tree there? Just feel it quick. She frowned. She'd never heard of anyone getting sensations like this on their very first standing meditation session. Tentatively, she reached toward the space my arms were wrapped around. Her hand passed right through. Nothing there. My eyes went wide in disbelief. Nothing. Then what the hell was I holding? I could feel it. It was a tree. Invisible, but solid to the touch. Before I could get another word out, she'd already scooped me up horizontally and carried me over to the bed. The moment my feet left the ground, the mountain behind me, the chair beneath me, the weight on my shoulders, the tree in my arms. All of it collapsed. Gone. How is that possible? I muttered to myself. What just happened? Talk to me. She leaned in, tense with concern. It's just standing meditation. How does someone mess that up? Is he trying to scare me on purpose? But he doesn't look like he's faking it either. Is it a cramp in your inner thigh? Let me massage it out for you. It'll hurt a little, just tough it out. I shook my head. It's not a CRAOW, mother of. Ignoring me completely, she grabbed my ankle, yanked my leg out straight, and started kneading my thigh. In her eyes, I was basically a wet noodle, soft as pudding from head to toe. Cramping up after 1 round of standing meditation? Totally normal. She said sternly. Bear with it. If we don't get these tendons opened up today, it'll cause problems down the road and hold back your training. Be good. Your wife wouldn't hurt you. Fu Xiaoqiang, trailing behind his older brother and sister-in-law, hadn't even made it through the gate when he suddenly went, "Huh? What's that noise? Sounds like somebody got kicked in the nuts. Why is he screaming like that?" He mumbled to himself, then his eyes went wide. "Oh no, don't tell me Uncle's been horsing around in there," and racked himself. The second the words left his mouth, he took off sprinting into the yard. My brother and sister-in-law's faces changed too, and they hurried in after him. Fu Xiaoqiang made a beeline for my room, burst in, and froze in the doorway. What in the world are these two doing? There was my wife, kneeling on the bed with one of my legs hoisted over her shoulder. As for me, I couldn't tell if I was kneeling or lying flat, like some little turtle, head craned upward, back arched, bent into a perfect upside-down letter J. This seemed a little off. I pounded the mattress with both hands, howling, "Honey, I can't take it. It hurts too much. I'm gonna die." Cheng Jinrui kept a straight face, all business, just a little longer. The tendons have to open up. 5 more minutes. 5 minutes? That'd kill me. Just then Fu Xiaoqiang poked his head in. I looked at him like he was my guardian angel. "Xiaoqiang, quick, tell your aunt to let go. Uncle's dying here." The little brat blinked at me, and he said, "It's fine. Hang in there, Uncle. Just 5 more minutes." I lost it and started cursing. "You son of a..." Halfway through the curse, I choked it back. My brother and sister-in-law were standing right in the doorway. Awkward. Lu Chunhua walked in with a forced laugh. "When Biao piss you off?" Cheng Jinrui blushed and quickly shook her head. "Sis, it's not what you think. I'm just working out the knots in his meridians." I was practically in tears. "Sis, save me. Make her let go. It hurts so bad." Cheng Jinrui cut in and shook her head. "Sis, the time isn't up yet. I can't let go. You guys head back out and shut the door behind you." Lu Chunhua glanced at me with a look that clearly said, "Sorry, buddy, you're on your own." Then she shot my brother a knowing look, and the two of them turned and walked out. Xiaoqiang couldn't resist one last jab on his way out. "Auntie, don't go easy on him. Uncle can take it." Then, playing the good boy, he backed out to the doorway and pulled the door shut. Me, that little brat. All those years of spoiling him, wasted. Cheng Jinrui bit her lip and murmured softly, "Just hang in there a little more. When you had your way with me, did I ever cry out? Was it really this painful?" Then she leaned into it with her shoulder. Ard, a blood-curdling scream tore through the night. Now I got it. This wife of mine was getting her revenge, one way or another. Out in the front room, Fu Xiaoqiang propped his chin in his hand and looked up at his mom. "Mom, how come Uncle stopped screaming? Did Annie feel bad for him and stop pushing so hard?" Lu Chunhua rolled her eyes, not even bothering to answer her chatterbox of a son. Back in the room, Cheng Jinrui lowered my leg, blushing as she peeled off my pants and started massaging to get the blood flowing. I couldn't even scream anymore. My voice was gone. This wife of mine, she looked sweet, but underneath, she was full of pent-up mischief. While she worked, she asked curiously, "What did you actually feel back there? Why do you want me to touch that empty space in your arms?" Eyes closed, I mumbled. I felt like I was hugging a big tree, thick as one arm span around, my hands just barely reaching. There was a chair supporting my butt from below, and something pressing down on my shoulders, keeping me from standing up. Cheng Jinrui furrowed her brow. She'd never heard of anything like this either. No matter how fast the progress with standing meditation, it shouldn't be this freaky. It wasn't like I'd chugged some miracle elixir for instant results. "Honey, I looked at her pitifully. "I didn't just have a chi deviation, did I?" Uffed. She burst out laughing. You? You wish." Seeing me glare, she stuck out her tongue and explained, "To have a chi deviation, you'd have to at least be at an advanced level of cultivation. Forget you. Even I, your wife, don't qualify. So what you're saying is, you need qualifications to have a chi deviation." "Exactly. You're not worthy, and neither am I." As for what had actually happened to me, she couldn't say. From outside, Lu Chunhua called out, "You two done yet? Come eat." Cheng Jinrui's face flushed red as she shoved me. "This is all your fault." I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My fault? She was the one who grabbed my thigh for a massage. A low table sat in the courtyard, spread with dinner, coarse flour steamed buns, rice porridge, stewed little sea fish, and a bowl of pickled vegetables. I looked up. How'd it get cloudy again? Dark clouds were rolling in from over the sea. Judging by the look of it, we were in for a heavy downpour tonight. Big Brother said, "This month's just like that. If we get 2 weeks of decent weather, we should count ourselves lucky." We just sat down when Xiao Chang's eyes started darting around. "Auntie, I told you Uncle can take it. You just couldn't bring yourself to lay it on him. My mom always says, being soft-hearted is how you get burned." I rolled my eyes. "Shut it and eat. You talk so much. Aren't you afraid your tongue's gonna grow long?" Xiao Chang huffed. "You've got the least right to talk in this house. If Auntie hadn't married in, my mom would be chewing you out twice a day." Cheng Jinrui just smiled and said nothing. I cracked up. "So she'd yell at me, but not at you?" Xiao Chong shot his mom a sideways glance and laid on the flattery. My mom loves me most. Ain't that right, Mom? Lu Chunhua scowled. Just eat. I don't have time to trade jabs with you. Xiao Chong ducked his head. This was the best outcome he could have hoped for. Then he turned back and barked at me. What you looking at? Eat. Your porridge is getting cold. The kid had grown up treating me like a peer, no manners with me whatsoever. We were still eating when the village chief showed up. Village chief Chiu de Kue, in his 40s, was a good 10 years older than Big Brother. Wendy, we just got a call from up top. A typhoon's rolling and starting tonight. I'm going house to spread the word. Big Brother and sister-in-law jumped up, faces breaking into polite smiles. The village chief was somebody in White Shark Village. His standing was rock solid. You could have just sent somebody. Have you eaten yet? Come have a bowl of porridge. Chiu de Kue swept his gaze across the scene. Cheng Jinrui rising to her feet. Me and Xiao Chong still sitting at the low table. The two of us, uncle and nephew, were holding our bowls in one hand, sipping porridge and staring at him, spitting image of each other. I was just a small-time slacker to begin with. Village chief or the village chief's dad, none of it had anything to do with me. Big Brother ran the household. Social niceties weren't my department. Chiu de Kue waved us off. No thanks, I've got more houses to hit. The call said this typhoon is no joke. Keep your eyes open tonight. If it gets bad, fall back into the village. Don't try to tough it out. Got it, will do. The village chief's group came and went in a flash. Big Brother and sister-in-law exchanged a look, worry written all over their faces. Normally when a typhoon or heavy rain hit, the village chief never bothered going door to door. Big Brother said in a low voice, this typhoon's probably no small thing. Hurry up and eat. We need to get ready. The whole family finished dinner in a rush and started packing things up, hauling everything that could be moved inside. Winds picking up. We'd barely finished when a cold gust blew in off the sea. I looked up at the roof. If a real typhoon hit, would it hold? What if it got ripped off in the middle of the night? But I only muttered it to myself. No point saying it out loud. Too late to reinforce anything now. Get inside. It's raining. Lu Chunhua waved us in. Fat raindrops were already pelting down. Xiao Chong looked at her hopefully. Ma, I want to go over to Uncle's room and hang out with them. Lu Chunhua rolled her eyes. You want to talk to them? You think they want to talk to you? Get your butt over to bed. Once the door was shut, I pillowed my head on my wife's thigh. We didn't light the fish oil lamp. The dark was fine. Two people beat one, hands down. Babe, how about you? Cheng Jinrui's face went red and she cut me off. I'm not doing a thing. You already went at it this morning. Just lie still and don't get any ideas. I gave a dry laugh. I feel fine, honestly. You said yourself, this stuff can't be quick cold turkey. Gotta ease off gradually. Blushing, she smacked my wandering hand away. Behave, or I'm getting mad. Humph, I wasn't having it. I tilted my head back and put on a stern face. Who's the head of this household? She looked down at me, amused, trying to pull rank on her over something this petty. Cheeks still red, she reached up and pinched my cheek. This guy was ridiculously good looking, the real deal. Back in town, it was this face that had reeled her in. That's why she'd made up her mind and gone to the matchmaker herself. Better to hold your fate in your own hands than leave it in someone else's. So what if he was a good for nothing? What did that matter? This face was easy on the eyes. He knew how to make her feel good in bed. That was enough. If a man could keep a beauty as his little songbird, why couldn't a woman keep a man as hers? You're the head of the household. You're the boss. There was no light in the room, so I didn't catch the loaded smile on her face or the seductive shimmer in her eyes like spring water. Her hands, long-fingered, cool to the touch, smooth and delicate, not rough at all. This plus-sized wife of mine, big-boned, well-proportioned, skin-taut, bouncing right back at the slightest press. Feeling smug, I said, then why are you still arguing with me? Cheng Jinrui let out a soft, coy sound. I'm not arguing. I'm doing this for your own good. We've got all the time in the world ahead of us. It's not like I'm cutting you off. Even she got a little bashful saying it. We weren't just husband and wife on paper. If she'd wanted to fake her way through, she wouldn't have taken the initiative on our wedding night. Once you step into the Fu family's door, you go where your husband goes. Whatever he was like, she was the one who'd chosen him. Do a wife's duty. Respect him and respect yourself. I stood my ground. That's not the same. You're my brand new bride. Of course I've got to get my fill. She shot me a look. And after that, once you've had your fill, you're done? I paused, chuckled dryly, and got a wicked glint in my eye. No way. My wife's this gorgeous. A lifetime wouldn't be enough. Sweet talker. She gave my chin a pinch. Fess up. How many girls did you sweet talk before with that slick tongue of yours? Come clean, and your wife will let it slide. Come clean, huh? I gave a sly grin. Not one. Nobody. Everybody knew I was a loser. No money, no prospects. Who was I gonna con? She shook her head. I don't buy it. With that face of yours, if you really put your mind to it, not many women could resist. She paused and leaned in closer. And knowing as many tricks as you do, I bet you've had your way with plenty of unmarried girls and young wives. She wasn't buying my act. I raised my hand and said solemnly, "Babe, I swear to the heavens, if I was ever that kind of guy, may lightning strike." Crack! A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, followed by a thunderclap that exploded right overhead. We both jumped. I actually flinched and hunched my shoulders. That accurate? I dug through this body's memories. Turns out the original owner was actually pretty clean when it came to women. Never messed around. Not that nobody ever came onto him. But this guy was picky as hell. Wouldn't touch the heavy ones or the skinny ones either. Outside, the storm was howling, and something kept creaking in the dark. If my wife weren't holding me, I'd have shamelessly snuck into my big brother's room and crammed into the same blanket as my little nephew. Puff, puff, puff. Don't say such nonsense. What are you swearing oaths for out of nowhere? I told you, bygones are bygones. Just don't fool around from now on. Chung Jinrui hurried to clamp a hand over my mouth. I gave a dry laugh. Relax, babe. You're this gorgeous. If I've got any energy at all, I'm saving it for you. Why would I hand it out to somebody else for free? She flushed and spat, puffed, again, then giggled sweetly. With your skills? If you don't practice your stance training, the most you'll manage down the road is 2 minutes of glory. I wasn't having that. I quickly tried to negotiate. Hey now, that won't cut it. 2 minutes? Not even close. At least half an hour. Don't sell me short. Makes me sound pathetic. She laughed so hard her whole body shook. And you still think you're some kind of stud? Even if I just lay there, you'd tap out in 3 minutes tops. I was so mad I thrashed around in her arms, shaking my head. That was an off day? This morning, first round, I lasted a good 7 or 8 minutes. If you hadn't pulled that stunt, no way I would have folded. No more messing with me, or I really will spank you. Chung Jinrui just kept giggling. This morning really had been a big step up from the past couple days, but her laughing like that stoked something wicked in me. I shot upright, pretended to grind my teeth, and glared at her. You little brat, you're just asking for it, aren't you? Still laughing? I'll give you something to laugh about. Cheeks pink, she wasn't the least bit scared of her enraged husband. She said softly, come on, we agreed not to fool around, remember? It's still pouring out there, and later on maybe we'll. Her voice trailed off. A bolt of lightning split the sky outside the window. Down at the shore, massive waves pounded the beach with a deafening roar. Nobody in their right mind would run out in this. One wave rolls you in, and no matter how well you swim, you're done. And right there in that surf, something half a meter thick and 5 or 6 meters long, its whole body glittering in every color, slithered up onto the sand. At first glance it looked half snake, half fish, and it could prop its body up, twisting forward across the beach. Once ashore, it swept its gaze around a few times. Those fist-sized eyeballs finally locked, dead set, onto my family's compound. Then it came rushing toward us, fast. My wife has sharp senses. She could pick out something off even through the downpour. She'd been lying on the bed, but suddenly her head snapped up and her brow furrowed. One biao, there's something ramming our front gate. I froze. My ears weren't nearly as sharp as hers. I could only make out some kind of noise. This is bad. It's something from the sea. Her face changed, and she jumped up, grabbing her clothes and yanking them on in a flash. I knew my wife didn't say things like that lightly, so I asked quickly, what kind of sea thing? Since when do fish walk ashore? Get dressed, hurry. The gate's about to give. She moved so fast my head was spinning. Pants, bra, jacket, all on in the blink of an eye. I'd just gotten off the bed and pulled my pants up when I heard a crash from the yard. Even I could tell that sound was wrong. I bent down and yanked the canvas gun case out from under the bed. My wife was already pressed against the door, peeking through the crack. The next second, her pupils shrank sharply. I walked over holding the sawed-off shotgun, the bald tip, and asked, "Babe, what do you see?" Her face had gone white, her voice shaking. Sea ancestor snake. Sea ancestor snake? What the hell is that? Nothing in my head matched the name. She didn't explain, just grabbed me and pulled me toward the bed. Bam! Another huge crash from outside. Through the gap in the door I caught a glimpse, a flash of iridescent scales. What the hell is that thing? My eyes went wide. That thing had to be 4 or 5 meters long, thick as a grown man. She bit her lip, eyes locked on the door, and said quietly, "The sea ancestor snake is greedy by nature, loves collecting undersea treasures. It hardly ever comes ashore. Coming out in a storm like this, it's got to be after our golden pearl." She was already sure of it in her heart. That golden pearl was over 3.5 centimeters in diameter, perfectly round and full, a one-of-kind treasure. Next room over. Mom, why is it banging around in Uncle's room? You don't think those two are going to tear the house down, do you? My nephew Xiaoqiang poked his head out. My sister-in-law Lu Chunhua turned red and shot her son a glare. Zip it and go to sleep. But right then my big brother Fu when he sat up too, frowning. Something's off. Sounds like something's ramming the door. He hopped out of bed and pulled the door straight open. That flash of rainbow scales was so bright in the dark, it was terrifying. My brother had quick reflexes. One look at the thing outside, and he immediately slammed the door shut and bolted it. His wife looked confused. "Honey, what is it?" He swallowed hard. "The sea ancestor snake's come ashore." "What?" Her eyes went wide. Living by the sea all her life, she'd heard the old-timers talk about that legend. The sea ancestor snake? You sure you're not seeing things? That thing hardly ever comes on land. Xiaoqiang sat up. "Mom, Dad, what's a sea ancestor snake?" My brother didn't answer. He turned and took the fish spear down off the wall. Every family along this coast keeps one of these hanging up, just in case something crawls out of the ocean. You two stay in here and don't come out. I'm going over to check on them. His wife panicked. "Wendy, be careful." She wanted to call him back, but she knew. She knew just how much my brother cared about his little brother. My wife's expression changed. "Damn it, Big Brother's out of his room." Crash. Before she could finish, the sea ancestor snake smashed through our bedroom door and shoved its head right in. A triangular head, ridges running along the top, a face like a Shar-Pei dog, and a pair of blood-red eyes. Its body was covered in iridescent scales the size of eggs, packed tight together. Half a meter thick, 5 or 6 meters long, thick up top, and tapering down to a stubby tail. My brother had just stepped out. Seeing the thing about to squeeze into my room, his heart lurched. He roared, "Son of a bitch. You piece of filth, your granddaddy's right here." He charged forward, gripping the spear with both hands. Kachuk. The fish spear drove straight into the sea ancestor snake's back. The snake reared up with a shriek, pulling its head out of my room, and turned its cold, murderous eyes on my brother. Its massive tail whipped around. Smack! My brother went flying 7 or 8 meters and slammed down into the muddy yard. The spear was caught in the scales. He hadn't been able to yank it back out. The sea ancestor snake spun around, ready to lunge and finish him off. My wife was frantic. "You stay put in this room. Whatever you do, don't get out." With that warning, I bolted out the door in 2 big strides. The sea ancestor snake had reared up, its bloody maw aimed straight at my brother. My wife leapt behind the snake, grabbed the spear shaft, used the momentum from her jump, and yanked with everything she had. Squelch! A jet of snake blood shot out of the wound. The sea ancestor snake screamed in pain, whipping its head around with bared fangs. It gave up on my brother entirely and lashed its tail at my wife. The tail strike missed. Its head shot forward, then whipped back, jaws snapping. The spear in my wife's hands moved like a silver dragon, darting around the snake's body, punching hole after hole into it. I don't know if it was the sharpness of the spear or my wife's raw strength, but those iridescent scales couldn't stop it at all. Problem was, the sea ancestor snake was just too damn big, and its regeneration was insane. No matter how many holes she made, barely any blood came out. My brother had climbed up out of the mud by now, though the driving rain had him squinting like crazy. He grabbed a machete off the wall, and, catching the snake off guard, swung with everything he had. But the machete was useless. The blade just bounced off those scales. Even in the storm, even against 2 people, the sea ancestor snake wasn't losing ground. As time dragged on, exhaustion set in. Between the cold and fatigue, my wife started slowing down. 1 split second of distraction. Whap! The tail whipped across, and she went flying, slamming into the ground hard enough to send water shooting up. "Honey, I lost it." "Screw everything else." I charged out the door. My brother screamed after me. "Get back. You've got a death wish. Get back inside." Too late. She'd landed right by the doorway. The second I ran out, I was face to face with the sea ancestor snake. It had been about to swallow her whole, but my sudden charge got its attention. Its bloody jaws yawned open and came straight for me. My wife on the ground, my brother behind me. Both their hearts sank at the same time. He's dead. Too close. Head on. Not just me. Even they couldn't have dodged it. 1 bite and half my body would be gone. Right when everyone thought I was a goner, I whipped up the sawed-off shotgun and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Boom. The blast was deafening. Fire spat from the barrel and slammed right into the snake's head from half a meter away. The buckshot spread covered nearly the entire skull. That massive head, easily half a meter across, got flipped clean back by the force, sent flying and crashing into the ground. The whole scene left everyone stunned. Even little Chong, peeking through the window, was frozen with his jaw hanging open. The snake itself probably never saw it coming. Didn't expect things to flip that fast. "You son of a bitch. You hurt my wife. I'm gonna kill you." My eyes were red. I stormed forward, aimed the sawed-off at its head. Boom. Another shot. 2 rounds, point blank, both dumped into the snake's skull. Thud. Its head slammed back into the mud. I pulled the trigger again, empty. The sawed-off only held 2 rounds. It was still twitching, and I wasn't about to let it get up. Screw it. I jumped straight onto the snake's body, flipped the shotgun around, and used it like a hammer. Crack, crack, beating down on its head over and over like a madman. The first shot had already wrecked it. The second finished the job. Its whole head was riddled with pellet holes. I didn't care. I just kept smashing, smashing like I wanted to erase it from existence. One thought was drilling through my brain. If I don't kill this thing today, my whole family dies. As I kept pounding away, my hand caught on something white and slippery, and I yanked it out of the snake's head. The rain was hammering so hard I couldn't keep my eyes open, but I didn't give a damn. I just dove down and started tearing into it with my teeth. A thick, fishy taste flooded my mouth. Eyes shut. I gulped it down and refused to let go. I don't even know what I bit into, but suddenly something egg-sized slipped into my mouth. Gulp. I swallowed it whole, nearly choked myself. Quick, grab him. Hold him down. My brother snapped out of it and rushed over. My wife was back on her feet too, driving her spear deep into the snake's belly. Truth was, the sea ancestor snake had been dead for a while now. One meow. It's okay, the sea ancestor snake's dead. It's dead. My wife wrapped her arms around me from behind, fighting hard to pull me off the corpse. I stared blankly. It's dead. She burst into tears of joy, nodding hard. Dead. It's dead. The second I heard that, every ounce of strength drained out of me, and I went limp. Thank God my wife was quick. She caught me before I hit the ground. Is the sea ancestor snake dead? My sister-in-law worked up the nerve to poke her head out of the house. My brother snapped. Who told you to come out? Get back inside. He was worried the snake might not be fully dead, and a last thrash could still kill someone. He shoved her back inside and retreated himself. He wasn't going anywhere near that thing. Just let it lie there and get pounded by the storm. My wife held me tight, not caring about the filth on my face, and leaned down to plant a hard kiss on my lips. You killed a sea ancestor snake. My name's Fu Wenbiao. My body was jelly, no strength left in me at all, but I couldn't stop the dumb grin creeping across my face. Being held in my wife's arms, getting kissed like that, man, I was on cloud 9. Don't let the way I look fool you. I'm no kept man, no pretty boy with noodle legs. When I need to step up, I step up. When it counts, I can hold up the sky for my wife and kids. The floor is cold. Come rest in bed. My wife, Chung Jinrui, scooped me right up. But the second she moved, her brow furrowed. Honey, what's wrong? My chest tightened. She just smiled at me and shook her head. Nothing. But I knew. She'd just been in a full-on brawl with that sea ancestor snake, gotten flung across the yard. No way she didn't have internal injuries. Both of our clothes were soaked through. Nothing, my ass. Put me down. Let me check you over. She wouldn't let go. Just carried me straight to the bed, cradled in her arms. I told you I'm fine. She was blushing, trying to swat away my wandering hands. But the moment they got close, all the fight went out of her, like she was scared of hurting me. If that snake had bit you back there, you'd actually be dead. What were you thinking? She sat down on the bed, laid my head on her lap, and cradled it with both hands. Neither of us had any obvious injuries. We'd already checked each other over. I let out a dry laugh. What was I supposed to do? It was coming right at you. If I hadn't gone out there, it would have bit you for sure. Outside, the storm showed no sign of letting up. The crashing waves sounded like they were right in our ears. Honey, what actually is a sea ancestor snake? Some kind of sea monster. I closed my eyes, breathing in that sweet, milky scent on her. She murmured softly, a sea monster from the old legends. A sea serpent, ancestor of all snakes. This thing is greedy, bloodthirsty, and smart. It rarely comes ashore, and when it does, it's always after money and jewels. She leaned close to my ear. I think this one came for that big gold pearl of ours. I didn't think much of it. Dead was dead. Is its carcass worth anything? I was still worried about having smashed its skull with my shotgun. Hoped I hadn't wrecked the gun. She smiled. Definitely worth something. That colorful hide is gorgeous, and the blood, meat, bones, teeth, gallbladder. She kept murmuring in my ear, and I drifted off just like that. It was the soundest sleep I'd had since crossing over to this world. The howling wind and pouring rain outside had nothing to do with me. When I woke up, it was already the next morning. The sky was heavily overcast, rain still falling, though the wind had died down. I carefully slipped off my wife's lap and walked to the door, peering through the crack. That multicolored sea ancestor snake was still lying there, motionless. A whole night had passed. It had to be dead for real by now. But I didn't get careless. I reloaded my shotgun before opening the door. Where are you going? My wife called from the bed. I turned back and grinned. Just going out to take a piss. Stay away from that sea ancestor snake. Don't touch it yet. I paused. It's been dead all night. What could possibly happen? Her expression turned serious. The snake that's ancestor to 100 snakes. Dead, but not stiff. If its nerves aren't fully dead and it bites you, it wouldn't be worth it. She got out of bed and came over next to me, staring at the snake. It had been drenched by wind and rain all night. Hard to tell if it had moved. Don't touch it yet, she warned again. I grunted in agreement. When my wife spoke, I didn't play tough. The two of us hugged the eaves and gave the snake a wide berth as we headed to my older brother and sister-in-law's room. Sis-in-law was already washing rice for breakfast. Is my brother okay? Lu Chunhua shook her head. Just some scraped skin. Nothing serious. Uncle, you were badass last night. I saw the whole thing. The moment my nephew Fu Xiaoqiang heard my voice, he rolled out of bed bare-assed and mimicked me raising a gun, shouting excitedly. Such a huge sea serpent, and you blew its head off with one shot. How come I never realized you had guts like that? I rolled my eyes and ignored him. This kid was a total motor mouth. Once he got started, he never shut up. The wind and waves were huge last night. There's got to be a ton of stuff washed up on the beach. I'm gonna go check it out. You want to die? Go ahead. Lu Chunhua started scolding me. You've never lifted a finger before. What's gotten into you today? In rain this heavy, one wave and you're gone. Not even a god could save you. I knew sis-in-law had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. She was actually worried about me. Hearing her scold me actually felt comforting. I was so used to it, silence would have been weird. After breakfast and some chatting, I headed back to my own room. With that motor-mouth Fu Xiaoqiang in my brother's room, it was way more comfortable to go home and cuddle with my wife. The moment I stepped through the door, I grabbed her from behind. She flushed red. What are you doing? In broad daylight. Aren't you afraid your brother and sister-in-law will laugh at us? Let go, let go. I chuckled and pushed her toward the bed. We're in our own room. Who's gonna laugh at us? Last night got interrupted by that damn snake. You owe me one today, don't you? I said it like I had every right in the world. She looked at me helplessly. Aren't you tired? Nope, she said softly. The sea ancestor snake hurt me internally last night. I'm still not feeling great. If you really want to, fine, but don't make me go along with any of your games. My hand froze instantly. I asked nervously, really? Where does it hurt? Come on, let's go see a doctor. I was seriously worried, didn't doubt her for a second. Seeing how anxious I was, she felt warm inside. No need for a doctor. Just got shaken up a bit. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine. A few days and you'll be fine? What if you're not? Health was no small matter. She laughed. Then it'll be because you were rough with me. If you leave me alone, I'll definitely be fine. I stared at her. Our eyes met, and she blushed and turned her face away first. Oh, you dare lie to your husband. I reached out and pinched her hard. Ow. She dodged. Who's lying? I really don't feel good. We messed around in the room for a while before things quieted down. Outside, lightning flashed and thunder rolled under heavy black clouds. But inside the room, it was warm as spring. Feeling sorry for her, I didn't dare use her lap as a pillow anymore. Instead, I had her rest her head on mine. Yesterday, I don't know where I bit the sea ancestor snake, but I swallowed a bunch of stuff from inside its head. There was this soft, mushy, ball-shaped thing. I forced it down and almost choked. Her head shot up. Ball-shaped. Soft. How big? I gestured. About the size of an egg. She frowned and thought for a long while before saying quietly, the old-timers say there's something inside the sea ancestor snake's head called a marrow pearl. It's its inner core. My eyes lit up. What's it good for? She shook her head. No idea. Then she smiled. Besides, we don't even know if what you swallowed was really a marrow pearl. How could you be so bold? Shoving anything into your mouth. Weren't you afraid of getting poisoned? I stroked her cheek. Soft, full of collagen. I was scared. But I was more scared the sea ancestor snake would get back up and bite you all. We chatted on and off. The sky was as dark as night, and with nothing to do, we drifted off to sleep in each other's arms. When I woke again, it was already afternoon. I'd felt fine that morning, but after that nap, my head was foggy and my whole body ached. I burrowed into my wife's chest. She opened her eyes and blushed. Just woke up and you're already at it? Can't you behave for a minute? I chuckled and didn't bother explaining. Outside, the sky was still gloomy. After a bit of tenderness, I remembered she was hurt and stopped teasing her. I sat up and asked, honey, that sea ancestor snake's been lying there a whole day and night. It has to be dead for real now, right? Deep down, she also thought it was dead, but she said, snakes are tough as nails. Some get soaked in medicinal liquor in a jar for 3 years, and they can still bite when you fish them out. Even a severed snake head can bite you if you're not careful. The sea ancestor snake's a sea monster. We've got to be extra careful. I nodded. You're right, honey. Better safe than sorry. But it's hot out, and the carcass will spoil if we leave it too long. A sea ancestor snake had to be worth a fortune, but selling it was the tricky part. Sell it whole? Too huge. No way to haul it out in typhoon weather. Break it down and sell it in parts? Might not be worth as much as selling it whole, but at least I could get started right now. The key issue was the body. The body really couldn't stay there. The two of us couldn't decide what to do, so we went next door to talk it over with my older brother and his wife. My brother, Fu Windy, agreed. If we didn't deal with it soon, things would go bad. The family reached a conclusion. Go outside and check if it was really dead. If it was, we'd cut it up into pieces. We threw on our straw rain capes. My brother grabbed a wooden pole about 3 or 4 meters long. His wife took the fish spear, and I carried the loaded sawed-off shotgun. The whole family was on high alert. My brother lifted the pole and gave it a poke. No reaction from the sea ancestor snake. Second poke, still nothing. Just as we were all letting our guard down and about to walk over, my brother, out of some sixth sense, jabbed it a third time. That one poke saved my wife's life. Chung Jinrui had already set down the fish spear and taken a couple of steps, heading straight toward the sea ancestor snake. The snake suddenly lunged up. Its head reared high, blood-red eyes locked onto her, and its gaping maw shot forward to bite. Look out! I reacted the fastest. I raised the gun, bang, bang, 2 shots. The sea ancestor snake slammed back down, twitched twice, and went completely still. The whole family broke out in a cold sweat. Playing dead for a whole day and night, and still able to move? What the hell kind of freak thing was this? Give me the spear. I took the fish spear from my wife and tossed her the sawed-off, then walked over step by step. One hard jab, another jab. The sea ancestor snake didn't so much as twitch. This time, it was really dead. I used the spear to rip open its belly. Oh my god, that scared the daylights out of me. How is this thing so damn creepy? My sister-in-law cried out. The whole family was shaken. We deliberately left it out there for a full day and night as a precaution, and it still nearly got us. All right, quit yapping. Hurry up and get the scissors, cleaver, and sickle from inside. Bring him all out, my brother urged. My sister-in-law turned and hurried back inside to grab them. The sea ancestor snake's head had already been half blown apart by my shotgun the night before, and today it caught 2 more rounds. Its hide was riddled with buckshot pellets, torn to shreds. But hey, what could we do? If this beast hadn't come knocking on our door, none of us would have had the guts to go looking for trouble with it. Killing it was pure luck. Heaven wasn't ready to wipe out the Fu family. Otherwise, our whole family wouldn't have been enough to fill its belly. We stretched the sea ancestor snake's carcass out straight. My brother measured it, well over 6 meters long. At its thickest point, the girth was 87 centimeters. If this thing had been full-grown and fed, it could have swallowed our entire family whole. What you ate yesterday was the sea ancestor snake's brain. My wife had specifically examined the snake's head. The brain matter inside was completely gone. In other words, the sea ancestor snake had actually died a long time ago. That final lunge just now might have been residual nerves that hadn't fully died off, or maybe a lingering spirit refusing to let go. As for the real reason, nobody could say. I drove the spear straight into the sea ancestor snake's eye and gouged out both of those blood-red eyeballs. Huh, they're hard. I looked at my wife with wide eyes. Why do they feel like stones? Chung Jinrui's eyes lit up. They've calcified. Put them away, quick. She said there was supposedly a kind of gemstone that was actually the eyeball of a sea monster. Incredibly rare, something a common family might never see in a lifetime. I carefully wrapped up both eyeballs. Each one was about the size of a small fist, easily 1.5 pounds, heavy in the hand. Outside, the rain was coming down in buckets. My brother Fu Wendy took the scissors and sliced the snake's belly open in one stroke, revealing the snow-white flesh inside. Brother, sea ancestor snakes are venomous, right? I reminded him. He didn't respond, just kept working, head down. The skin definitely had to be saved, worth big money. He split the belly open and pulled out the organs, the heart, the liver, and most importantly, the gallbladder. That one gallbladder was the size of a soccer ball. To the right buyer, it could fetch you a whole fishing boat. Last came the meat. Just the meat alone was 400 or 500 pounds. Ma, can we eat this stuff? My nephew Fu Xiaocheng asked, poking his head out from inside. Eat, eat, eat. Is that all you ever think about? My sister-in-law Lu Chunhua snapped at her son the second she opened her mouth. The family worked well past midnight before we finally finished butchering the sea ancestor snake. Looking at the heaps of meat, my brother and sister-in-law didn't hold back. They grabbed handfuls of salt and started rubbing it in. A little salty was no problem. We could sell it as salted fish or salted meat. Without salt, it'd spoil fast. I'm done. I straightened up and rubbed my back. Brother, you two head back and rest. Me and Sis'll handle the rest. My brother waved me off with a laugh. You two are wiped out. Go on, get some sleep first. Chung Jinrui was about to say something, but I just grabbed her and pulled her away. We're family. No need for the polite back and forth. The moment we got back to our room, I just wanted to collapse onto the bed. Chung Jinrui yanked me back. You're covered in snake blood. You reek. Go wash up first. I reluctantly took a quick shower before lying down. Chung Jinrui also scrubbed herself clean from head to toe before climbing in. I had no funny ideas. I'd been working half the night and just wanted a good night's sleep. I wrapped my arms around my wife, got comfortable, closed my eyes, and was out. When I opened my eyes again, the sky was already light. My body still ached a little, but way less than yesterday. Chung Jinrui was already dressed, smiling at me with a flushed face. "You're up." I waved her over. She gave me a half-amused, half-exasperated look and had no choice but to climb back into bed. This man, clingier than a little kid. I leaned against my wife and frowned. Still raining? Yeah, but a lot lighter. Though the seawater's almost up to our front door. The house used to sit 70 or 80 meters from the beach. Now, 10 meters out, and your feet were in water. Big brother said if it's still raining tonight, we'll move into the village so we don't get flooded out. My stomach growled loudly. Chung Jinrui laughed. Sis-in-law's got snake meat stewed, it's ready. I bolted upright. Babe, hand me some clothes. I got dressed and headed out, puzzled. How come my back suddenly felt strong today? My mind was clear too, and everything looked sharper somehow. I could even feel exactly where each raindrop was landing. But I was starving, so I didn't dwell on it. "You're up. Come on, eat." My sister-in-law was setting the food on the table. My nephew was already at it, wolfing down his food. I picked up a piece of snake meat and gave it a try. Tender and fragrant, kind of like chicken mixed with fish, with a nice chewy bite to it. I reached for another piece, but my sister-in-law blocked my chopsticks. "That's enough. Eating something this greasy first thing in the morning is bad for digestion." I let out a dry laugh and glanced at my wife. I was only half full. Chung Jinrui frowned. "You've already had at least 5 pounds of snake meat." I froze. 5 pounds. And that's not counting the rice? My sister-in-law wasn't being stingy. She genuinely didn't dare let me eat any more. She knew my usual appetite better than anyone. My nephew mumbled beside me. "Uncle, you don't do a lick of work all day, but you sure can pack it away. How's Annie ever gonna feed you down the road?" I shot him a look. "If you've got something worth saying, say it. Otherwise, zip it." I patted my stomach. Truth was, I wasn't stuffed at all, didn't even look full from the outside. But I didn't push for seconds, didn't want to worry my sister-in-law. After the meal, Big Brother threw on his straw rain cape and headed out, probably into the village. The rain had eased up quite a bit, though the sky was still overcast. "No going to the shore today." Back in the room, Chung Jinrui's face was flushed, bracing herself for another round of my mischief. But this time, I kept my hands to myself. "Wife, take a look. Am I doing this stance right?" Following what she'd taught me, I started practicing the horse stance. This time, nothing went sideways like the first attempt. Don't squat down too low. Find your frame first. This spot on your lower back is called the gate of life. You've got to push it out. She pressed her hand against my lower back, smiling as she corrected me. Nothing makes a woman happier than seeing her man actually trying to better himself. I held the stance, and to my surprise, made it a full 10 minutes before my legs gave out. Chung Jinrui stared at me, amazed. "Your constitution's improved. With my 2 noodle legs, 3 minutes used to be a stretch. 10 minutes today? Unreal." I chuckled, wrapped my arms around her from behind, and leaned in to whisper in her ear. "Wife, you think it might be from eating that old turtle and the sea ancestor serpent's brain?" She paused for a moment. The flesh and blood of a purple Empyrean treasure turtle and the brain of a sea ancestor serpent. Both are top-tier stuff. But whether they actually boosted your constitution, I can't say for sure. Holding her from behind, I couldn't quite get my arms all the way around her. Not because she was fat, it was just her build. I'm 5'8". She's a solid 4 inches taller. I lean on the skinny side. She's a Tang Dynasty beauty type, not chubby, but definitely curvy. Classic mismatched pair, little pony hauling a big cart. "WH, what are you up to now?" Feeling my hands start to wander again, she flushed and stopped me. "It's the middle of the day, behave." I let out a dry laugh and didn't push it. Daytime really wasn't convenient. "Wife, we've got to hurry up and save money to build a house." I draped my arm over her shoulder and gave her stomach a little pinch. Curvy as she was, there wasn't an ounce of extra fat around her waist. Full in all the right places, slim where it counted. Her figure was shaped like a gourd. "What are you doing?" She swatted my hand, cheeks bright red. I patted her belly and grinned. "We need to get this thing rounding out soon." Blushing, she leaned into me. What she really wanted to ask was, if it really does round out, will you be a good father? But she held it in. Watching him these past few days, she realized this pretty boy, with his noodle legs, wasn't completely useless after all. Meanwhile, over in the village. "What? A sea ancestor serpent?" When Big Brother told him, old Sixth Zhou's hand jerked so hard his cigarette dropped straight to the ground. He didn't even bother picking it up. "Wendy, you sure you didn't get it wrong? It's really that thing." He'd heard the legends about the sea ancestor serpent, but who'd ever actually seen one? That thing was practically a sea demon. Big Brother grinned. "Sixth brother, would I mistake something like that? It's a sea ancestor serpent, all right." He didn't mention the serpent had come into the house, though. Said instead that they'd found it washed up on the beach that morning after the tide brought it in. The family had gotten their story straight. Say they killed it themselves, and nobody'd buy it. Say the waves tossed it up on shore, and it sounds a whole lot more believable. Where's the snake now? Old Sixth pressed. I've already broken it down. Worried the meat would spoil, so I salted it. Haven't dealt with the skin and organs yet. Old Sixth frowned. You cut it up already? Big Brother nodded. The head was already ruined. Had no choice. Get on the horn and see who's interested. Something this good can't just rot on our hands. Old Sixth had to agree. If it really was a sea ancestor serpent, the Fu family was set. That carcass alone could buy the brothers a boat each. Easy. Come on, let's head to the village office and make some calls. Baisha village only had one phone line, and it was at the village committee office. The rain was still coming down, but if word got out about a sea ancestor serpent, rain or shine, hell, even if it was raining knives, every big buyer would come running. Yeah, it's me, Old Sixth. You dumbass, what kind of memory you got? Old Sixth Joe from Baisha village. Cut the crap. We caught a sea ancestor serpent in our village. Yeah, you heard me right. Sea ancestor serpent. Old Sixth barked into the phone with one hand on his hip, sounding like an absolute badass. At the village office, Old Sixth cranked out 8 or 9 calls back to back. Wendy, don't you worry. If it really is the real deal, you won't lose out. Not one bit. He paused, then gave a wry smile. But if it isn't, then, brother, you've buried me. Every connection I've built up over the years, I just laid them all on the line today. Big Brother laughed. Sixth Brother, set your mind at ease. Once we move the goods, you'll get your cut, not a percent short. The two walked out of the village office. Old Sixth headed straight back to our place with Big Brother. He wasn't going to rest easy without laying eyes on it himself. Truth be told, he was already starting to regret it. Should have come to see the thing first, then made the calls. What if it wasn't? He'd be totally screwed. When they got to my house, Old Sixth locked eyes on that shimmering, multicolored snake skin and couldn't look away. It really is a sea ancestor serpent. He reached out and stroked the scales, muttering to himself. After a good while, he finally looked up. Where's the gallbladder? Big Brother pointed to the wall, where a gallbladder the size of a basketball hung on display. Old Sixth walked over, eyes fixed on it, practically bloodshot with greed. He gritted his teeth and turned back. The gallbladder, $500. Sell it to me. Big Brother smiled and shook his head. Sixth Brother, let's wait till the buyers get here. 500 was nothing to sneeze at, but for a sea ancestor serpent's gallbladder, only 500? Shouldn't that thing be worth a whole boat? Old Sixth sighed. He knew full well that grabbing that gallbladder for 500 would be the steal of a lifetime. Sit on it for 5 years, and the price would jump tenfold, easy. But Big Brother just wouldn't sell. Someone's here. Chung Jinrui nudged me. She'd already picked up on Old Sixth Zhou's voice from the next room. I was resting my head on her thigh, and I just waved it off with a smile. What's it got to do with us? Big Brother and sister-in-law can handle it. Jinrui opened her mouth, then swallowed her words back down. I could tell, in her heart, she felt a man should step up in situations like this. That's what real responsibility looks like. But I couldn't be bothered. It's just Old Sixth Zhou. Still early. Let me catch a little shut-eye first. I rolled over, wrapped my arms around her slender waist, and let out a big yawn. She couldn't do anything with me. Leaning back against the bedding, she perked up her ears to listen for any sound from the room next door. How much a sea ancestor snake carcass would go for, she had no idea either. But selling it beat holding on to it. Big gold pearls could be stored 10, 20 years without spoiling, and only got more valuable over time. But not the sea ancestor snake. In this weather, the meat wouldn't keep, and the hide might not even survive. Better to just cash it in. By noon, sheet metal sedans came rolling into the village one after another, heading straight for my Big Brother's front door. Lucky it was cold out and no one was around. Normally, even one car showing up would have been a spectacle, let alone a whole string of them. Where's the sea ancestor snake? A guy in his 20s walked in, trailed by a middle-aged steward and 2 hulking men who looked like bodyguards. Name's Wei. The Food is Heaven restaurant in the county. That's ours, the Wei family's. Wei Guiqiang is my father. I'm Wei Howren. This sea ancestor snake today, the Wei family's taking it. I'll ask you gentlemen to give us that courtesy. He cupped his fists at the 2 middle-aged dealers who'd arrived earlier, his voice loud enough to carry. Inside the room, I lay in Jinrui's arms, one leg crossed over the other, squinting with a grin. Wife, you ever heard of Food is Heaven? Jinrui hummed. One of the top restaurants in the county. Famous for seafood. I chuckled. No wonder he's talking so big. But Jinrui frowned. If nobody bids against him, that's bad news for us. A take-it-or-leave-it price with no competition meant the price wouldn't go up. I shook my head. Relax. Those folks out there aren't going to back off just because of the Wei family name. She looked down at me. How do you know? The corner of my mouth curled up. Want to make a bet? Jinrui's face went red instantly. One look at that grin, and she knew I was up to no good. But she still asked, bet what? I snickered. If those people out there tear off the gloves with Wei Howren and start bidding against each other, you lose. And you gotta agree to one thing I want. Her eyes flickered. Blushing, she said, tell me first. What is it? I beckoned. Lean in close. She lowered her head. I put my mouth to her ear and told her. Her face went crimson in a flash. She shot me a fierce glare and said, all coy. You dirty rotten thing. Always thinking about this outrageous stuff. That's disgusting. I am not doing that. Don't you ever bring it up again. Before the words were even out, she frowned and put on a stern face. Tell me the truth. Have you done this with somebody else? I forced a laugh and quickly shook my head. No. No? If you've never done it, how would you even know it's possible? No matter how I explained, she wouldn't buy it. She was dead set that I'd been up to tricks with somebody else. Otherwise, where'd I get all these ideas? Hoisting the rock only to drop it on my own foot. Outsmarting myself. That was me, right there. Wife, I swear, I've never tried this with any other woman. I raised my hand, ready to swear a solemn oath. Smack. She slapped my hand back down. Humph. From now on, with anyone, don't you ever pull that. Filthy. What if you catch something? You want to die young? You want to leave me a widow for the rest of my life? She lit into me until I was practically in tears. I muttered to myself, not even with protection? You rotten thing. Her ears burned bright red the whole time she was scolding me. Outside, Wei Howren frowned at Zhou Laolu. Where's the goods? Zhou Laolu smiled ingratiatingly. Young Master Wei, don't rush. Wait till everyone's here then. The hell with your mother. You think I'm some sucker? Don't push your luck. If you ever want to keep selling seafood in the county, quit stalling. Wei Howren cursed, then added, it's not like I'm going to shortchange you. What the hell are we waiting for? He knew the score. The longer this dragged out, the more could go wrong. Fewer people meant he could push the price down. Once everyone showed up, even the food as heaven name might not carry the day. Zhou Laolu didn't dare say a word. The goods weren't his. He was just the middleman, taking his cut. Wei Howren turned his eyes on my brother and sister-in-law. You two own the goods? Bring it out, and let's take a look. Don't worry. If it's the real deal, Wei Howren doesn't skimp. Big Bro hesitated a beat, then nodded and had my sister-in-law bring out the sea ancestor snake hide. A thick, hefty roll, weighed dozens of pounds. Fresh hide, not dried, not tanned. The moment it was unrolled, not just Wei Howren, the two dealers who'd arrived first had their eyes bulging green. Anyone could tell it was top quality. They'd never seen a sea ancestor snake, but they'd heard plenty of stories. Wei Howren quickly noticed something off. No head. Where's the piece from the head? Big Bro squatted against the wall, a cigarette between his lips. Rotted off. Rotted? Then the price. Big Bro cut him off flat. Young Master Wei, price too low, we don't sell. Wei Howren choked on his words. With people still not all there, he swallowed the low ball he was about to throw. One of the dealers spoke up. This hide, how much are you folks asking? Wei Howren's face darkened. This was them going head-to-head with food is heaven. You two gentlemen. The dealer cut him off. Young Master Wei, other stuff, we'll give food is heaven the courtesy and step aside. But this piece? Every man for himself. Wei Howren cursed and sighed, but on second thought, once the rest showed up, the price was only going higher. Big Bro didn't beat around the bush either. He named his price straight out. Trade for a 20-meter steel-hulled trawler. No less than 80% condition. The dealer went quiet at that. A boat like that ran at least 8,000 yuan, minimum. Pay 8 grand for a hide. How much profit was left? The other dealer offered Zhou Laolu a cigarette. Any wiggle room? Big Bro shook his head. If you can swing it, take it now. Otherwise, once everyone's here, I'll ask around. Whether it was worth 8 grand, Big Bro didn't know. But he'd locked his teeth on it. A used steel trawler, 80% condition or better, or no deal. Done. Amid everyone's stunned looks, Wei Howren grit his teeth and agreed. Give me 3 days. I'll get a used one from the county, no less than 80% condition. Big Bro smiled. Can't be under 20 meters. Wei Howren tipped his head up. You doubt me? Go ask around the county. When has Wei Howren ever gone back on his word? I cheat you, my whole family drops dead. I trust you. Big Bro rolled the hide up, tied it with hemp rope, and turned to Zhou Laolu. The hide goes to young Master Wei for 8,000. You take 5%, and you handle bringing the boat back from the county. Deal. Zhou Laolu broke into a grin and slapped his chest. Wendy, don't you worry. Leave it to me. 5% of 8 grand, 400 yuan. More than an ordinary man could earn in 2 or 3 years of odd jobs. Wei Howren didn't care how the two of them split it. He pressed on. Besides the hide, what else? Big Bro said, whatever young Master Wei wants, we can sell you a bit more. The snake head, snake eyes, snake fangs, venom glands, snake brain, snake bone marrow. One listen and you could tell he was a pro, zeroing in on the head. Big Brother shook his head. The head got smashed. Of everything you named, only the bone marrow's left. He He paused. 500 a pound. How much you want? Wei Howard frowned. Too steep. 270, tops. Big brother shook his head. Then let's wait till everyone's here before we settle on a price. Wei Howard didn't push it. He knew snake bone marrow inside out. 300 a pound was the ceiling. And with no fridge to take it home to, in this stretch of rainy weather it'd spoil fast. Once it went rancid, it wasn't worth a dime. What about the sea ancestor snake's organs? Intestines, heart, liver, stomach. Food is heaven wants them all. He deliberately didn't mention the gallbladder. That was the most valuable piece. Lock down the rest first. Big brother chuckled. Liver, stomach, intestines, all for sale. But the heart's not going. I'm saving that for my son. Boy needs a tonic. Wei Howard frowned. A single snake heart is worth 800, 900, maybe $1,000. You sure you want to feed that to your kid? Inside, he sneered. Stinking fishermen off the coast. Won't even go take a piss and look at their own reflection. Something worth $1,000, and they think they deserve to eat it? Big sister-in-law opened her mouth to say something, caught the look on Big Brother's face, and swallowed it back. She was just a country wife, didn't know much, but she knew to let her man save face. Big Brother spoke slowly and evenly. The sea ancestor snake was hauled up by our family. Doesn't matter if it's worth 800 or 100,000. If we want to eat it, who's going to stop us? I sauntered in with my short club slung over my shoulder, all loose and lazy. Wei Howard frowned. And who the hell are you? I leaned against the doorframe and grinned. Fu Wendy's my older brother. Fu Xiaoqiang's my nephew. Name's Fu Wenbiao. Long heard of the great young master Wei. The snake heart stays with our family. Not for sale. Wei Howard was pissed on the spot. Fine, don't sell it. But what's with the fire poker on your shoulder? You think you look tough? Toss it aside. It's an eyesore. Zhou Laoyo's face changed, and he shot my big brother a warning look. Food is Heaven was the biggest seafood restaurant in the county, with connections running deep. Not the kind of people you wanted to piss off. Any good catch coming up in the future, you'd still be counting on them. My brother started to get up and speak, but I cut in with a smile. You got it. You're the big shot. I'm the little guy. Whatever you say. I'll put the stick away. I didn't grovel or fawn. Sure, I was a little rough around the edges, but I didn't talk back either. Wei Howard rolled his eyes and turned to my brother. The stuff you just mentioned, weigh it up for me. My brother frowned and tried to speak again, but I jumped in. Bro, young master weighs a straight shooter. Didn't even haggle on the skin. For that alone, let's sell him all the innards. Then I turned, narrowed my eyes at Wei Howard, and grinned. But young master Wei wouldn't shortchange us either, right? Only then did Wei Howard give me a real look, and his expression softened considerably. A local rich boy walking right through my door. I wasn't out of my mind. Sucking up was in order. I pulled out a pack of white sand cigarettes, 45 cents a pack, and offered him one. Wei Howard didn't put on airs. He took it and leaned in for a light off mine. Zhou Laolu just stared. He was thinking to himself. 2 days ago when he came to my place to buy croaker, I was jabbing my finger in his face and cursing him out. What changed overnight? Several dozen pounds of sea ancestor snake organs. 3,300. Wei Howard took the lot. The county merchants started rolling in. When they heard the skin and organs had already gone to the young master of Food is Heaven, none of them looked happy. But the price was set, nothing they could do. A few pulled my brother aside and offered to bump it up by 300 or 500. My brother wouldn't budge. I spoke up with a grin. There's still the meat, bone in, boneless, take your pick. And last but not least, the gallbladder. Highest bidder wins. Where's the gallbladder? Let's see it. My sister-in-law Lu Chunhua brought out the big gallbladder, size of a basketball. Once it dried out, it'd probably shrink down to the size of a softball. But this was medicinal, sold by the piece. 2,000. Anyone in? Old Lu, you kidding? $2,000 for a sea ancestor snake gall? I'll go 6. Before we could even open our mouths, the merchants were bidding against each other. Nobody was stupid. That roll of snakeskin had traded for a used steel-hulled trawler. Lowballing wasn't going to get anyone anywhere. 6,500. Before long it hit 8,000. $8,000 was the threshold. Past that, the bidders thinned out. Then an older guy named Sun gritted his teeth and spoke up. I don't have that kind of cash, but I've got 2 storefronts on the main strip at the county seafood market. Bought them for 4,500 each. Now each one's worth at least $5,000. Some are listed at 5,500. That seafood market's the biggest in a stretch of counties around here. Going forward, all the buying and selling's gonna run through it, and prices are only going up. I'll trade 2 storefronts for this gallbladder. How about it? The room broke into whispers. The merchant named Lu cut in through clenched teeth. That seafood market? God knows when it'll actually be up and running. Right now it's the middle of nowhere. I'm offering 8,500, cash in hand, for the gall. Give me a straight answer. My brother and sister-in-law exchanged a glance. Clearly tempted. 8,500 would buy another used steel trawler. My brother and I would each have our own boat. Top tier in Great White Shark Village. My brother was about to speak when I jumped in again with a smile. Bro, I think those seafood market shops are a good deal. You take the money for the boat, give me the storefronts. Brothers or not, let's keep the accounts clean. Sound fair? The room went quiet again. Merchant Lou snorted, furious. You out of your damn mind? For 8,500, you can't just go buy 2 shops yourself. I gave him a lazy sideways glance. You sure you can get 2 of them for 8,500? Tell you what, 2 storefronts plus 500 and the gall's yours. Deal. Lou shut his mouth on the spot. It wasn't the 500. He could scrape that together. It was the 2 storefronts. That area had already gone up in price, and even then they were hard to come by. I swept the room with my eyes. Anybody bidding higher than Mr. Sun? No. Then the gall goes to Mr. Sun for the 2 storefronts. My brother and sister-in-law frowned, but didn't say anything more. Brothers keep the books clean. By rights, on this sea ancestor snake, my wife and I should have taken 2/3. The remaining meat sold at 16 a pound, 180 pounds gone. We dug out a little over 4 pounds of bone marrow, split between Wei Howren and another buyer named Lee at 300 a pound. We still had 40-odd pounds of meat left. Add in the bones, and the total came out to just over 4,600. Wei Howren took a business card from his steward and handed it to me. Kid, you've got a good eye? That seafood market's got real potential. Sharper head on your shoulders than your brother. Anything good comes up down the line, call me direct. I took the card and saw him off to his car with a smile. Every merchant walked out with at least a few pounds of meat and bone. Nobody came for nothing. Once everyone was gone, we shut the door and sat down on the little folding stools to settle up. My brother rubbed his hands. Used trawlers priced at 8,000. 5% commission, that's 400. You'll get it when the boat comes in. Joe. Lu Xiao grinned from ear to ear, nodding vigorously. Of course, of course. My brother went on. Snake gallbladder traded for 2 shops, valued at 9 grand. Same 5%. I'll pay you once the transfer's done. Meat, bones, organs, 5,200 total, 5%, 260. My brother knew how to handle people. He counted it out right in front of Zhou Laolu. Laolu, 260. Count it yourself. Zhou Laolu chuckled. No need to count. But he counted it anyway. The remaining 850, I'll give you once the boat and shops are transferred over. Zhou Laolu sat for a bit longer, then headed out into the rain, all smiles. Once the door was shut, my sister-in-law wasn't having it. Why do you give him so much? He just runs his mouth and walks off with over 1 grand of our money. If it were up to me, I wouldn't give him a dime. I just smiled and stayed out of it. My brother frowned. What do you know? He runs his mouth and lines up all these rich buyers. Could you do that? Without Laolu bringing us buyers, we couldn't have gotten 2 grand hauling that snake around ourselves. Long hair, short brains. That set her off. Oh, you fool, Wendy. Aren't you something? If you're so smart, go find yourself someone with short hair and long brains. My brother snapped back. Enough already. You want the whole neighborhood laughing at us. Hands on her hips, eyes blazing. This is my own house. Who am I afraid of laughing at me? Go on, say it. I shrank into my shoulders, forced a laugh, and got up off the stool to slip away. Number 2, hang on. My brother called me back and waved for my sister-in-law to cool it. Business first. He looked at me. You were right. Brothers should still keep the book straight. By rights, you and your wife should get the bigger cut of that snake. But your big brother and sister-in-law here don't have your talent. So we've been mooching off you and Jean Rouet. My face changed. I said quickly, Bro, come on. We're family. He waved me off. You've got a wife now. It's not really convenient for us all to keep living together. Your sister-in-law and I already talked this through. The lot next door, we'll build you a house there, running about 13 or 1,400. That comes out of the snake money. After paying Laolu, we've got 4 grand left. 1,500 for building your house. That leaves 2,500. 500 goes to Jean Rouet as her nest egg. The remaining 2 grand. Snake income split even, 1 grand per household. Those 2 shops at the seafood market are yours. Mr. Wei's fishing boat is ours. My brother asked. Split like that, any objections? I went quiet. I could hear what this really was. He was splitting up the household. Honestly, splitting up wasn't a bad thing. I had a wife now. Couldn't keep leaning on my brother and his wife forever. They had a son to raise too. I shook my head. Bro, I'm good with whatever you say. No objections. He smiled and nodded. Good. My sister-in-law grumbled from the side. The money from those blood cockles and yellow croakers the other day, we haven't split that yet either. I laughed. This sister-in-law of mine, hands down a good woman, she just had a mouth that rubbed people the wrong way. My brother peeled off 1,500 and handed it to me. Take this first. Whatever's left after the house is built, we'll settle up. I didn't play coy, just took it with a smile. Once you split households, you've got to keep things clear. Nobody thinks it matters, but you never really know what's in someone's heart. Brothers who fell out over money, there's no shortage of them. My sister-in-law leaned against the doorframe, kind of lost in thought. When she married into the Fu family, I was still a little kid. She practically raised me short of nursing me. She'd wiped my ass and cleaned up my messes, watched me grow up like her own son. Now here I was, all grown. She sighed and muttered to my brother with a bitter smile. The minute you said split up, I felt this ache in my chest. I really can't stand to see him go. My brother took a drag on his cigarette. Weren't you complaining he drove you nuts all day long? He's building right next door. You'll see him every day. She rolled her eyes at him. That's easy for you to say, but you don't know squat. I raised that little punk myself, dirty diapers and all. Back in my own room, I'd heard every word from next door. Chung Jinrui hadn't come out while we sold the snake. For one, a woman didn't really have a place in that conversation. For two, she didn't want to come off as pushy if my brother and his wife could handle it. She wasn't going to butt in. I shut the door and told her everything again. We're splitting the household. Here's $1,500 from the snake. My brother and his wife traded for a used steel fishing boat, and I picked the 2 shops at the seafood market. She'd probably already heard it, but this kind of thing, you tell her again anyway. That's basic respect. Jinrui took the money, walked over to the wardrobe, pulled out a tin box, put the money inside, closed the lid, and put it back. From now on, you don't touch this money on your own. Anything you want to spend on, whatever it is, you tell me first. Got it. I wrapped my arms around her waist from behind and chuckled. Got it. Don't you worry, boss lady. I'll never sneak a dime out of this house. A few days ago, she might not have bought it, but now she believed me. It's not like she wouldn't give me money if I actually needed to spend some. I tilted my head up to look at her. Babe, now that we've split off, we're on our own. With hips like yours, that belly's got to come through. She flushed and shot me a look. What did big hips have to do with a belly? You like kids? I grinned. Course I do. Who doesn't like his own kid? She reached up and tapped my forehead. Then why are you always yelling at Xiaoqiang? When you've got your own son, you can't be raising him like that. I grinned and told her. That's different. Fu Xiaoqiang sticks to you like a burr. No way our son's gonna turn out like him. Jinrui blushed. Truth is, she actually liked Fu Xiaoqiang. Yeah, the kid talked a lot. But at that age, kids are a menace. Xiaoqiang was actually pretty well behaved. By nightfall the rain had let up, though the wind was still whipping around. After dinner, back in the room, she wrapped her arms around me, flushed, coaxing me like a kid. Big tide tomorrow morning. With the typhoon these past few days, plenty of good stuff will wash up. Let's save our energy tonight, okay? Okay, that's what I said, but my hands weren't listening, rooting around like a pig at a trough. She didn't know whether to laugh or be mad. She held out at first, then just gave in. I could really tell my body had gotten stronger. Used to be 100 squats and I'd nearly piss myself from exhaustion. Now I could knock out 300 push-ups and 200 squats in one go, easy as breathing. The next morning, before the sky was even light, my brother and his wife were up next door. Big tide today, tons of seafood, and the whole village was banking on this one day. Our situation had improved, sure, but you don't shake off a hardworking habit. Some folks in the village were already down at the beach in the middle of the night, waiting for the tide to go out. Babe, hand me some cash. Jinrui had been planning to let me sleep in. When she saw I was up, she paused. You're going beachcombing. What do you need money for? I stretched. In case I run into something good. Just take it. Zhou Laolu buys low and sells high down at the small pier. We can do the same. You sure that's okay? We're not stockpiling, just cherry-picking the good stuff. Besides, Zhou Laolu isn't the only one working the docks. It'll be fine. How much you want? Start with 20. Don't underestimate that 20 bucks. It's a month's wages for most folks. I like keeping some cash in my pocket, so I'm never caught short. On the way out, I ran into my sister-in-law. She told us to go back to bed, but her face was beaming. No point sleeping now, sis, Chung Jinrui said with a smile. Big tide today, we're gonna see if we can scavenge something good. Honestly, both my brother and his wife adored their new sister-in-law. They even thought I didn't deserve her. Burlap sacks, shovel, rake, dustpan, buckets, we grabbed it all. The beach was right at our doorstep. Location, location, location. The 4 of us headed out just as the sky was turning gray. There were already figures moving along the sand. I pointed toward the rocks to the west. I'm gonna check that way first. After a typhoon like this, there's bound to be good pickings over there. Sis hesitated, then gave Chung Jinrui a wry smile. Jinrui, you stick with him. He's reckless. Waves are rough today. Don't let him do anything stupid. Sure, no problem. She grabbed a bucket and jogged after me. With my wife beside me, I was in a great mood. I kicked seawater at her. What was that for? You looking for a beating? I smirked and kicked again, this time soaking her. That did it. She retaliated. The 2 of us chased each other around, splashing and laughing all the way toward the rocks. Just as we neared the reef, Chung Jinrui suddenly stopped, frowning as she pointed out at the water. One biao, what is that? I followed her finger, and my face went pale. The shape of it, It looked like a person, floating in the tidal pool in front of the rocks, getting slapped against the stone by every wave. If it really was a person, they were long dead, bobbing there without moving. Finding a corpse in the water isn't rare. If you find one, you fish it out. That's the rule of the sea. Do good deeds, and heaven watches over your boat. A body shouldn't drift out there. It needs to come home, to be laid to rest. Running into this thing first thing in the morning gave me the creeps. But leaving it soaking there didn't sit right either. Hauling it up would take time and effort, and I'd stink of death for half a month. Should I go get my brother and sister-in-law? Even tough as she was, my wife was still just 18. The sight of a corpse spooked her. I shook my head. No time. Let me get closer first and see if I can drag it up. Be careful. Don't rush it. If it's no good, we can wait till daylight. Yeah, got it. I climbed up onto the rocks. From up high, I frowned harder. The more I looked at this thing, the more off it seemed. That didn't look like a human body. I hadn't been able to see clearly from a distance. This thing was about human-sized, maybe 5'6". But if it were a corpse, it should be bloated and pale by now. This one wasn't swollen at all. The skin was a dark bluish black, and the legs sank into the water. No split? No split. The longer I stared, the more it looked like. No legs at all. What the hell is this thing? I started climbing down the rocks to get a closer look. That's when things got weird. The moment I stepped down, a thin mist rose up from the tidal pool. The sky wasn't fully light yet, and visibility was already poor, so I didn't think much of it. But from where Chung Jinrui stood, what she saw was this. I paused on the rocks for a moment, then dove headfirst straight into the sea. I jumped. She gasped, screamed, and scrambled up onto the rocks. When she looked down, the corpse was gone. And so was I. Gone in the blink of an eye. Both of us. She took a deep breath, grabbed the curved sickle from the bucket, set her jaw, and plunged straight into the water. Something wasn't right. Not even close. A grown man just drops into the water and vanishes. No thrashing, no bubbles. That's impossible. Her husband grew up by the ocean. City boy looks or not, he could swim. Unless, something down there was holding him under, keeping him from surfacing. Chung Jinrui was hot-blooded. Worried sick over me, her fear evaporated. All that was left was killing intent. The pool wasn't deep, maybe 15 feet. One good dive down, and she spotted me. Her husband was wrapped up with something. The two of us were tangled together, mouth to mouth, going at it hot and heavy. My eyes were closed, a blissful look on my face. The thing across from me, green-faced, fanged, with a woman's body. Human from the waist up, a fish's tail below. The creature glared at Chung Jinrui, eyes full of venom, like she was pissed that her fun had been ruined. It bared its teeth, snarled, and pointed at her. A clear threat. Back off. Now, Chung Jinrui wasn't having it. She swung the sickle down in one fierce stroke. The mermaid shrieked and yanked its hand back, barely dodging the blade. Refusing to give up, it wrapped its arms around me, trying to drag me down into deeper water. Chung Jinrui snorted, kicked off the rock, and shot after it. She was every bit as fast as that thing. She caught up and swung the sickle again, aimed straight for the back of its heart. A hit there meant death or crippling injury. Cornered, the mermaid was forced to let me go. That was when Chung Jinrui noticed. Down below, the two of us had actually been joined together. And I still had that smug little grin, looking utterly satisfied. She was so furious, she gritted her teeth. Ignoring me for the moment, she raised the sickle and took off after the creature, determined to gut it alive. But the mermaid swam too damn fast. In seconds it was out of reach. In the end, she couldn't stop worrying about me. After chasing another 30 feet or so, she gritted her teeth and turned back. Wrapping her arms around me, she kicked toward the surface. Slap, slap, 2 hard smacks across my face. I jolted awake, spit out the water in my mouth, and grinned at her like an idiot. Baby, you're gorgeous. Chung Jinrui had been fuming, but seeing my dopey face, most of the anger drained out of her. You remember what just happened? She asked coldly. I blinked. Just now? Weren't we just under the covers? Huh. How'd we end up out here? Think harder. What did you hear? What did you see? That was when it hit me. I climbed down off the rocks to check out that thing in the water. When I turned it over, it had been Chung Jinrui. My wife had smiled up at me, more seductive than I'd ever seen her. Then somehow I'd chased her into the water, and somehow we were back in bed, going at it, and it had felt pretty damn good. There's a mermaid demon in the water. She was trying to drain your essence, she said grimly. A mermaid demon? My eyes went wide. I swallowed hard. There's really stuff like that out there. Every kid growing up on the coast heard the legends. They said mermaids took the form of beautiful women to seduce sailors, lay with them, and steal their life essence. Any sailor who fell for it would come back to shore deathly ill, and if his luck was really bad, he'd be dead within 2 years. I put on a miserable face and wailed. Damn it. That thing turned into you. I couldn't resist the temptation. Honey, am I gonna die? I don't want to die, And I don't want you to be a widow either. We haven't even had a son yet. Chung Jinrui listened, torn between anger and laughter. You still want a son? I'll give you a son, my ass. But then again, this really wasn't entirely his fault. Mermaid spirits had stronger mental powers than humans, so it made sense he couldn't hold out. Still, that dirty grin he'd had underwater? The more she thought about it, the more it pissed her off. Honey, say something. Am I really gonna die? I clung to her, actually crying now. I seriously didn't want to die. When we got back to the front door, sister-in-law took one look and saw I was being carried bridal style by her junior sister-in-law. Her eyeballs nearly popped out. Big brother, who'd been digging for seafood nearby, ran over too. Chung Jinrui managed a weak smile. It's nothing. He fell into a tidal channel and got spooked. Sister-in-law's eyes went wide. Fell in the water and got spooked? Since when does that require your wife to carry you home? Isn't this just plain bullying? Look at you. You Fu family are all cut from the same rotten cloth. Not a decent one in the bunch. Give me that shovel. Sister-in-law snatched the shovel out of Big Brother's hand, her face black as she turned to Chung Jinrui. Jinrui, drop this little bastard on the ground. I'll beat him to death for you. Seeing that sister-in-law was really about to swing, I hopped down from my wife's arms and ducked behind her, begging for mercy. Sis, what are you doing? I didn't ask her to carry me. She insisted on. Ow, you're really swinging that thing? The shovel slammed into the ground right next to me. I yelped and bolted for the house. If I hadn't run, with sister-in-law's temper, she would have smacked me a couple times just for show in front of my new wife. Chung Jinrui covered her mouth and laughed. But then the image of me hugging that mermaid in the water flashed through her mind, and the smile faded. She knew it wasn't all my fault, but she was still ticked, and it happened right under her nose. This man's willpower was pathetic. Lucky the little bastard runs fast. Just wait till I get my hands on him. Sister-in-law cursed a bit more before finally forcing a smile at Chung Jinrui. Jinrui, don't spoil him. When he needs a beating, beat him. When he needs a scolding, scold him. Your big brother and I both know what kind of piece of work he is. We'll always take your side. Chung Jinrui didn't know how to explain, so she just hummed in reply and said nothing more. I ran home, but she couldn't. It was spring tide today. She had to hustle and gather what she could. Let me put it this way. On spring tide days, everyone in the whole village, except the bedridden folks who literally couldn't move, came out to try their luck. Get lucky and snag a fish, and you could sell it for $12 or more. That's over a month's worth of odd jobs. I got home and pushed the door open, empty. Not a soul. Even that little brat Fu Xiaoqiang was nowhere to be seen. I flopped onto the old wooden plank bed, staring blankly up at the ceiling. My mind kept replaying what happened at the shore. Truth is, what I saw at the beach today and what Chung Jinrui saw were two completely different things. Not just what we saw. Even the timing didn't add up. I mulled it over for a long time, and the more I thought about it, the weirder it got. That thing back there wasn't some spirit maze trick. It was a barrier. Yeah, a barrier. Ever since I transmigrated here 2 days ago, a lot of my memories didn't match up with what I was seeing. A thought started forming in my head. Is this place really a fishing village from the 60s or 70s? First there was the purple Empyrean turtle, then the sea ancestor serpent, and I never put it together. Not until today, until what happened under those rocks, did it finally click. When I dove down under the rocks, there was a thin mist floating on the water's surface. The hallucinations, or entering the barrier, whatever it was, it probably had something to do with that mist. I asked Chung Jinrui, and she said she didn't see any mist at all. She only saw me standing on the rocks in a daze, and then splash. I jumped in. But the timing doesn't add up. From the moment she saw me jump, to when she came running over, to when she dove in to save me. The whole thing was 2 minutes tops. With her speed, probably less than 1. But I know what I experienced. I was tangled up with that thing underwater for way longer than that. 10 minutes? Half an hour? Anything was possible. And thinking back to the moment I crouched on the rocks and flipped that thing over, that was no mermaid spirit. It was a face, pure, delicate, breathtakingly beautiful, looking up at me all bashful, playing hard to get in that no, but yes kind of way. At the time, I knew crystal clear in my head, this woman wanted my body. But I couldn't control myself. Why? Because my mental willpower was too damn weak. And why did this thing target me? Most likely because I'd been eating way too well lately. Purple Empyrean turtle blood. They say a single drop of purple blood is worth a fortune. I downed 1.5 pounds in one go. Purple Empyrean turtle meat. I ate plenty of that too. The sea ancestor serpent's brain. I swallowed it raw while the thing was still alive. Forget the inner core for now. Just the snake meat alone. I put away 5 pounds by myself. In the end, even Lu Chunhua didn't dare feed me anymore. I'd overnourished myself. The energy in my body was too concentrated, and it drew every filthy thing in the sea straight to me. My eyes lit up as I pieced it all together. The world I transmigrated into isn't some ordinary 60s, 70s, or 80s era. This place isn't the world I thought it was. There's real stuff in the sea. Sea monsters, sea demons, all real. The sea ancestor serpent crawling up on shore was proof, plain as day. And me, this transmigrator? Looks like I don't have any cheat power. But my luck's not bad. I've got a gorgeous noble lady for a wife, and every now and then I get to sample some spirit beast or divine creature. Not a bad starting hand at all. The corner of my mouth curled up as I muttered to myself. If I get to choose, I'm staying put in this world. Sticking with my family, my wife, raising kids. Once you're here, you might as well settle in. Live a good 100 years first, and worry about the rest later. The face of that woman from the sea drifted back into my mind, and I compared her side by side with Chung Jinrui. Damn, my wife's still prettier. I was still savoring that thought when, creak, the door opened. At first I figured it was Fu Xiaoqiang coming back, so I didn't think much of it. I wasn't planning on going back to the shore anyway. That whole incident had left me shaken. Plus, I was scared sister-in-law Lu Chunhua would take another swing at me with that shovel. The money from selling the sea ancestor serpent was enough to live on for years. I could lie around the house being a deadbeat and be perfectly fine. But then, next thing I knew, there was the sound of drawers being ransacked in the next room. I froze. No, that wasn't Fu Xiaoqiang. If that kid dared to tear the place up like that at home, Lu Chunhua would skin him alive. Pai Byuk. Who's that? I rolled out of bed, bent down, and pulled out the beat-up short blade from under the bed. Gripping it in my hand, I crept toward the room next door. Peeking through the window, a woman, ass in the air, was rummaging through everything in the room. My eyes bulged. Face dark, I walked straight to the door. Big Bro's courtyard had 4 main rooms. The kitchen in the middle, Big Bro and sis-in-law in the west room, junk piled in the east room, and Chung Jinrui and I stayed in the side room, which had its own door. I leaned against the doorway of the west room, watching the woman tear through the place, completely oblivious. I knew this woman, the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family that ran the little corner store closest to my place, Hao Xiaoyi, Zhou Wenwu's older sister-in-law. I was baffled. This broad running over to my house first thing in the morning to ransack the place. Wasn't she scared of getting caught red-handed? How come there's nothing here? Hao Xiaoyi muttered anxiously to herself, going through the cabinet she'd already searched a second time. My eyes turned cold, and I spoke up. What the hell are you looking for? Money. She answered on reflex, then her hands froze mid-motion. She looked up, eyes filled with disbelief, staring at me. That look practically screamed. How are you home? I frowned. Not many people knew about yesterday's big score selling the sea ancestor snake. Only Zhou Laolu. Zhou Guangcai and Zhou Laolu were blood brothers, but the two families were on rotten terms. Word shouldn't have gotten to their household. And I'd never heard of this broad having sticky fingers before. She always seemed like a decent, upstanding person. Just goes to show, you never really know someone. Now she was stealing from my house. It's not what you think. Hao Xiaoyi snapped back to her senses, her face going red, then white. She knew better than anyone what it meant to get cornered like this. I said coldly, not what I think. You just said it yourself, looking for money. Looking for money not in your own house, but running to mine? What do you call that? If not stealing. She was trembling all over, face ghostly pale, biting her lip and shaking her head desperately. No, I didn't steal. I came to borrow. Huh. I pointed at the clothes scattered all over the floor with the blade. Who taught you to borrow money like this? Thud. She dropped to her knees. Wenbiao, little brother, sis was wrong. I'm sorry. Sis had a moment of stupidity. Please forgive me. Forgive you. I sneered. You steal from my house and expect me to forgive you. She slumped to the floor, saying weakly. Sis had no choice either. It really was just a moment of weakness. I frowned. My family doesn't even look well off. Why the hell did you pick my house to steal from? She hesitated, then lowered her head and came clean. Zhou Laolu let it slip last night. He told you. No. He was drinking with Zhang Matzi from the village and had too much. He let it slip that your family sold a sea ancestor snake and made 20 or 30 grand. Zhang Matzi was a big shot in the village. He had a metal fishing boat, and his 2 sons had boats too. They sold all their catch to Zhou Laolu. So how did you find out? Zhang Matzi's second daughter, Zhang Area, told me. We're close. She comes over to hang out all the time. An image of a girl with a long braid flashed through my mind. Zhang Area? Zhang Yuer. She nodded, wiping away a tear. She's the one who told me. I rolled my eyes. No matter who told you, you can't just come steal. If the security office finds out about this, they'll haul you in. The moment she heard security office, Hao Xiaoyi panicked. She scrambled over on her knees, wrapped her arms around my legs, and begged pitifully. I looked down at her. This broad wasn't bad looking. Of course, compared to my wife, it was night and day. I tilted my head. Your in-laws run a corner store. Zhou Wenxiang's got a boat. Your family isn't hurting for money. So why are you out here stealing? She bit her lip and looked down. I gambled. Lost over 600, didn't dare tell the family. My eyes went wide. Over 600? How the hell did you lose that much? She said tearfully. At first I had good cards, won a few dozen bucks. Then it got worse and worse. The other players kept winning bigger pots. When I ran out of money, they offered to lend me some. The more I heard, the darker my face got. This was a goddamn setup, waiting for this stupid woman to walk right into it. I stared at her. When you couldn't pay, they wanted you to work it off with your body, didn't they? How Xiaoyi froze, her ears flushing bright red instantly. I nailed it. That's exactly what those bastards were using to pressure her. But her husband Zhou Wenxiang was still in the picture. If word got out, he'd beat her to death. With nowhere to turn, she got a bad idea. She'd spotted her opening when Big Bro and sis-in-law took Fu Xiaoqiang to comb the shore. On a big tide day like this, every household headed for the beach. But out of all her calculations, she'd forgotten about me, the pretty boy at home. Didn't get the money, and got cornered on top of it. If this got out, it would be worse than losing money at cards. It'd kill her. Wenbiao, little brother, sis is begging you. Please let sis go. She crawled over on her knees and clung to my leg. You let sis go, and sis will do anything you want, okay? She looked up, face flushed, eyes brimming with tears. I looked down at the Zhou family's daughter-in-law. She really did have a certain something. I gave a half smile. Anything I want. And while you're at it, help me find where my brother and sister-in-law hid the money. You take half, I take half. That the idea? She almost nodded. But seeing the mocking look in my eyes, she bit her lip and shook her head. Don't tease sis. Sis really knows she was wrong. Give sis a chance to turn over a new leaf, okay? I sighed and looked at the mess all over the room. You really think my brother and sister-in-law are idiots? They'll see the place has been tossed the second they walk in. She bit her bottom lip, putting on a pitiful little face. So what if they know? The money's not missing, and they don't know it was me. As she spoke, she gripped my leg tighter, her head actually inching up toward my thigh. As long as you help sis this once, sis will do anything you want. I sneered coldly. You really think you're that pretty? Or that valuable? I'm betting you've settled more than one debt at the card table with your body. A slut like you, I'm not interested. Her face went white in a flash. She snapped her head up, glaring, and cursed. Fu Wenbiao, quit your bullshit. I've only been with one man my whole life. Wenxiang, you say that crap again, and I'll take you down with me. Something clicked in my head. I'd only said it to bait her. How many women at a card table are actually clean? But that reaction of hers doesn't seem completely rotten yet. If I were really a gentleman, I would have pushed her away long ago. Would I really let her kneel there by my leg? I sneered again. Even if you haven't traded yourself to settle debts yet, you owe those people hundreds. You think they'll let you off? Sooner or later they'll drag you over there to spread your legs and work it off. How Xiaoyi collapsed to the ground and started sobbing. If she hadn't been pushed to a dead end, she wouldn't have come to my place to ransack it. I squatted down, hooked a finger under her chin, and stared into her eyes. If you really want to end this today once and for all, come clean to Zhou Wenxiang. Let him pay off your gambling debts. Otherwise, you're going to rot into a pile of mush. That what you want? To become a piece of trash. Her eyes were red and swollen. She shook her head desperately. If she could have paid off that money, she wouldn't have gone near a card table again if her life depended on it. I went on. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach him to fish and you feed him for life. Letting you walk isn't saving you. It's watching you jump into the abyss. I paused, then pressed harder. You know my sister-in-law's temper. Seeing the house torn apart like this, she's definitely going to storm over to old 6th Zhou's place and raise hell. They'll trace it right back. You sure that won't lead to you? Stealing money is small potatoes. Gambling debts are a big deal. I know that crowd. They won't back off just because you've got a family and a husband. They'll peel your skin off inch by inch, eat your flesh, squeeze the last drop of marrow out of your bones. They'll turn you into a used-up whore anyone can have and let you rot until you die. Believe me. She cried harder, shaking her head and whimpering. I don't want to die. Then listen to me. When my sister-in-law gets back, I'll tell her to keep it quiet and take you straight to your in-laws. You tell them everything. The gambling debt, the theft, all of it. Beg them. They're your family. That's 100 times better than begging strangers. A few $100, the Zhou family can handle it. But you've got to swear off gambling from here on out. I knew deep down this was her only way out. If she tried some shady route to pay it off herself, that crowd still wouldn't let her go. They'd use it as leverage to squeeze her instead. The evil in human nature is beyond what you can imagine. How Xiaoyi was stunned. Would her in-laws and husband really forgive her? I put on a stern face to scare her. You run now. The local security office will still hunt you down. After all, she was a young wife from the same village, and her sister-in-law and I got along pretty well. I couldn't stand by and watch her rot all the way down. Red-eyed, she let out a sigh. Then thud, she dropped to her knees and kowtowed to me. I jumped, quickly pulling her up. Hey Xiaoyi, what are you doing? I'm not trying to screw you over. I just can't think of a better way. She smiled through her tears. You're not being cruel. This is basically saving me. She lowered her head. I was a fool. I did wrong. I'll take whatever's coming to me. I felt a weight lift. An attitude like this meant she wasn't rotten to the core. 7 or 8 out of 10 chance I could pull her back. Rein in the horse at the cliff's edge. Turn back and you'll find the shore. There's hope for you yet. She looked up at me. Something flashed through her mind, and her face flushed bright red. We were sitting way too close. If anyone saw us like this, they'd definitely get the wrong idea. Shit. Chung Jinrui walked into the yard, hauling 2 big woven sacks on a pole. She took one look at me sitting in the yard chatting with a pretty young wife, and her face darkened instantly. Honey, you're back. I hurried over, helped her set down the sacks, and pointed at the flustered Hao Xiaoyi. I caught a female burglar breaking in. Chung Jinrui swallowed whatever she was about to say. Her eyes were full of skepticism. A thief. Zhou Guangsai's wife. Heard our sea snake sold for tens of thousands and came sniffing around. She trashed my brother and sister-in-law's wardrobe. I caught her red-handed. She frowned. Something didn't add up. The house got robbed, but I wasn't even mad. What actually happened here? I grinned sheepishly and wrapped my arms around her waist. My wife's the smartest. Nothing gets past you. She pushed me off, face cold. Spit it out. I'm not in a good mood today. Hao Xiaoyi had been sizing her up from the moment she stepped into the yard. Women can't help comparing themselves. This woman was prettier, taller, curvier in all the right places, built to bear children. Great presence. Even angry, she looked stunning. Xiaoyi couldn't figure it out. How could a woman this fine end up marrying a pretty boy like Fu Wenbiao? My brother and sister-in-law had gone gray with worry over my marriage prospects. Even divorced older women wouldn't have me. Only widow son was willing to take me in as a live-in son-in-law. Just a few days later, and here I was with a knockout wife? Was she maybe conned or kidnapped into it? I shamelessly leaned in, sat her down, and started massaging her shoulders while I told her the whole story. How Xiaoyi had come to steal money. She admitted it herself. But now she was accepting the consequences and willing to go face the grown-ups. Chung Jinrui gave Hao Xiaoyi a few looks, then fixed her eyes on me. The girl wasn't bad at heart, but she couldn't tell. Was I trying to do a good deed, or was I just hungry for another woman's body? Honey, I did the right thing, didn't I? I looked back at her, open and clear-eyed, conscience clean. It took her a while before she grunted an mm. You didn't do wrong. You handled it well. When my brother and sister-in-law get back, you tell them yourself. She stood up to leave. There was still seafood down on the beach to bring back. Honey, come inside with me for a sec. There's something I need to tell you. I brazenly steered her toward the room. She frowned but followed me in anyway. Hao Xiaoyi stood in the yard listening to the noises coming from inside, and her face slowly turned red too. 5 minutes later, Chung Jinrui came out red-faced, grabbed her tools, and headed straight for the beach. I came out of the room looking thoroughly displeased. Hao Xiaoyi covered her mouth, laughing. I shot her a fierce glare. What are you laughing at? A guy can have an off day, can't he? Her face turned even redder. Fine. I made up my mind. From now on, morning and night, I'd stand in Vajrayong stance. One of these days I'd wear my wife down. Chung Jinrui had taken a beating, but her mood was actually better for it. By the time my brother and sister-in-law got back, it was nearly noon. Even Fu Xiaoqiang had pulled his weight today. Big bro, sis, you're back. Food's ready. Wash up and eat. I grinned and took the credit. I hadn't cooked, but that was beside the point. Lu Chunhua rolled her eyes at me. There was no dealing with her lazy brother-in-law. Hao Xiaoyi, what are you doing here? The moment my sister-in-law saw her, she froze. I knew right away my wife hadn't mentioned it. I walked over and told her the whole story from start to finish. Hao Xiaoyi dropped to her knees again in front of Lu Chunhua. Sis, I lost my mind. Greed got the better of me. Beat me if you want. When Lu Chunhua heard she'd come to steal, her eyes bulged and her mouth flew open. She was about to cuss him out, but Hao Xiaoyi dropped to her knees first. Chung Jinrui walked back into the room, expressionless. The old sob story routine. Bet you 9 times out of 10 I'm the one who taught her that. My sister-in-law came off tough as nails, but underneath it all she was a total softie. Sharp tongue, marshmallow heart. This kind of act got her every single time. Sis, just give her a hand. Gambling debts aren't the kind of thing you can just walk away from. Those guys won't let it slide. I chimed in from the sidelines. Wasn't my money anyway. And down the road, when Zhou Guangsai and Zhou Wenxiang found out, they wouldn't have a single thing to hold against the Fu family. Hell, they'd owe us big time. This wasn't just saving their daughter-in-law. This was saving the whole damn Zhou clan. I didn't tag along to Zhou Guangsai's place. Big brother and sis-in-law went. Me showing up would just muddy the waters. Handled right, this was a favor. Handled wrong, it was a blood feud. Like they say, save one life, and you've built a 7-story pagoda. To Hao Xiaoyi, this couple were basically her second set of parents. As for me, do the deed. Walk away. Keep the glory to yourself. Back in the room, Chung Jinrui said calmly. Pulling a stunt like this, the Zhous might not be grateful at all. They might end up hating the Fu family for it. I was lying with my head in her lap, and I chuckled. I know. But babe, if all a person ever does is weigh the pros and cons, with no heart in it, what's the point of even being alive? She reached down and pinched my cheek. Besides having a heart, you sure you weren't also thinking that little wife's kinda cute? Playing knight in shining armor. I rolled my eyes. Okay, maybe a little. Same village and all. Watching her walk straight into hell without lifting a finger just didn't sit right with me. I quickly added, but I swear on everything. Nothing else on my mind. Swear to God. She scoffed. Yeah, right. I could tell this conversation was only going to dig me deeper, so I changed the subject fast. So, good haul from the beach today? She let it drop. Yeah, I got lucky. Dug up a bunch of big clams, caught 2 nice-sized fish, and picked up a sack of small ones. Sis says it's worth 20, maybe 30 bucks. 3 of us plus that little leech Fu Xiaoqiang. That was the day's take, all pulled together. For a coastal family, it was a nice little windfall. Listening to her, I yawned, closed my eyes. Her scent filled my nose, and I drifted off. She looked down at me, pinched my cheek again, half amused, half exasperated. Today gave her another piece of the puzzle that was me. Looked like a slacker on the outside, but there was a little bit of a hero streak buried in there. Bottom line, not a bad guy. In the Fu household, I was basically royalty. Big bro and sis had spoiled me rotten. Sis chewed me out every single day, but she never actually made me do any real work. When it came to spoiling me, even big bro couldn't hold a candle to her. You show me one grown man in a seaside village who doesn't work all day and sleeps clear through till sundown. That'd be me. Best nap I'd had in a while. Dead to the world, no dreams. When I woke up, big bro and sis were already back. I grabbed a little stool and plopped down next to her. Sis, how'd it go? What did Zhou Guangcai and his wife have to say? She was gutting the little fish, getting them ready to dry into jerky. These little scrap fish, nobody'd buy 'em for even a few pennies a pound. But dried at home, they made great little side dishes, salty, savory, perfect over rice. Too hot to keep 'em fresh, so drying was the only option. Didn't even need salt. Dry 'em all the way through and they'd keep forever. Lu Chuanhua's face was dark. She was fuming. How'd it go? That old bastard Zhou Guangcai flipped it around on us. Said we were framing his daughter-in-law. His wife damn near took a cleaver to me. So how the hell do you think it went? I paused, rubbed my nose. Coming from the Zhou couple, yeah, sounded exactly like something they'd pull. I asked her, so what happened? Did Hao Xiaoyi turn on us too, deny everything? Lu Chuanhua's face softened a bit. Nah, that she didn't. She fessed up to trying to steal the money, spilled the whole gambling debt story. That's when the Zhous finally shut up. I sneered. 2 shriveled old dumpsters, and they still care about airing their dirty laundry. Us not camping out at their front door screaming bloody murder. That's us doing them a favor. Ungrateful pieces of work. Lu Chunhua nodded hard. Right? I'm too damn soft-hearted. Hao Xiaoyi looked so pitiful, and she at least owned up to it, so I let it go. I tossed in a few flattering lines, then asked, curious, did the Zhous agree to pay off her gambling debt? Sis shook her head. That's their family business. Not our place to pry. She paused, then sighed. Hao Xiaoyi brought it on herself, though. Losing that kind of money at the card table? If it were me, I'd have lost my damn mind. Pay off her debt? I'd skin her alive first. Then suddenly her eyes flashed, and she rounded on me, teeth clenched. You little punk. If I ever catch you gambling that kind of money at a card table, I'll skin you alive right along with her. You hear me? I laughed nervously and nodded like a good boy. Loud and clear, sis. Don't you worry. I'm a married man now. I'm not going to do anything that stupid. She was gearing up to lay into me some more, but then she caught sight of Chung Jinrui walking over, and she swallowed the rest of it. Had to leave her little brother-in-law some dignity, after all. Chung Jinrui came over and started helping with the fish, 2 whole burlap sacks of the things. I made a show of cleaning a couple, then found an excuse and slipped out the door. I never wanted to do that job in the first place. Little fish taste amazing steamed, stewed, or boiled, but prepping them is a nightmare, and you end up reeking of fish. Standing at the front door, I glanced toward the beach and started walking. Getting a lady thief in the house today reminded me I needed to get a dog. Otherwise, somebody could rob us blind, and we'd never even know. I figured I'd just wander the beach a bit, not really expecting to find anything. This time of day, tide was out, and anything worth grabbing had been picked over hours ago. Hey, you. Yeah, you craning your neck over there. I'm talking to you. I stopped short. Hadn't even made it far along the shore before I got flagged down by a group of young people. Guys and girls, all pretty young. The oldest looked about my age, and there was a little girl among them, maybe 15 or 16. Now, I know how to read a room. One look at their clothes and I could tell. These weren't your average village kids. I put on a smile. Something I can help you folks with? Zhang Yang, come on, don't be like that. You're scaring the poor guy. Standing next to the guy who yelled at me was a short-haired girl. Nice figure, good vibe, just the face was a bit of a letdown. Not ugly, exactly, but not pretty either. Hey there, I'm Dong Yunqi. We came out to do a little beach combing. You know anywhere good around here to catch crabs? She smiled as she asked, but her eyes were busy sizing up my clean, good-looking face. Probably wondering, how the hell does some backwater fishing village produce a guy this fair-skinned? And it wasn't just her. The other girls in the group. The way she looked at me, you'd think she'd just struck gold in Africa. The guys, though, they weren't nearly as thrilled to see me. Pretty boys tend to rub people the wrong way. I tilted my head and asked, you guys came out to Beachcomb at this hour? Isn't it kind of late? The tide's already out. Dong Yunqi's face turned pink. We drove in from the county seat. It's pretty far. We just wanted to catch some crabs. Just crabs. My eyes flickered, and I grinned. That's easy enough. How were you planning to catch M? Set traps, or head out to sea? Before she could answer, I shook my head. Wind's too strong today. Can't take a boat out. We could try laying some traps, but honestly, it's a long shot. No, we're not trying to catch crabs to eat. We want the little ones you can keep as pets. Or hermit crabs. A girl about 15 or 16, hair up in pigtails, suddenly piped up. Little crabs. I blinked. Yeah, if you want the big ones to eat, you just buy M at the market. But nobody sells the little ones. You gotta catch those yourself. She winked at me. I'm Oyang Yalu. Big, bright, doe eyes on that kid. Clearly going to be a knockout when she grew up. That's simple. Come with me. I'll have you a whole pile in no time. I waved for them to follow. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a few of the guys had rod cases slung over their shoulders. Looked like they'd come to fish. The rain had stopped, sure, but the wind and swell were still pretty rough, not really fishing weather. Still, they'd made the trip all the way out here. As the local, I couldn't very well send them home empty-handed. More importantly, this group was decked out in nice clothes. They probably came from money. I was starting to think it wouldn't hurt to get on their good side. I'd been dropped into this seaside fishing village, and my big brother and sister-in-law were honest, simple folks with no real connections. Knowing a few people with pull couldn't hurt. I turned to Zhang Yang and flashed a grin. You fellas have rods in there, right? Bad news is, you picked a rough day. Wind and waves are up. No good for fishing. I paused, then added, but lucky for you, you ran into me. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. You got a good spot. I nodded. I know a little cove. High rocks, sheltered from the wind, and the water's deep enough. You can catch fish there. If luck's on your side, you might even hook a big one. Zhang Yang perked right up. Where? Take us. If we land something today, there'll be something in it for you. He turned to a tall guy standing next to him. Luo Ping, give this brother $5. Call it a guide fee. Luo Ping didn't say a word, just fished a crisp 5 yuan note out of his pocket and tossed it to me. Brother Zhang's treating you. Hurry up and thank him. I took the money, and my eyes narrowed a little. This kid really was a county town rich boy. 5 yuan was no small change. Someone doing odd jobs would have to work 5 days to earn that much. I put on a smile and clasped my hands. Whoa, thanks a lot, Brother Zhang. Money's a beautiful thing. 5 yuan handed to that motormouth Fu Xiaoqiang would buy me 2 months of praise without a single repeat. Don't mention it. Zhang Yang laughed. I didn't catch your name, brother. I said modestly. The name's Fu Wenbiao. Just call me Biaozi. I pointed toward home. That house over there's mine. Next time you come out, Brother Zhang, just give me a heads up. Beachcombing, fishing, I'll set the whole thing up for you. Making it clear I was a local was my way of getting them to let their guard down. My face might be pale, but my heart wasn't. We could be friends. As we walked, I chatted with them about the sights around Shark Village, the best times to come beachcombing, and eventually led them to the rocky shore on the west side. It was a big stretch of reef. I'd actually been planning to try my luck out here that morning with Chungjin Rue, but I'd run into that mermaid Hellion instead. By now, that little demon was probably long gone, and the reef had seen plenty of foot traffic all morning. The rocks facing open water were no good for fishing. You wanted a spot ringed by reef, tucked out of the wind. I didn't take Oyang Yalu and the other girls to catch little crabs first. That part was easy. Better to get the guys settled first. The girls would be simpler to handle. Brother Zhang, Brother Luo, what do you think of this spot? I'd led them deep into the rocks, where a boulder 10+ meters high blocked the outside, forming a little cove maybe 30 or 40 square meters across. It wasn't big, but the wind and waves couldn't get in. And don't let the size fool you, it was plenty deep. Connected right to the sea. Had to be fish in there. On a day this rough, a spot like this was ideal. Without a local to show you the way, you'd never find it. Damn, you're good. Zhang Yang was clearly pleased with my pick. And by now I'd sized up his crew. The rest of them were basically hangers-on and errand boys. Dong Yunqi and Oyang Yalu, on the other hand, probably came from families just as well off as his. if not more so. Brother Zhang, you all set up here. I'll take Sister Yunxi and Yalu to catch some little crabs. I gave them a wave and gathered up Dong Yunxi, Ouyang Yalu, and another girl named Fong Ping, and we headed toward the mudflat nearby. Fong Ping was about the same age as Dong Yunxi, pretty in a quiet way, didn't talk much, easygoing. Now and then our eyes would meet, and she'd give me a little smile. Besides Luo Ping, Zhang Yang had another guy with him named Li Yin, not much of a suck-up, more like a driver than anything. Biaozi, how old are you? Ouyang Yalu rolled those big eyes at me, all grins. Now that it was just her and the other girls with me, she was suddenly a lot bolder. I glanced at Dong Yunxi and Fong Ping first. When I saw neither of them looked like she was going to shut it down, I smirked. Where are your manners? One look and you can tell I'm older than you, and you're already calling me Biaozi? That polite. Then what am I supposed to call you? She shot back, still grinning. You told Zhang Yang and them all to call you Biaozi. If they can, why can't I? They're all older than you, I said. You're just a kid. You're supposed to call me Big Brother Biaozi. Or Big Brother Wen Biao. Ouyang Yalu snorted and tipped her chin up. Zhang Yang doesn't even dare make me call him Big Brother. You really think I'd call you Big Brother Biaozi? I pretended not to hear the first half, just went, Then I turned to Dong Yunxi and Fong Ping with a grin. You heard her, right? She said it herself. I didn't make her. Ouyang Yalu's pretty face flushed, and she shot me a fierce glare. You've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Dong Yunxi and Fong Ping both covered their mouths, laughing. Sharp-tongued as she was, Ouyang Yalu hadn't managed to come out on top this time. Come on, spit it out. How old are you? Don't try to slip out of it, or I swear this young lady will kick your butt. She had that classic, this young lady is pissed, and you're gonna regret it, look plastered all over her face. I wasn't buying it. With a half smirk, I said, take a good look around. Rocks and sand as far as the eye can see. You want to kick my butt? Piss me off, and I'll drag you over and spank yours. What are you going to do about it? Ignore the old-timer's advice, and you'll pay for it soon enough. When you're out and about, don't go picking fights. That's basic common sense, isn't it? As I said this, I reached over and gave the back of her head a light pat, like I was messing with a little kid. Ouyang Yalu was mortified and furious all at once. Nobody ever dared to touch her head. This guy had some serious nerve. But somehow, she wasn't actually all that angry. Whatever anger she did have felt kind of put on. That little pat set her off. She jumped up, gritting her teeth, and swung her leg to kick my butt. One running, one chasing, and just like that we were tearing across the beach. Dong Yunxi and Fong Ping didn't join in, but they didn't stop us either. Still, there was something odd in their eyes. The Ouyang Yalu they knew rarely warmed up to strangers like this. She might be young, but she was sharp as a tack. Okay, I give up. I stopped and waved my hands. Not a chance. She waited till I was begging for mercy, then leapt up and gave my but one solid kick. There, now we're even, I said helplessly. This little brat had a real vindictive streak, wasn't about to let anything slide. Her eyes darted around. Then she crossed her arms and lifted her chin with a huff. Even? You think you get off that easy? Miss Ouyang's head isn't something you just pat whenever you feel like it. Bend over, let me kick you again. No, twice. Then we're even. They're not kidding when they say good looks open doors. Handsome guys have it easy getting along with girls. And a handsome guy with that pretty boy vibe? Even easier. I grinned and asked, so, you still want to catch little crabs? There's plenty around here. The second Ouyang Yalu heard crabs, her head whipped around. Where? Where? See all those little grains of sand piled up? Crabs dug those out. I pointed to the little holes in the sand. She crouched right down and started digging with her tiny hands. Didn't take long before she squealed with excitement. A crab. There's really a crab. I had to laugh. This girl had never been to the coast. Her whole idea of a little crab boiled down to small. Half a fingernail in size. Yeah, I guess that qualifies as little. But for coastal folks, little crabs means the ones you can't even eat. These barely count as crab fuzz. Once Dong Yunxi and Fong Ping came over, they started digging too. This was exactly what they were after. I headed further out onto the tidal flats, flipping over every rock I came across for a look. Coin-sized crabs, hairy clams, baby octopus. I pulled up a bunch in no time. Huh? How come the crabs you catch are all so big? Ouyang Yalu scooted over, staring at what I had in my hand, making a big fuss. I just smiled and didn't answer, dumping all the crabs, octopus, and clams into her little plastic bucket. The three of them had come out for a beach forage with 2 little buckets. Didn't want to head back empty-handed. Flipping rocks for small seafood isn't hard. Coastal folks don't even bother with this stuff. Ouyang Yalu copied me and started flipping rocks too, and had some luck of her own, yelping with excitement each time. Within half an hour, both buckets were half full. I didn't rush them, just waited for them to tire out on their own. Sister Yunxi, that's enough, right? Ouyang Yalu put her hands on her lower back and stretched. The novelty had worn off. and now she was just plain tired. Dong Yunqi laughed. We've got plenty. Let's head back and see if Zhang Yang's caught anything. The group turned and started back toward the rocky shore. Before we even got close, I spotted them from a distance. Two people standing in a low spot on the rocks, and something white bobbing up and down in the tide pool. Holy shit. I froze for a second, then cursed out loud, shoved the bucket at Ouyang Yalv, and bolted toward the rocks. Oh no, someone fell in. Ouyang Yalv and the others caught on and took off after me. By the time I got there, Zhang Yang had already sunk out of sight. I didn't even stop to ask Luo Ping and Li Yan what happened. Running full tilt, I ripped off my shirt, no time for the pants, and dove headfirst into the water, plunging straight to the bottom. God knows how much seawater Zhang Yang had swallowed. He was out cold. I grabbed him by the hair and hauled him up from the bottom. Nobody wanted him dead less than I did. Him dying was his problem, but I was the one who'd brought this whole group out here today. If something went wrong, who's to say his family wouldn't come after me? Once I dragged him ashore, I checked for breathing. Thank God, he was still breathing, just choked up. I pressed down hard on his abdomen a couple of times. Zhang Yang broke into violent coughing, spat up the water, and came to. The weight lifted right off my chest. What the hell happened? Zhang Yang falls in the water, and you two just stand there watching. Dong Yunqi was losing her mind. Luo Ping and Li Yan both looked embarrassed. Li Yan had actually gone into the water, but the rocks were too slick and the water too cold. The second he stuck his leg in, his left foot cramped up and he scrambled right back out, terrified. Luo Ping? He hadn't even tried. Luo Ping was still making excuses. The water's deep. I can't swim, and Li Yan couldn't even pull him out. What good does yelling at me do? We'd both have drowned. Dong Yunqi's eyes went wide. So you just stood there and watched? You couldn't call for help? Couldn't think of anything else? I ignored those two and kept patting Zhang Yang on the back until most of the water was out of him. Then I asked quietly, what happened? How'd you end up in the pool? Zhang Yang's face was dark as a storm cloud. He knew he'd just brushed shoulders with death. Hooked a big one. It pulled too hard. The rocks were slick. I lost my footing and slid right in. Then he lowered his voice. Bro, no words are enough. From here on out, you're my brother, Zhang Yang's real brother. I just smiled, didn't say anything, and looked over at the tide pool. His fishing rod was still floating on the surface. After a moment's hesitation, I went back in and fished the rod out. The line and hook had been cut long ago. The fish was long gone. Zhang Yang's face stayed grim. But unlike Dong Yunqi, he didn't lay into Luo Ping and Li Yan. He just sat on the shore catching his breath. He wasn't in the mood to keep at it either, so he said his goodbyes and let everyone off. Before leaving, he shoved his fishing bag at me, said it was bad luck, and asked me to toss it for him. I took a look, all carbon fiber, top quality rods, probably imported. Easily $100, $200 each, minimum. Tossed them. What a waste. I just took them home myself. He didn't want them. What happened to them was my call now. 2 bags, 5 or 6 rods, plus all kinds of floats, lines, and hooks. If I had to buy this stuff out of pocket, no way I'd part with the cash. When I got home, Cheng Jinrui saw me all. She was soaking wet. Frowning, she asked, how'd your clothes get soaked again? I grinned and explained. Saved some fishermen over by the reef. Guy slipped into a tide channel, almost drowned. Once Cheng Jinrui heard I got wet saving someone, her expression softened. Some guy from the village named Shi Ergu came looking for you earlier. I told him you were out, so he left. I scratched my head. He didn't just stand there gawking at you like an idiot, did he? Her face flushed a little. She shot me a coy glare and turned back to sort the small dried fish laid out in the yard. I knew exactly what was up, that little punk Shi Ergu. The second he laid eyes on my wife and realized she was mine, his face must have been priceless. Shock, disbelief, total no freaking way. My wife's stunning, classy, poised, graceful. Nobody in this village comes close. They're all eating their hearts out. Thinking of her, I mentally lined up Dong Yunqi, Fang Ping, and Ouyang Yalu, everyone I'd run into today, for comparison. Looks-wise, Dong Yunqi wasn't even in the running. Fang Ping either. Only Ouyang Yalu's pretty little face could hold a candle to hers, barely. And as for that mature charm, sex appeal, elegance, all 3 of them combined couldn't touch her. Cheng Jinrui was bent over working when I snuck up and wrapped my arms around her from behind, sticking to her like glue. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Get off, get off. Flustered and embarrassed, she straightened up, trying to shoo me away. I doubled down. So what if it's daylight? She's my wife. Can't a guy hug his own wife? She flushed and coaxed me under her breath. Fine, fine. Tonight, hug me however you want. Nobody's stopping you. Can't you see I'm working? She smacked my hand lightly. There were other people in the house. If our little nephew saw, we'd never hear the end of it. I laughed and let her go, glancing left and right to make sure nobody was watching. I gave her but a quick, not too hard slap and strutted inside, grinning like an idiot. Cheng Jinrui's ears turned bright red. but inside she was giddy. She actually liked her man with a little bit of a bad boy streak. I'd barely changed clothes when Urga showed up. The little punk hadn't gone far at all. The second he saw me, he charged in, gnashing his teeth, and threw a punch right at my shoulder. "Didn't you tell me you married some 300-pound fat woman?" He glared at me with murder in his eyes, keeping his voice low. "What are brothers for? To fear seeing your bro suffer, and to fear seeing your bro roll up in a Range Rover. A 300-pound ugly wife? Sure, he could feel sorry for me. But watching that transform into a gorgeous knockout? He couldn't handle it. He'd kill for a wife like that, triple the bride price, hell, 10 times, and he'd still be happy." I rubbed the spot where he'd hit me. The little bastard had put his whole shoulder into that punch, which just meant he was eating his heart out. "That's what she was," I said. Urgu nearly ground his molars into dust. "Was my ass. I'll beat that pretty boy face right off you." He came at me again, but I dodged easy and planted a foot on his butt, sending him sprawling face first onto the bed. "The hell's with the swinging, huh? Rabid dog bite you? You talk to your Uncle Biao with some damn respect, or I'll slap you into next week." Spoiled brat. He never learned unless he caught a couple of kicks first. Urgu sat up looking like somebody had knocked over a jar of vinegar in his chest. "You worthless pretty boy, lazy freeloader. What right do you have to marry a woman that gorgeous? You think you can even provide for her? You're just ruining the rest of her life." I chuckled and rubbed salt right into the wound. "What's it to me? So I'm lazy. She can work, right? I eat her food, drink her drinks, and at night I get to sleep with her. Tell me that ain't infuriating." Before he could start cussing, I piled on. "And I didn't force her either. She sent a matchmaker to me. Didn't even want a bride price. Just wanted a roof over her head and food on the table. Tell me, where's the justice in that?" I sighed dramatically. "Man, I've just got too soft a heart. Felt sorry for her. Otherwise, hell, your boy wouldn't have even looked twice." Urga's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. "You don't want her?" "I sure as hell do. How about I take her off your hands right now? Won't even mind that you already slept with her. Let's see if you'd give her up." But he'd think it to his grave and never dare say it out loud. Out in the yard, Chung Jinrui was flipping the dried fish and could hear every word inside, torn between annoyed and amused. So apparently, she was just some bargain that walked up to his door? I mean, technically true, but who talks about his own wife like that? He'd played her good. Urgu plopped down on the floor, looking like life had lost all meaning. Just some pretty boy loser. How blind is she? A crusty old bachelor'd be 100, no, 1,000 times better than you. I rolled my eyes. Screw off with that garbage. What's wrong with me? He flopped back against the side of the bed, eyes rolling to the ceiling. What's wrong with you? You seriously don't know? You don't deserve a wife like that. And even if you got her, you sure as hell can't keep her. The son of a bitch had zero intention of providing for her. He wanted her to provide for him. Absolutely shameless. He was a disgrace to men everywhere. If you're gonna kick the bucket, go home and do it. Quit lying around here looking half dead. I walked over and gave him a joking kick. The hell do you drag yourself over here for anyway? He answered listlessly. Caught a big sea eel this morning. It's stewing at Zhao Shower's place. Blackie's grabbing a chicken, dung beetles bringing the baijiu. He'd originally been in a good mood, coming to invite me for drinks. Now his mood was in the gutter. Drinks? Screw drinks. He wanted to stomp this bastard to death. Ever since we were kids, this pretty boy had been messing around with his sisters, and now he'd landed himself a stunner of a wife on a silver platter. He was green with envy. I laughed. Then what the hell are you still lying around here for? Let's go. The two of us headed out, one after the other. Being the little troublemaker I am, I made a point of parading in front of Chung Jinrui, with Urga watching, chin up, all cocky. You stay home and work hard. Slack off, and see if your daddy doesn't come back with a belt for that pretty little behind. Her face went red with embarrassment, and she shot me a soft, exasperated look. This shameless creature can't even behave himself in front of company. Act complete, I led Urga out. He snuck one more sideways glance at Chung Jinrui, not even daring a full look, then stared at my back grinding his teeth. Wanted to kick my sorry ass into the dirt. Running around with your no-good drinking buddies every damn day. What's it gonna get you, huh? Come back reeking of booze, drunk off your ass. You can sleep in the doorway. Don't you dare step foot in this house. Lu Chunhua came in through the yard gate, and the second she heard I was headed out drinking, she laid into me. I shrank my neck down and didn't dare make a peep. On the way to Zhao Shower's place, Urga hesitated a long while, then finally gritted his teeth and asked, "Hey, Wen Biao, your wife?" I stopped, frowning, and stared him down cold. Urgu, you gotta screw loose? That's my wife. What? Your brain waterlogged or something? You don't mess with your buddy's wife. Chow and I, ma. Do I really need to spell that out for you? He was stunned speechless by my cussing, just staring at me blankly. I kept my face dark. What are we to each other? Brothers who ran around bare-assed and split-crotch pants together since we were kids. I get married, land myself a gorgeous wife, and you're standing there looking like your damn soul got sucked out? What? Never seen a woman before. Or deep down you just don't want to see your brother do well. Shururgu was thinking, it ain't that I don't want you to do well. I just don't want you doing this damn well. A pretty wife would have been one thing, but you bring home a stunner like that? How's a brother supposed to keep it together? That's what he was thinking, but of course he couldn't say it out loud. Say that, and you're nothing but a plastic brother. He forced a pained smile, going against every bone in his body. Nah, we're brothers. I want you to do well more than anybody. I broke into a grin instantly, throwing my arm around his shoulder and slapping his back. That's more like it. Remember, we're brothers for life. And if one lifetime ain't enough, then two. But inside I was sneering. Chow and I Nyongda, just wait till your sorry ass gets a wife. See if I don't flirt with her right in front of you. If I don't piss you off so bad you're stomping your feet and cursing me behind my back, then I'll take your damn last name. Brothers are people too, just ordinary folks. Even blood brothers born of the same mother get jealous of each other, let alone guys like us. What is the human heart? Judge by actions, not by thoughts. Judge by thoughts and nobody's clean. If what's in your head stays in your head, you're a decent person. If you actually act on it, then you're not. I saw right through Shururgu's little sulking act. This guy's a punk, not much malice in him, but not much kindness either. Zhao Shower lived in the middle of the village. By the time Shururgu and I got there, Shur Kalang and Haizi had already arrived. There was also somebody in the yard I didn't know too well, Meng Changda. He was 4 or 5 years older than us, just a nodding acquaintance in the village. We didn't hang out with him. Urgu, you made it. Meng Changda was sitting on a folding stool, grinning at Shururgu. Didn't so much as glance my way. Whether somebody respects you or not, you don't need it spelled out. You just feel it. Shururgu had spent the whole walk over eating his heart out with envy at my place, so he was already in a bad mood. He barely managed a weak smile back. Didn't bother me. Made sense people looked down on me. Pretty boy face, lazy as sin, freeloader. My reputation stretched 10 villages in every direction. Who'd respect that? Family's just average, no big shot backing us up either. I couldn't be bothered pressing my warm face against a cold ass, so I gave Haizi a nod and headed straight for the kitchen. Zhao Shower had a towel around his neck, sweating buckets as he stir-fried. Saw me come in and cracked a grin. Urga said you got hitched? Why didn't you bring her? Zhao Zijia was the steadiest and slyest of the bunch, no doubt thanks to his dad who worked as a cook in the county town. I laughed. Urga didn't tell you? 300-pound tub of lard, ugly as sin. You want me to bring her and kill your appetite? Yeah right. Picky little bastard like you. Wouldn't touch soft or hard growing up. And I'm supposed to believe you married an ugly girl? Bullshit. I shot the breeze for a minute, then jerked my chin toward the yard and lowered my voice. That piece of work out there. How'd he end up here? Zhao Zijia chuckled. Don't run your mouth, or Haizi's gonna crack you with a brick. Meng Changda is his brother-in-law to be now. Brother-in-law? I froze, eyes wide. Meng Honghong is Haizi's girlfriend now. His third aunt set him up. They're already talking marriage. I scratched my head. Meng Honghong wasn't exactly a lightweight, last I heard. She'd been through 6 or 7 boyfriends easy. In a village this small, everybody knows everybody's business. Who'd have thought the village belle would end up with Haizi? And Haizi's okay with it. I asked after a beat. Why wouldn't he be? With his family's situation, he ought to be burning incense and thanks she doesn't look down on him. I curled my lip and said nothing more. They were already talking marriage, not my place to run my mouth. Food's almost ready, go wait outside. Zhao Zijia shooed me out. Bro, smoke. Haizi grabbed the cigarette pack off the table and offered one to Meng Changda with a fawning smile. Guantang, 30 cents a pack, mid-grade stuff. Not as good as white sand at 45, but in the village, being able to smoke Guantang was still something. Meng Changda took one nonchalantly, then his eyes flicked over to me. He smirked deliberately. Give Urga one too. Let Urga try some of the good stuff. Right. Haizi pulled another one out with the same fawning smile and handed it to Shururgu, looking every bit the lapdog. Shur Kalang was sitting right there too, but Meng Changda didn't tell Haizi to give him one. Shur Kalang's family was poor, unlike Urga's, whose family had 4 older sisters and a dad who owned a boat. The village is just a miniature society. People had already sorted us into castes long ago. As for me, didn't even rate a glance. Urgu, heard your family's boat's been pulling in a good haul lately? Meng Changda was putting on airs, trying to make small talk with Shururgu. But Urga's head was still full of my wife. He wasn't in the mood to entertain him. Funny thing is, this guy was a real bootlicker. The colder Urgu was, the wider Meng Changda smiled. Watching from the side, I almost laughed. Haizi didn't dare look at me or Shur Kalang, scared we'd freeload cigarettes off him. Been a while. What VE you been up to lately? I grabbed a folding stool and sat down next to Shur Kalang. Shur Kalang's real name was Chun Baojian, big burly guy, kind of dopey. He pulled his eyes off Haizi's cigarette pack. Odd jobs in town, 90 cents a day, lunch included. You could tell he was itching for one of those good smokes, but nobody was offering. I pulled out my pack of white sand and tossed him one. Holy shit, you're smoking this? One pack's worth half a day's wages for me. Damn, you're really splurging. Chen Baojian's outburst pulled Ming Changda, Haizi, and Sure Erga's eyes all over to me at once. Haizi froze when he saw the pack in my hand, and the corner of Ming Changda's mouth twitched. He'd figured his 30-cent guantang was going to be the top of the mountain in front of a bunch of half-grown punks like us. He'd had Haizi buy them just to show off. I stuck the cigarette between my lips and smiled through narrowed eyes. You gonna compare yourself to me? When have I ever not eaten well and lived easy? Getting all worked up over one lousy pack of smokes. That set Ming Changda and Haizi's faces twitching. Where'd you get the money for smokes that good? You didn't steal them, did you? Ming Changda sneered coldly. I tilted my head and looked at him, then let out a snort of laughter. You really are one to worry about things that ain't your business. Even if I did steal am, I didn't steal am from you. Why the hell you got so much to say? You little son of a bitch. You know who you're talking to? Ming Changda shot up from his seat, beard bristling, eyes glaring. I chuckled and shifted my gaze to Blackie, who had tensed up and stood as well. 30-cent pack of Guantang cigarettes worth more than a decade of brotherhood? Blackie, oh Blackie, you're really something. As for Ming Changda, out of respect for Blackie, I couldn't be bothered with him. Changda, don't stoop to his level. He's been a hothead since he was a kid. You're all drinking at my place today. You came to give me face. Food'll be ready soon. Zhao Zijie came out of the kitchen and stepped in front of Ming Changda. Sounded polite, but the real message was, you're eating at my house, so cut the tough guy act. You're disrespecting me. Ming Changda grunted a couple times. Anyone who really cared about saving face would have walked, but he'd basically shown up uninvited on Blackie's coattails. Zhao Zijie shot me another look. Now you remember we've been brothers over a decade? If not for my sake, then for his. Changda's Blackie's brother-in-law, you know. I laughed. Right. And just because he's Blackie's brother-in-law, he can run his mouth accusing me of stealing money to buy smokes? Anyone else, I'd have brained him with a shovel by now. The two of us tag-teamed and cussed Ming Changda out all over again. Blackie forced a smile. All right, that's enough. We pull out a decent pack of smokes to show off a little, you slap us in the face with something even better, and now my brother-in-law can't even question where you got the money. That set me off. Blackie was bending over backwards for his in-laws, got himself a wife, and forgot where he came from. Oh, so you admit you were showing off? Bring out the good stuff, don't share with anyone. Make us sit here swallowing our spit, and you got the nerve to say that? Seeing Blackie's face darken, Zhao Zijie jumped in to smooth things over. All right, we're about to eat. What the hell are you arguing for? Then he tacked on. Anybody keeps arguing, get the hell out. I'm stir-frying, stewing chicken, working my ass off till my shorts are soaked, and I'm putting up with your crap. With that, he turned and went back to the kitchen. Blackie and I both shut up. Looked like it blew over, but everyone had steam bottled up inside. Set the table, chow time. Zhao Zijie came out carrying a big enamel basin. Erga got lucky today, found a big sea eel down at the beach. Chen Baojin snickered. 10+ pounds of sea eel, could have sold it to old Sixth Zhou for at least $10. Only Erga's mom would part with it. Me? I'd have sold it in a heartbeat. Ain't that the truth? Erga's the most stand-up guy in the whole village. Ming Changda chimed in, ass-kissing right along. Fair enough. Ergu brought the main dish, so all the compliments belonged to him. Sure, Ergu's smile stayed forced, but inside he was choking on regret. Should have sold that damn eel for cash. Screw this drinking. Once everyone sat down, they buttered Ergu up a few more times. The booze is on me and Blackie. Dung Beetle contributed a chicken, better than nothing, I guess. Little air cooked. So aside from Ergu, he's the biggest MVP at the table. Then there's some people who just show up with an empty mouth and Ming Changda didn't get to finish. I slammed my chopsticks down on the table. Ming, you goddamn done yet or what? Ming Changda was also holding it in and shot to his feet. You little punk, you want to throw down with a real man? Try me. Blackie clenched his teeth and stood too, glaring at me. Ming Changda's plan was simple. Get under my skin, run the pretty boy off, so he could actually enjoy his drink. I coldly slid my gaze from Ming Changda's face over to Blackie's. Blackie instinctively lowered his head, wouldn't meet my eyes. Fine. You two are brothers-in-law, family. Zhao Shower, Dung Beetle, Sure Ergu, you three speak up. Whose side you on? Zhao Zijie frowned and spat a chicken bone out of his mouth. Over a decade of friendship, and you gotta pull this crap? So what? You saying I'm the one pulling crap? Before he could answer, I tossed most of my pack of Baisha cigarettes onto the table. Fine. You guys eat well, drink well. Don't call me next time you're drinking, especially when this piece of shit Blackie's around. I turned and headed out of the yard. Hey, Wen Biao, what the hell you doing? Only Dung Beetle came after me. Seeing me gone, Ming Changda broke into a smile. Let him go, better this way. We'll drink ours. He sat down and reached for his chopsticks. Zhao Zijia's face went cold. Put the chopsticks down. Get the hell out of my house. Meng Changda's smile froze. He stared at Zhao Zijia in disbelief. Showers turning on me over some lazy pretty boy freeloader? You didn't hear a damn word I said earlier? I told you we're just here to eat and drink, and you're still running your mouth. You ungrateful piece of shit. Put the chopsticks down and get out. Zhao Zijia didn't give a damn. His old man was an official cook in the county, somebody in the village. Meng Changda was nothing. Shower. Blackie tried to save some face for his brother-in-law. Zhao Zijia shot him a look. You get the hell out too. Both of them, faces burning, stood up and stalked out with black looks. Once they were gone, Ergu, who hadn't said a word the whole time, suddenly burst out laughing like an idiot. Zhao Zijia frowned. What the hell you laughing at? Ergu stuffed a piece of fish in his mouth. Fu Wenbiao got married. His wife is fine. Zhao Zijia paused. So what the hell you laughing at? I'm just laughing cause it's ridiculous. A lazy-ass pretty boy freeloader like him. How'd he land a girl that gorgeous? I'm so jealous my heart's burning up. He raised his cup and threw back a big gulp. Fu Wenbiao's been fair-skinned and fine-featured since he was little. Pretty in a way nobody from our coast has any business being. You know my sisters, they doted on him more than they doted on me. Anything good, they'd feed him first. Tell me I ain't got a right to be jealous. Those are my blood sisters, and in their eyes I might as well be the stepson. Compared to Fu Wenbiao, he's the real little brother. Put it this way, if any one of them ever loosened her belt just a little, not a single one would escape that little bastard's clutches. Not one. Zhao Zijia chuckled knowingly. They'd all grown up together, wasn't much he didn't know. Good thing I'm an only child, no sisters. Otherwise I'd never let that pretty boy through my door. Afraid he'd trample all over my garden. You though, still dragging him home all the time. Real generous of you. Erga laughed bitterly. My brain got kicked by a donkey when I was a kid. Dumbass mama opening the door for dumbass son. Dumb through and through. Zhao Zijia chuckled. Least Wenbiao's got some standards, hasn't plowed through all your sisters yet. Erga muttered a curse. Standards my ass. Then his voice jumped back up. How the hell does a mangy dog like him get to marry someone that beautiful? Wife? What's he got that I don't? Just then my voice came from the courtyard gate, along with a cold laugh. I got these good looks, that's what. Married my woman without paying a dime in bride price, and she was still happy to throw money at me. You ugly bastard, just jealous as hell. Truth was, me and Dung Beetle hadn't gone far at all. We watched Meng Changda and Blackie storm off with sour faces, shot each other a grin, circled around, and slipped right back. Zhao Shower had picked up his old man's cooking chops, stewed fish, fried chicken, a whole spread on the table. Walking away without finishing would be a damn shame. Zhao Shower and Ergu weren't the least bit surprised to see us back. This pretty boy had more angles than a geometry book. Once I sat down, Zhao Zijia asked curiously, Your wife? Is she really as pretty as Ergu says? I shook my head right away. Nah, nothing special. And she's real chunky too. Nowhere near what he made her out to be. The more I said it, the less they believed me. Zhao Zijia curled his lip. Not pretty? Then how'd she get Ergu this worked up with jealousy? I gave a smirk. Beats me. Then something hit me, and I whipped around and glared at Ergu. Chow Nima Ergu. I'm telling you straight, don't you go getting any ideas about my wife. Otherwise I'll wreck every one of your sisters, your mom, and your future wife too. Ergu's eyes bulged. Chow Nima Fu Wenbiao. Who the hell do you take me for? I ain't going after your wife. And don't act like you haven't messed around with plenty of my sisters. I blinked a couple times. Couldn't really argue that one. In this body's actual memories, he hadn't. But who knew? Memory can be a slippery thing. Zhao Zijia leaned in and asked Ergu in a low voice. This guy, he really messed with your sisters? Ergu snorted, turned, and snapped. Zhao Shower, you sneaky son of a bitch, don't play innocent either. Fu Wenbiao at least does it out in the open. You want to sneak around behind everyone's back. You got a thing for my fourth sister? Well, forget it, dead in the water. Being my brother-in-law? Not happening. She'd never go for you. Zhao Zijia flushed with embarrassment. Seeing us both staring at him wide-eyed, he scrambled to cover. This bastard's drunk, talking out his ass. There's nothing to it. He paused, then locked eyes with me. Brother, give me a straight answer. You and Ergu's fourth sister. You two ever hook up, or not? Without missing a beat, I shook my head. Nope, never. Then immediately went off. Chow Nima Zhao Shower. What kind of guy do you take me for? We've been brothers for years. I don't care how big a scumbag I am. I wouldn't pull that shit. You're questioning my character now. But in my head I was thinking, whether it happened or not, you don't blab about it over drinks. Even if something did go down, that goes in the vault. A girl's reputation is on the line. Nobody with any sense runs their mouth. Zhao Zijia laughed and cursed. You pretty boy piece of shit. You ain't got no character. Dung Beetle piped up. Shower, Don't tell me you actually caught feelings for Noli? Zhao Zijie gave a dry laugh, eyes darting, mouth denying it, but nothing about it rang true. Sure Ergu ground his teeth. One pretty boy, one sneaky bastard. You're both zeroing in on my family, huh? Zhao Zijie clenched his jaw. My old man's head chef at the county guest house. Full-time staff, too. 300 a month. Pretty soon I'll be working there too. Me as your brother-in-law. What? That's beneath you. The moment he said it, everything was out in the open. Zhao Zijie had it bad for Sure Ergu's fourth sister, Sure Noli. I was the one squirming inside. In this body's memories, he hadn't gone all the way with any of Sure Ergu's sisters, but hadn't gone all the way was the only line still holding. Short of that, pretty much everything else had happened. Back then he was young and stupid, and the sisters doted on him, spoiled him rotten, let him get away with anything. There's no way Zhao Zijie and the others didn't know about it. Bellies full, drinks polished off, everyone was 3 sheets to the wind, feet dragging circles in the dirt. Zhao Zijie slurred. Come on, let's go to your place and see this wife of yours. I gotta see for myself how pretty she is. Pretty enough to turn Erga's eyeballs red with jealousy. Qin Baojian nodded too. I want to see too. I laughed. All right then, let's go. Sun wasn't even down yet, and they'd meet her sooner or later anyway. Fine by me, my wife's nothing to hide. Ironically, it was Sure Ergu who suddenly didn't want to go. I'm heading home to sleep. You guys go. I threw an arm around his shoulders and pulled him along. Oh no you don't. You started this whole mess. You're gonna help me get these idiots back home later. The hell I owe them, he grumbled, but didn't actually pull away. On the way to the coast, Zhao Shower, riding the liquor, asked, You gonna cut Blackie loose after this? I shrugged like it was nothing. Cut what? Guy treats a 30-cent pack of smokes like it's gold, won't even spare one for his brothers. And he's not even married yet. Once he ties the knot, we'll be less than dog's hit to him. From here on out I'll dodge him when I can. Been brothers a long time, so I wish him all the best. Hope he and his little bride have a great life. Zhao Shower gave a bitter smile and didn't try to talk me out of it. What Blackie pulled today really was low. Forget 30 cents. Even if it was $3 a pack, once you've cracked it open, you scared people gonna smoke it dry? Looking down your nose at people like that. Who's gonna give you the time of day after that? Sure, part of it was because of his brother-in-law Meng Changda, but the root of it was Blackie himself. He'd never really thought much of me and Dung Beetle. Figured now that he was getting married, he was above running with us anymore. People aren't stupid. Everybody's got their own calculations. I turned the conversation to Zhao Shower. So when do you start work in the county? Probably in the next few days. My old man's got the connections all lined up. There was a flicker of pride on his face. Once he was in at the county guest house, he'd be miles above us broke-ass village boys. But he wasn't as tone-deaf as Blackie. He didn't let it show too much. Do good work in the city. And when you make it big, don't forget your poor country brothers. I ribbed him with a grin. The whole slacker act of mine. Truth is, I don't take any of this too seriously. If we can hang out, we hang out. If not, no forcing it. Life goes on without anyone. Hell, even if my wife walked out, life go on. Let alone these so-called brothers. At the front gate I hollered, Wifey, bring out the thermos and pour us a bowl of water. We're parched. Fu Wendy, Lu Chunhua, Chung Jinrui, and Fu Xiaoqiang had set up a low table in the courtyard, eating and cooling off. The rain had stopped, but the air was still muggy. Fu Xiaoqiang sniffed up a runny nose and, playing the little grown-up, said to Chung Jinrui, This clown got all liquored up by my uncle. Not enough to go out drinking. Had to come back hollering too. Auntie, don't pay him any mind. He's just bullying you. You keep coddling him, and one day he'll be walking all over you. Don't let his young age fool you. The kid's got 100 tricks up his sleeve. Lu Chunhua's face darkened. Xiaoqiang's right. From the day you walked through our door, he's either been sitting on your lap or using you as a pillow. Who gave him the nerve? Jinrui, don't be scared. You've got your sister-in-law backing you up. Next time he bullies you, you hit him right back. As she spoke, she shot Fu Wendy a dark look. Fu Wendy chimed right in. Beat the crap out of him. Fu Xiaoqiang added with a mischievous grin. Don't hurt your hand. Use a stick. My uncle's tough. You can't break him. I walked into the yard just in time to hear this little pest bragging that he couldn't be broken. My face darkened. You little brat, quit stirring up trouble. Scared to death your uncle might actually have a good life? Huh? What are you glaring at? Get inside and grab the thermos. Didn't you hear me say I was thirsty? Chung Jinrui saw Zhao Zijie, Qin Baojian, and Sure Ergu following behind me. She set down her bowl and chopsticks and stood up from the folding stool. I'll get it. She gave the guys a warm nod and turned to head inside. Zhao Zijie and Dung Beetle just stared, eyes glued to her. No wonder Sure Ergu was so eaten up with jealousy. These two were feeling the same sting now. No wonder they say the laziest guys land the prettiest wives. How the hell did a girl this gorgeous end up with a freeloading pretty boy like me? Sure Ergu suddenly piped up, all sour. You two really in the mood to sit down for water? I'm not thirsty. With that, he turned and walked off. Zhao Zijia and Dung Beetle exchanged a look, threw a mock punch my way, said nothing, and turned and left too. Chung Jinrui came out with the thermos and cups, puzzled. Where'd they go? I chuckled and sat down. They saw I married such a gorgeous wife. They're eaten up with jealousy. Too embarrassed to stick around, so they all cleared out. Jinrui blushed slightly, set a cup in front of me, poured some water, and said softly, "Your face is all red from talking. Hurry up and drink some water." If big brother, sister-in-law, and that annoying little pest weren't in the yard, I'd have pulled her right into my arms. She was just too beautiful. Uncle, tone down the showing off. It's not the thief stealing you gotta worry about. It's the thief keeping his eye on you. My aunt's this pretty, and you're lazy as sin, won't lift a finger but love to strut around. What does she even see in you? And you're always giving her a hard time. One day she's gonna run off with somebody else, and then you'll be the one crying. My face darkened. Shut that stinky mouth of yours. If you can't talk right, don't talk at all. Fu Xiaoqiang tilted his head toward Lu Chunhua. Mom, you be the judge. Did your son say anything wrong? And uncle doesn't even want to hear it. Lu Chunhua snorted. Not a word wrong. You dare bully Jinrui again. Don't bother coming home. Go wherever you want. Don't you love running away from home? Go far, far away. Save us the aggravation. Chung Jinrui covered her mouth, laughing. I made a face like I'd bitten a lemon and didn't dare say a peep. The family valuing Jinrui was a good thing. I'd somehow lucked into a wife who'd walked right up to my doorstep. No bride price required. Hardworking, and gorgeous to boot. If she took off, Lu Chunhua would probably slap her own thigh in regret. Last night, she'd said to Fu Wendy, the Fu family must have had ancestors doing something right to land a girl like Jinrui. Otherwise, how the hell did a windfall like this end up with that little punk Fu Wenbiao? Now Qing Jinrui was the family's precious treasure. Forget bullying. You couldn't even give her a dirty look. Lu Chunhua was praying her sister-in-law's belly would start showing soon, carrying my kid. Only then would she rest easy. She couldn't figure out what was going through my head, running into a wife this beautiful and still finding ways to mess with her. She'd only been here a couple of days, and I'd sat on her lap. This morning I fell into a tidal channel and had Jinrui carrying me back in her arms. What kind of man does that? Every time she thought about it, she wanted to smack me dead. Such a good wife, and instead of cherishing her, all I thought about was giving her a hard time. Her son wasn't wrong. Keep showing off, and when she runs off, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. I changed the subject and asked Fu Wendy, "Big brother, that steel-hulled trawler young master Wei from Wei Tian mentioned. Any word yet?" It's only been one day. Gotta give the man a few days to poke around. Fu Wendy was a straight shooter, and like most folks by the coast, he was big on saving face. He didn't want to press the guy too hard. Felt like pushing meant losing face. I didn't share that mindset. Business is business. Cash on delivery, everywhere you go. Wei took the goods and hasn't paid up yet. Why the hell shouldn't we push? Have Zhou Lalu stay on him. The boat needs to be back within 3 days. Don't let this drag on and something goes sideways. Fu Wendy nodded. Those 2 shops you swapped with Boss Sun in the county. When are you doing the title transfer? I clapped my hands. Weather's clear, no rain tomorrow. I'll take the paperwork and head to the county to find Boss Sun, get the shops transferred to our name. Big brother nodded. All right. He paused. You going alone tomorrow, or want me to come with you? Before I could answer, sister-in-law Lu Chunhua jumped in. Let Jinrui go with Wenbiao. Perfect chance for the newlyweds to walk around the county and pick up a few things. Truth is, Jinrui and I were married in name only. My family hadn't prepared a single thing for her. She hadn't said a word, just moved in with me like that. Back when the family was broke, there was nothing we could do. Now that we had money, how could I let her keep going without? She was still a new bride. No bride price given. At the very least, we owed her some new clothes and jewelry. Big brother smiled and nodded. Sounds good. Give Jinrui some money later. Let her pick out whatever she wants. Call it a little something from us. Jinrui blushed and quickly waved her hands. Big brother, sister-in-law, you've already given us so much. We can't take any more. Sister-in-law came over and took her hand. She was over the moon with this sister-in-law of hers. Couldn't find a single flaw. Silly girl. No need to be polite with us. Big brother turned to me again. The sooner we get started on the house, the better. I'll head into the village tomorrow morning to find people. Start now, and you'll be moved in by winter. Sister-in-law cut in. Why wait till tomorrow? Go now. Have the workers start tomorrow and pick up materials from town first thing in the morning. Big brother thought about it and agreed. He got up and headed out. Right. I'll go ask around and see who's free. We chatted in the yard for a while, and once Jinrui finished helping sister-in-law clean up the dishes, I smiled and said, Sweetheart, let's take a walk down to the beach. Jinrui blushed, murmured, and didn't turn me down. Sister-in-law grumbled. It's late. the wind by the shore strong. Don't catch a cold. But the young couple was heading out. There was no stopping us. I want to go too. I want to go too. My nephew Fu Xiaoqiang came charging out of the house, shouting excitedly. Next thing he knew, sister-in-law had him by the ear. The hell you are? You gotta stick your nose in everywhere. Didn't get enough of a beating today? Get your ass back inside and go to sleep. She threw in a couple of kicks to his backside for good measure. To sister-in-law, smacking my son around is just second nature to me. If you don't discipline them when they're little, how are they going to be filial when they grow up? Spare the rod, spoil the child. Jean Rouet and I exchanged a smile and headed out of the yard. The moment we stepped outside, I grabbed her hand. I'm 6'2", lean and good-looking. She's 5'9", curvy and sexy. From behind, we made quite the pair. No matter how I looked at it, I came off like some kept man living off his woman. Babe. I said seriously. I really do love you, cherish you. I've never once thought about pushing you around. Jean Rouet blushed and smiled. I know. I leaned in with a mischievous grin. So you can't just up and run off on your husband with some other guy, all right? She rolled her eyes at me. Marry a chicken, follow the chicken. Marry a dog, follow the dog. Since I picked you, I'm not going anywhere. She paused, then added softly. If things ever really get unbearable, I'll just toss you into the sea and drown you. The smile froze on my face. I laughed awkwardly. Babe, that's harsh. One night as husband and wife means 100 nights of devotion. Come on. She smiled sweetly. So you know to be scared? Then don't push me. I'm easygoing, and I'll listen to you. Just don't provoke me. When folks like us lose it, it's life or death. We don't cry and run off with somebody else. My eyes rolled and I chuckled. Then I just won't push your buttons, right? I'll know when to stop. You behave, and I'll treat you right. With that, I spun around and hopped onto her back. Your husband's tired from walking. Come on, carry me for a bit. Jean Rouet didn't get mad. She just started walking slowly toward the beach with me on her back. She could handle it, didn't find me heavy at all. She'd rather carry me than have some man carry her. I wrapped my arms around her neck, laughing, and planted a kiss on her cheek. Giddy up. Her face turned red. She kicked off her shoes, held them in her hand, and took off running barefoot across the sand. Babe, I love you. The wind whipped past our ears, and every word landed square in hers. When we reached the shore, I said, Tired yet? Put me down. She didn't. Blushing, she kept walking along the water's edge. I'm not tired. You just stay right there. No, no, no. It feels like you're looking down on your husband. Put me down. Let me carry you. She couldn't win against me, so she set me down. But I hadn't just wanted to carry her. My hands didn't know where to settle. After some fooling around, I realized my sister-in-law was right. The sea breeze really was chilly. Better to head home and curl up under the covers with my wife. On the way back, I wanted to carry her, but she wouldn't let me. Didn't want me wearing myself out. I'd already carried her for a good stretch back at the beach. This noodle-legged husband of hers, if she let me carry her home, tomorrow morning I definitely wouldn't be able to get out of bed with my back all messed up. Let me carry you. I'm stronger than you. Blushing, she flipped me onto her back in one motion. She wasn't kidding. She really was strong. I wrapped my arms around her neck and didn't bother struggling, just buried my nose in her neck. Babe, you smell so good. Really sweet. I was tickling her. She laughed, half annoyed. I've been sweating all day. There's no way I smell like anything but sweat. If you want to get frisky, just say so. No need to butter me up. It's not like I'm going to say no. I wasn't having it. Who's buttering anybody up? You really do smell good, kind of milky sweet. I noticed it a couple days ago. I swear, I'm not lying. Fine, fine. If you say so. Anyway, you're the only one who gets to smell it. Nobody else can. I chuckled and leaned in close to her ear, whispering a couple more things. She shook her head, blushing. No way. Weren't you just saying you'd listen to me? I put on a stern face. Just as we were joking around, a short little figure appeared at the front gate. Xiaoqiang came running out, and when he saw his aunt carrying his uncle home on her back, his eyes went wide as saucers. He cursed. Well, I'll be damned. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He turned and bolted inside to holler for his mom. Ma, come out here quick. That dog of an uncle of mine is bullying Auntie again. Made her carry him all the way back from the beach. What the hell? My sister-in-law blew a gasket on the spot. She grabbed the broom she used for sweeping the bed and came charging out in her slippers. Xiaoqiang followed behind her, righteously indignant. This kind of nonsense had to be nipped in the bud, or Annie was going to get pushed around till she ran off. Fu Wenbiao, I'm going to beat you to death. She came storming out of the yard, eyes blazing, broom raised, and started wailing on me every which way. I'd already hopped off Jean Rouet's back and was dodging while pleading my case. It's a misunderstanding. Sis, Jean Rouet and I were just messing around. I didn't force her. She wanted to carry me. Sis wasn't hearing any of it. You little punk. Now you're saying she volunteered? I'm going to beat you senseless today? How old are you? You got no shame? Who in their right mind would want to carry your ass? You're getting it today. She chased me around the front gate with that broom raised high. But if you looked close, the broom hardly ever actually landed. Even Xiaoqiang couldn't take it. He stomped his feet and yelled, "Ma, actually hit him. If you don't lay into him now, by the time he really drives Annie off, it'll be too late." 5-year-olds don't lie. If even he could see it, how could Jinrui not? The reason I let sis chase me around with that broom was simple. An older sister-in-law is like a mother. The whole thing went on for a while before it settled down. In the end, I barely caught any hits, but Xiaoqiang got a couple kicks to the butt. He was heartbroken. When my brother got home and saw the whole family piled up by the gate, he wasn't even surprised. He knew his wife would go all out on their own son, but with me, it was all bark, no bite. She'd never actually laid a hand on me. Once inside, Jinrui came back after rinsing off with cold water. She saw me sprawled out on the bed and blushed. "Aren't you gonna wash up?" I was feeling lazy, didn't want to move. She pushed me. "You just worked up a sweat. Go rinse off, or you'll be sticky and won't sleep well." Something clicked in my head. I chuckled and sat up. "Wait right there for me." I whispered it as I passed by her, then headed off to wash up. She blushed and had to laugh. Her man was clever, quick on his feet, just never in the ways he should be. Right next door was my brother and sister-in-law's room. Forget talking. If the bed so much as creaked, they'd hear it clear as day over there. Jinrui, red-faced, tried her hardest not to make a sound. When she really couldn't hold it in, she'd shut her eyes, mobilize every one of her 639 muscles, tap into a little of that inner strength, and just like that, it was over. Suddenly, she felt a longing of her own. We needed to get our own place built soon. Living in your own house was so much more convenient. I lay on the bed like a wife who'd gotten the short end of the stick, staring at her with a face full of grievance. If I'd known it'd be like this, we should have stayed at the beach longer. She blushed, reached over, and pinched my cheek. All right. I'll make it up to you when there's no one home, okay? Now hurry up and get some sleep. We've got an early start tomorrow, heading into the county seat." It was still dark when sis woke me up. "Here's 200 yuan, Jinrui. Take it. Buy whatever you want in town. Don't be stingy with yourself." Sis pressed a thick wad of bills into Jinrui's hand. Jinrui tried to refuse, but sis wouldn't take no for an answer. She knew Jinrui had money of her own. But that was our money, totally different from money my brother and his wife gave us. We set out before dawn. Getting around meant walking. Bicycles were a rare luxury in our village. The bus only ran on Saturdays and Sundays, once a week. On weekdays, there was just the shuttle between the township and the county seat. So we had to hoof it to the township first, then catch the shuttle into town. "You tired? Want me to carry you on my back?" Once we were outside the village, Jinrui deliberately slowed her pace, worried her man couldn't keep up. I gave her a smack on the butt. "You really think I'm some sickly little kitten? You ever seen a real man let his wife carry him?" She blushed, rubbing where I'd swatted her, and shot me a glare before muttering, "That was way too hard. You're just getting back at me for not putting out last night. Petty little man. Wasn't it you asking me to carry you last night?" I wasn't about to admit it. That pin-up fire hadn't gone anywhere. So I argued, "Last night I was joking around. You actually think you're a pack mule? Somebody sees that, they'll think I'm abusing you. Come on, keep moving." I was in a lousy mood. I tossed and turned all night with anxious dreams. Jinrui watched me stomp ahead, sulking, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was the one who got smacked, so how come she was the one acting like she'd done something wrong? You know how things are at home. That bed creaks the second you move. You really want big brother and sis-in-law and little Chong hearing us? You've got the nerve. She hesitated, then hooked her arm through mine, cheeks pink. "I already told you. Wait till no one's home, and you can have your way with me. Besides, big brother's already lined up someone to build our house. Once we've got our own place, it won't be awkward anymore." I got the logic. I was still frustrated. All right. Big tough man pouting like a little bride. She laughed sweetly and pinched my waist, then leaned in and kissed me. "Be good, stop sulking. We're heading into town. Shouldn't we be enjoying ourselves?" I wasn't going to admit anything out loud, but when your wife butters you up like that, you'd be a fool not to climb down off your high horse. 10-something miles later, we reached the township just as the sky brightened. "Hungry?" I asked. "A little. You?" Sis packed us some food. Cold coarse-grain flatbread scratched going down. I wasn't interested. I remembered there was a stall not far from the bus stop that fried up youtiao and yubing. "Forget the flatbread. Come on, your man's buying you some fried bread." I grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the stall. She smiled and didn't argue. She knew how to run a tight household, but she wasn't cheap about it. If we were broke, sure, but I'd been bringing in decent money lately. She wasn't going to begrudge a couple of fried bread cakes in town. Walking down the street, I noticed people sneaking glances at me and Chung Jinrui. Those curious, would you look at that looks? I knew exactly what they meant. If I were tall and strapping and she were slim and delicate, we'd be a picture-perfect couple. But it was the other way around. She was a head taller than me, and I was a good bit skinnier. However you sliced it, we looked mismatched, like a calf hitched to a giant cart. I couldn't be bothered. I walked straight up to the fried bread stall. How much for a yubing? Yobing's 25 fun. Youtiao's 10. I did some quick math. 2 yubing, 5 youtiao. You got it. The owner perked right up, wrapping everything in coarse paper and handing it over. I turned back to Qingjinrui. Wife, pay the man. She laughed and handed over a 1 yuan bill, then fell in beside me as we headed for the bus stop. Behind us, the middle-aged man at the stall stared at her retreating figure, swallowed hard, and mumbled, "Damn, that's a good-looking woman. Just too tall, too big." I heard him. I didn't bother reacting. Cheng Jinrui was a real beauty. Just, one size up. I broke off a piece of youtiao and stuck it in her hand. Try it. It's amazing. From the township to the county seat was over 20 miles. The shuttle was 15 fun a ticket, an hour and a half. Walking took 2 or 3 hours. Some folks would walk the extra 20-plus miles just to save that 15 fun, 30 fun round trip. Not me. I was a soft-skinned pretty boy. Money or no money, I was taking the bus. Once we got to town, I pulled out the address boss Sun had given me and headed straight for his shop. Sun Qingbin, mid-40s, in the seafood business. Instead of being annoyed to see me and the wife show up together, he kept praising me for being one lucky man to have landed such a beautiful bride. I laughed my head off. Cheng Jinrui just smiled quietly and kept her mouth shut like a proper wife. Come on, I'll drive. Transferring the deeds easy these days. We just get the name changed at the market management office. He had a beat-up second-hand tin can of a car. The ride was nothing to write home about, but I was still envious. Junker or not, it was still a car. Then again, a used car ran 8 to 10 grand. Enough to buy a second-hand trawler. If I had that kind of money, I'd buy a boat first too. The Seafood City Trade Market was on the north side of the county seat. It was remote and desolate now, but I knew that in the future, this would be the heart of the county. In the car, Sun Chungbin lowered his voice. Little brother, I'll be straight with you. It looks out of the way now, but give it 3 to 5 years. Everyone who's turning their nose up at this place is going to be kicking themselves. He paused. Take it from your old friend. Whatever you do, don't ever sell these 2 storefronts. If the price hasn't doubled in 3 to 5 years, you can chop off my head and kick it like a soccer ball. I chuckled. If you're so bullish on it, why are you unloading them yourself? He faltered for a second, then recovered. The shops have potential, sure. But compared to the gallbladder of that sea ancestor snake, I might never lay eyes on another one in my lifetime. I got it. He was in the seafood trade himself. He knew exactly what a sea ancestor snake gallbladder was worth. I smiled and picked up the thread. So, brother Sun, trading me 2 storefronts for the gallbladder is a sure win for you. We didn't come out ahead, but neither did you. The whole ride he kept hammering on about the shop's potential, basically fishing to make me feel like I owed him one. But I wasn't stupid. Fair trade is fair trade. Nobody needs to play the generous benefactor. Given my situation, cashing in that gallbladder was the smartest move. No matter how good the goods, you need somewhere to store them. My house didn't cut it. If I didn't sell, I'd have to salt cure and air dry it, or it would rot. At the market, Sun Qingbin parked right at the door of the management office and led us up to the 2nd floor. Bring out your original purchase documentation. Sun Qingbin handed over the payment receipt. The management office. Everything checked out. The clerk said to me, the shops in the market don't have property deeds yet, so hang on to this certificate. If you ever want to sell, you'll need it. He handed the certificate to me, and the 2 shops were transferred into my name. All right, number 16 and number 27 belong to you 2 from now on. The management committee also issued me a transfer certificate. Just like Sun Chungbin said, it was no hassle at all. The people in the office also told me that shop prices in the market had already been driven up, and a lot of folks who bought at the original price were thinking about flipping them. The management committee was more than happy to make it easy for them. Since only the first phase had sold out, there was still the 2nd and 3rd floor left to move. On the way down, Sun Chungbin smiled and asked, Wen Biao, my friend, you 2 gonna look around, or head back to the county with me? The deal was done, and I didn't want to bum another ride off him. Mainly because I wanted to go check out my 2 shops. Brother Sun, you head back first. We're gonna look around. Can't make the trip for nothing. He nodded, left me a business card, and shook my hand. If you come across any good stuff down the road, call me direct. I'll give you a price you can't beat. You got it. The moment his car pulled away, the smile faded from my face. Slick old businessman. Couldn't fault him on anything, but at the end of the day, business is business. To a merchant, personal ties will never outweigh profit. What's wrong? Not happy. Cheng Jinrui took my hand and asked softly. I smiled again and laced my fingers through hers. It's nothing. Just thinking. That Sun guy's making way more than we figure. She laughed. What we've made so far is plenty. You can't be too greedy. My wife's right. Come on, let's go see the shops. I took her hand and headed toward number 16. The market wasn't fully built out yet, but some of the shops were already open for business, and you could feel the buzz starting. Number 16 was right at the south main entrance. Hang a turn inside, and you'd see it. My eyes lit up. This spot is unbeatable. In the whole market, this counted as prime real estate. I pulled out the key Sun Qingbin had given me and opened the metal door. Inside was about 60 square meters, long and narrow, not small at all. Honey. She looked up at me, and her face went red in an instant. She seemed to catch on to what I was thinking. I chuckled. Close the door, and nobody can see a thing. She bit her lip, red-faced, and shook her head. No way. No way. People are walking around out there, and there's a huge gap under the door. What if somebody sees? I thought about it. She had a point. Number 16 was in too good a spot. Even though it wasn't open for business, people kept walking past the door. I tickled her palm and grinned wickedly. Then let's go check out number 27. Might be quieter over there. She mumbled, red-faced. If it's quiet, it's not a hot spot. You actually want it to be dead. I put on a fake scowl and glared at her. Woman, why do you talk so much? Who's in charge in this family? When I say let's go, we go. She rolled her eyes at me and muttered under her breath. Your back's always aching. You gonna keel over or something? I snorted. I might. You're the worst. Number 27 wasn't as good a location as number 16, but it was still pretty solid. Chung Jinrui looked at the two clear handprints on the wall, blushed, and wiped them away. Come on, your man's taking you out to eat. I was riding high. First time since crossing over that I'd felt this satisfied. Just as we were about to walk out of number 27, somebody appeared outside the door. The guy had been sizing up the shop, and when the door swung open, it startled him. Kong Xiuchong never would have dreamed there'd be somebody inside a shop with the door closed. He'd just noticed the big metal door wasn't locked, gotten curious, and come over to give it a push. Our eyes met, and I frowned and shot him a sideways look. What are you looking at? I figured this punk had heard something and come over to peep. He gave me an ingratiating smile. Buddy, is number 27 yours? I rolled my eyes. No kidding. If it wasn't mine, would it be yours? Spit it out. Seeing my clean-cut, baby-faced looks, the guy was probably wondering why my temper was so short. He smiled. I'm looking to rent a shop in the market, do a little business. Before he could finish, his eyes went wide. He was staring right past me, at Chung Jinrui, who had just stepped out after straightening her clothes. There was a woman in there too. The two of them had just been in there. I narrowed my eyes. Hey, what are you staring at my wife for? Looking to get your teeth knocked in. He snapped out of it, glanced at me, then at her, and forced a laugh. This lady is your wife? I rolled my eyes. This guy was awfully quick to get familiar. If you've got something to say it. Otherwise, beat it. The management committee's got people patrolling this market. Petty thieves get hauled off, so watch yourself. As I said it, I pulled out a big brass lock, ready to lock up. The shops these days all had double-swing metal doors, no roll-up gates yet. The lock had been hanging on the inside, so even if he'd wanted to open it, he couldn't have. Buddy, wait. He stopped me. Mind if I take a look inside? Before I could answer, he rushed to add, I'm serious about renting a shop and running a small business. I paused, turned my head, stared him down for a few seconds, then pushed the door back open. Sure, looking's free. He laughed along and walked in. He just wanted to see if the size worked. The shops near the entrance were the best, but the rent was steep. The cheapest one was going for $300 a year, and it went up every year. This side was a slightly worse location, but everybody had to pass by to get in and out. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a damp patch on the floor, and his mind immediately jumped to conclusions. A sour feeling churned in his gut. He didn't buy for a second that we were actually married. If we were really married, would we be fooling around in some raw, unfinished shop? Buddy, are you renting this place out? He came back out after making a lap, pulled out a cigarette, and offered me one. I took it and said casually, renting it out. Why wouldn't I? How much a year? How much you looking to pay? He hesitated, then gritted his teeth. 100 a year, but you've got to commit to 3 years, and no rent hikes for 3 years. I narrowed my eyes and didn't answer right away. First, I locked up the door of number 27. Once I walked back over, I said, 500 for 3 years, paid up front. If you're in, we sign the contract today, and I hand you the keys. His eyes lit up, but he tamped it down quick and shook his head. Rent's a little steep. The other shops. I smiled and waved him off. Then go ask around. I'll leave you a number. When you're ready to rent, call this line and ask for Fu Wenbiao. I gave him the village committee's number and added, the shop's right here. You've seen the location and the size. But let me lay it out straight up front. If I rent to you today, it's 500 for 3 years. Once the market opens, it'll probably jump to 800, maybe even 1,000. Today's price won't mean squat later on. With that, I signaled to my wife that we were leaving. Chung Jinrui played along perfectly today. Whatever I said, she went with it. I planned to take her into town, treat her to a nice meal, buy her some new clothes, and pick out a little jewelry. This was what my sister-in-law Lu Chunhua had drilled into me over and over before we left. Kong Xiuchang just stood there watching us walk off, laughing and chatting, and started to panic. He had a relative working at the market management office who'd slipped him some insider info. The seafood market was going to start its trial run in a few days, just to get some foot traffic going. Once it officially opened, rent was guaranteed to skyrocket. And not just rent, shop prices too. The thing was, he couldn't afford it. The little bit of capital he had, he'd practically begged and pleaded to scrape together. 500 for 3 years. He had no idea how much it'd go up to in 3 years. But if his relative wasn't blowing smoke, and the market really was opening early for a soft launch, then at this price, in this location, it was an absolute steal. He gritted his teeth and took off after us. Brother, Wen Biao buddy, wait up. I heard him yelling, stopped, and turned around with a smile. Brother Kong, something else you need. He glanced at Chung Jinrui, looked away, then locked eyes with me, jaw clenched. I'll take it. Shop number 27. I'm renting it, 500 for 3 years. We signed the contract today. The smile on my face didn't waver. I gave a casual nod. Sure, but rent's due on the spot. No money, no contract. Honestly, even I didn't see this coming. The ink was barely dry on the deed to those 2 shops, and I'd already rented one out. 500 for 3 years, high or low, didn't really matter. What mattered was that starting today, shop number 27 was locked down for 3 years. Keep in mind, the 2 shops went for 9,000 total, and Old Man Zhou got a 5% cut, 450. Since the shops were mine now, that commission naturally came out of my and Chung Jinrui's pocket. Couldn't let my brother and sister-in-law foot the bill. On the bus back to town, I stretched out across the back row, using my wife's thigh as a pillow, my face pressed against her belly, snoring away. The bus was pretty empty. It was just the 2 of us in the back row, so I could stretch my legs out. We hadn't gone to a restaurant for lunch, just made do with a couple of meat buns. By the time Kong Xiuchang went home for the money, came back, and we finished signing the contract, it was already afternoon. We'd missed our bus, and the government offices were about to close. Since we didn't know our way around, going anywhere else would have been pointless. I wanted to book a hotel in town and stay the night, do our shopping the next day. But Chung Jinrui wouldn't hear of it. She was worried my brother and sister-in-law would freak out when we didn't show up, and if they came charging into town and something happened, it wouldn't be worth it. Better to head back now, pick a nice day, and make another trip. So that was that, one trip into town, and thanks to Kong Xiuchang renting that shop, all the shopping I'd planned for her got pushed aside. Came back empty-handed, nothing to show for it. I felt bad about it. But Chung Jinrui wasn't the least bit upset. The bus rocked back and forth. I got drowsy, plopped my head down on her lap, and drifted off. We're here. Someone shook me awake. I sat up. It was almost dark out. I stretched. Chung Jinrui smiled and hummed a yes. Come on, let's go. Everyone's already off the bus. It's just us left. Once we got off, I grabbed her hand and headed straight for a little corner store in town. Basically a mom-and-pop shop, a bit bigger than the one in our village, with a better selection. Boss, 1 pack of white sand cigarettes, half a pound of white rabbit candy, a pound of spiced peanuts, and a bottle of Jojo liquor. I tore open the pack, lit one up, and turned to her with a grin. Wifey, pay the man. Chung Jinrui shot me a playful glare. Don't you have money on you? Why should I pay? She knew I had cash. The chow had given me 20 yesterday for buying seafood, but I'd hurried back before doing anything with it. I laughed. I've only got a few cents. Once that's gone, won't I have to ask you anyway? Then something struck me. I frowned and tilted my head at her. Wait, didn't you say it yourself? From now on, I'm the one calling the shots at home. So why are you the one holding the money? If I'm in charge, shouldn't I be handling the cash? She wasn't falling for it. She just shook her head, still smiling. You calling the shots, that's fine. But who said calling the shots means holding the money? Sis said you can't hold on to a dollar to save your life. Spend it as fast as you get it. You just be in charge of me, okay? You manage me, I manage the money. So isn't that still you managing the money? Was I going to let her talk me in circles? Truth was, I didn't want to hold the money anyway. What's the fun in that? Buying whatever you want, no one to answer to? Way better to let the wife hold it and enjoy the little game of asking her for spending cash. If Sure Ergu and the guys knew what I was thinking, they'd definitely call me whipped. Chung Jinrui trailed behind me carrying the stuff as we walked out of the shop. I'd wanted to grab some fried flatbread, too, but they'd packed up in the afternoon, only sold breakfast and lunch. If I wanted some, I'd have to wait till next time. 25 cents for 1 flatbread, and it took 2 to fill you up. That's 50 cents a meal. In these times, not many folks were willing to shell out that much. But that flatbread couple, they hustled from dawn till noon, so who was buying? Where was that money coming from? All I can say is, the rich are hiding beneath the surface. If you think everyone in this society's broke, you're kidding yourself. It's not that there's no money out there. Keeping wealth under wraps doesn't mean there isn't any. By the time we walked from town back to White Shark Village, it was pitch dark. Fu Xiaoqiang was crouched at the front gate holding his bowl and chopsticks, keeping a lookout. He'd been camped out there all afternoon waiting for us. The second he spotted us, he came tearing over with his bowl still in his arms, shrieking, "Uncle, Auntie, did you bring back anything good?" His eyes were practically glowing. Cheng Jinrui shot me a look, finally putting together why I'd bought white rabbit candy in town. Not a damn thing. I brushed him off and kept walking toward the house. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes darted around. "I don't believe it. Auntie, you two went all the way into town and really didn't buy anything." Cheng Jinrui nodded with a smile. We really didn't buy anything in the city, but we did pick up some candy back in town." Fu Xiaoqiang jumped in the air. "I knew it. Uncle's such a liar." To him, town and city were the same thing anyway. He'd barely been to either. "Only one piece tonight, or your teeth are gonna rot right out of your head," I said, annoyed. He stuck his tongue out at my back and made a face. Inside the yard, the moment my brother Fu Wendy and my sister-in-law Lu Chunhua saw us walk in, the tension finally left their faces. "You must be starving. Come sit down and eat," Sis called out to us, then glanced at Cheng Jinrui, empty-handed, and at me, carrying even less. She frowned. "Didn't I tell you to buy Jinrui a couple of outfits? Where are the clothes?" I gave a sheepish, didn't get around to the clothes." "Didn't get around to it? What do you mean you didn't? Did you even take her to the department store?" Sister-in-law's eyes went wide. Cheng Jinrui quickly explained with a smile. "Sis, it's not like that. We mainly went today to transfer the deed on those two shops. Right after we finished, we ran into a small business owner looking to rent a storefront, so we leased one of them out." Sister-in-law and big brother exchanged a look. "The shops, you've already rented one out?" I nodded with a smile. "Yep, 500 for 3 years. Just enough to hand 450 to Zhou Laolu as his cut." The couple stared at each other. The county seafood market had just been built. Were the shops really that hot? Rented out before it even opened? 500 for 3 years. Not a huge sum, but not small either. A grown man working odd jobs year-round without a break only pulls in about 150 or 60. But this was steady income. 500 over 3 years meant 16 or 1700 over 10 years. Rent money alone would match what a strong laborer earns. It's really not that I didn't want to take Jinrui shopping. By the time we finished signing the contract with that Kong guy, it was already 3:30 in the afternoon. By the time we got back to the county, all the state-run department stores were about to close. I wanted to stay the night with her in town, but she was worried you two would fret and flat out refused. I set the bottle of Jojo old liquor and the peanuts down on the table. Once sister-in-law had the full picture, she didn't press further. The two of us worked things out between ourselves, and she was glad to see it. "Sit down and eat first." Big brother glanced at the liquor and peanuts on the table. Why the rush to lease it out? Why not wait a bit? What if rent goes up in a while? I had my wife bring over 2 cups, twisted open the bottle, and said with a smile, 500 for 3 years. What am I waiting for? Even if it doubled, that's only 800, 1,000. I'd rather have the cash in hand. Safer that way. I paused, then added, Zhou Laoyu's cut has to be paid one way or another. Using 3 years of rent to settle the debt still leaves us $50. Beats coughing up cash out of our own pockets, doesn't it? Big brother thought about it. He had a point. They wouldn't be camping out at the seafood market every day. Who knew when it would actually open? Wait a year or two, and sure, the rent might climb, but that wasn't necessarily better than locking in a tenant right now. All right, those 2 shops belong to you and Jinrui from here on out. You two make your own calls. Cheng Jinrui brought over the bowls and chopsticks, and sister-in-law dished out the food she'd been keeping warm on the stove. The two of them had waited for us to get back before eating. I took the cup, poured Big Brother a drink, screwed the cap back on, and didn't pour any for myself. You're not drinking? Sister-in-law paused, looking at me, puzzled. I'd bought liquor and peanuts. She'd assumed I was the one craving a drink. I shook my head. Nah. Slept half the ride home in the car. Won't be tired tonight either. I figured I'd take a fishing rod down to the reef flats and try some night fishing. See if I can pull a few in. That thing? What are you going to catch with that? Middle of the night, wasting time instead of sleeping. Sister-in-law grumbled a bit, but let it go. Folks along the coast fished with nets. Worst case, they'd row out and set long lines. Fishing with a single hook and line? Hardly anyone did that. My name's Fu Wenbiao. I just smiled and didn't bother explaining. Rod fishing, net casting, long lining. These were all different games. Big Brother Fu Wendy took a sip of his drink and said, got the workers lined up. Mark the lines today, laying the foundation tomorrow. Materials are coming in bit by bit. My wife Cheng Jinrui and I shared a smile. Both of us couldn't wait to move into the new house. Just then, a woman's voice called out from the courtyard gate. Brother Wendy, Sister Chunhua, you folks home? Sister-in-law Lu Chunhua's brow furrowed. She muttered a curse under her breath. This time of night. What the hell is that skank doing at our place? Cheng Jinrui glanced at me curiously. I shrugged. I didn't recognize the voice either. Before the words had died down, the woman had already walked into the yard. 30-something, 40 at most, on the short side, decent looks, wide hips that swayed as she walked. Sun Daeju, the village widow. She was carrying 2 cushion carp in her hand, each one about 7 or 8 ounces. Spotting Cheng Jinrui at the table, she froze for a second, then broke into a smile. Oh my, got company over, huh? Normally, she'd have pride until she got the whole story. But tonight she had no interest in that. She needed to nail down her marriage first, before things dragged on and went sideways. I came by tonight mainly to talk to you two about the marriage between me and young Biao. The whole courtyard went dead silent. I nearly bit my tongue and looked up at this widow, famous across 10 villages. Sun Daeju didn't seem to mind. She grinned, grabbed a folding stool, and plopped down across from us. Last time when I told Wen Biao to take the bride price and marry into my family, that was short-sighted of me. A good-looking young man like Wen Biao, it'd be a waste for him to marry in. Here's the deal. I'll marry into your family, bride price paid the normal way. I'm a bit older than Wen Biao, sure, but I'm strong, got wide hips, plenty capable of bearing children. She paused, then went on. Heard you're building a house for Wen Biao? Let me tell you, building a house is a big deal. You've got to build 6 good-sized tile-roofed rooms, big enough for my daughter, son-in-law, and grandkids to come stay too. Lu Chunhua caught on in a flash. This widow's son had gotten wind of the house going up and sniffed her way over. She rolled her eyes. Sun Daeju, did I not cuss you out good enough last time? My Wen Biao is a strapping young man. Whoever he marries, it's sure as hell not gonna be some old widow like you. Damn, the nerve on you. Sun Daeju wasn't fazed. Not someone like me. With Biao's reputation, who else is he gonna find? I'm the only one lowering herself to marry down to him. Anyone else, doesn't matter if you build a house, you think anyone's coming. I've just got a soft heart, taken a liking to how fair-skinned and pretty Wen Biao is. I'm willing to shortchange myself for it. Ma'am, no need to shortchange yourself. Wen Biao is already married. Cheng Jinrui cut in with a smile. Sun Daeju's eyes went wide. She shook her head. No way. A lazy pretty boy like him, who'd marry him? She sized up Cheng Jinrui. Miss, I don't know you. What relation are you to the Fu family? Cheng Jinrui smiled. I'm Fu Wen Biao's wife. Sun Daeju froze, then burst out. You're Wen Biao's wife? Then what am I? I already told the whole neighborhood I was marrying in. She turned to Big Brother. You Fu family owe me an explanation for this. Otherwise, I'm gonna smash my head against your wall and die right here tonight. Lu Chunhua exploded on the spot. Widow's son, have you got no shame left? What the hell does our Fu family have to do with you? Get out. Get the hell out of my house right now. Kill yourself here? You wouldn't have the guts. Sun Daeju was so worked up she slapped her thigh. Lu Chunhua, I, Sun Daeju, am a daughter-in-law of the Fu family, and the whole neighborhood knows it. Don't believe me? Go ask around. Lu. Chunhua was so pissed, she burst out laughing, grabbed the shovel right by the door. Did I ever send a matchmaker to your place? Did I ever propose a marriage? You shameless bitch, go piss in a puddle and take a look at yourself. You think you're good enough for our Wen Biao? One more word out of you, and I'll flatten you with this shovel. Sun Daeju backed away while cursing. Didn't your family put the word out about double the bride price? Anybody take you up on it? Well, now I'm willing, and I'll even take just the regular amount. If I'm not going to be Fu Wen Biao's wife, then who is? My head was throbbing. I'd never seen anyone this shameless in my life. If we don't settle this today, I'm going to the village chief. Hell, I'll take you to court. Whack. Lu Chunhua swung the shovel. Sun Daeju ducked just in time. Bring it on, you piece of trash. Widow's son, from today on I'm going to camp out at your front door and cuss you till you drop dead. My sister-in-law chased the widow out of the yard with the shovel. Cheng Jinrui asked quietly. She's not going to get in trouble, is she? Should we go after her? I shook my head and gave a bitter smile. She'll be fine. My sister-in-law's not one to come out on the losing end. I sighed. It really takes all kinds. First time I've seen anyone that shameless. My older brother, who hadn't said a word the whole time, suddenly put on a stern face and asked in a low voice. You've never been over to the Sun place, right? Never touched widow's son. I froze, then quickly shook my head. Absolutely not. I haven't sunk that low. He stared at me for a moment. Probably because Cheng Jinrui was standing right there, he didn't press further. You two stay put. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to head into the village and see what's going on. My brother threw on his coat and left. That widow's son, she's got a bad reputation around here. Cheng Jinrui asked casually while clearing the dishes. I forced a laugh. Yeah, not great. She does some shady stuff on the side, $2 a pop. And there really are guys in the village who go to her. Chung Jinrui kept her head down, stacking the bowls. You never went. My face darkened. I reached over and gave her a light smack on the butt. What kind of guy do you take your husband for? With a face like mine, if I were going to fool around, would I need to pay for it? Every village within 10 miles, you name a girl or young wife I couldn't sweet-talk into bed. Chung Jinrui blushed and rolled her eyes at me. I was just asking. What are you getting worked up about? You question your husband's character, and I'm not supposed to get worked up? She laughed sweetly. Oh please, you don't have a shred of character. You're a shameless flirt, and everybody knows it. With that, she grabbed the bowls and ran off to wash them. It was well past midnight when my brother and sister-in-law finally got back, both looking grim. Widow's son says you came to her place in the middle of the night, slept with her, whispered all kinds of sweet nothings, said you were going to marry her. Did any of that happen? My sister-in-law couldn't hold it in and just came right out with it. Because Widow's son had said it right in front of the village committee and half the villagers, hands on her hips, cool as you please, and just about everyone had bought it. Because when it comes to men, how many don't step out on their wives? By tomorrow morning, the whole village would be talking. My wife was going to find out sooner or later, no hiding it. Sister-in-law was grinding her teeth. Did you or didn't you? Spit it out. I frowned. This was the hardest kind of thing to defend yourself against. Once somebody flings mud at you, anything you say sounds like an excuse. I stood up from the folding stool. Call the cops. Get the sheriff's office out here to investigate. Widow's son sounds pretty damn sure of herself. Fine, let's get to the bottom of it. Either I get hauled in, or she does. If she's not letting me off easy, she's not walking away clean either. I stalked toward the door with a dark look on my face. I never figured Widow's son could be that vicious, making up crap and pinning it on me. But I'll be damned if I let her turn black into white. Every lie has a crack somewhere. If she wants to burn this down with me, then fine, I've got no reason to play nice either. The truth was, my brother and sister-in-law were half convinced themselves. They were scared I actually had gone to see Widow's son. Chung Jinrui stood up. Wen Biao, I'm coming with you. I stopped, turned back to look at her. She walked over, hooked her arm through mine, and smiled. Nobody else believes you. I do. Widow's son? What is she anyway? Not even in the same league. Huh, that's right. Come on, let's go to the village committee and call the cops. Watching us, my brother and sister-in-law actually let out a sigh of relief. They weren't afraid of village gossip. What they were afraid of was my wife taking it seriously. That widow's son, she just had her eyes on the money my family was pulling in. She wanted to build herself a new house, so she came knocking with a shakedown scheme. Didn't get a dime out of it. Instead, my sister-in-law Lu Chunhua chased her out with a shovel. The whole village was whispering behind our backs. Everybody knew widow's son wasn't clean below the waist. And me, Fu Wenbiao, I was that pretty boy layabout. She told the story with such conviction, and even if she made it up, how the hell were you supposed to prove otherwise? Nobody could untangle it. Everyone was just waiting for the show, figuring my brand new wife was going to bolt for sure. But hell no. That very night, I marched straight to the guy on duty at the village committee and told him I needed to use the village phone to call the cops. The guy on duty didn't dare say yes. He got the village chief, Chiu de Kue, out of bed and over there in the middle of the night. Chiu de Kue came in cursing. Middle of the goddamn night, and you can't sleep? Calling the cops for what? You think the sheriff's office belongs to the Fu family? I didn't bother arguing. Just said one thing. It's fine. Chiu de Kue stared at me for a long minute. He knew damn well he couldn't let me make that call. If this actually got kicked up to the sheriff's office, God only knew what mess would come of it. He sent someone to fetch widow's son. Over on her end, Sun Daeju had just gotten home and was still riding high. The way she figured it, as long as she trashed my reputation, no woman would ever dare live with me again except her. Even if I already had a wife, that wife would run. Somebody knocked on her door. She thought it was a customer and came out before she was even fully dressed. Get your ass over to the village committee. Fu Wenbiao's about to call the cops and have you hauled in. The second Sun Daeju heard the word cops, her knees went weak. The stuff she was into, none of it could stand the light of day. Fine, let me throw on a jacket. Over at the village committee, I was sitting on a bench with a dark look on my face, holding a cup of water, taking small sips. Chung Jinrui stood behind me, quiet, but pressed in close. Chiu de Kue came in and started with a couple of half-threats to soften me up. Anybody else would have folded. Me? I didn't so much as blink. Just said, it's fine. My brother and sister-in-law showed up, the village committee folks showed up, and the villagers rubbernecking crowded in too. Sun Daeju blew in throwing a fit. Fu Wenbiao, you heartless little pretty boy. Go ahead, call him. Let's see whether the sheriff hauls me off, or you. I flicked my eyes at her, didn't say a word, then turned to Chiu de Kue. Uncle de Kue, you heard her. She agrees to calling the cops. I paused, then slowly added, it'd be best to get the cops involved. She says I slept with her, and I've got to take responsibility. But I've got a family now, a wife. This kind of responsibility, I can't take. Chiu Dekue frowned and turned to Sun Daeju. You agree to calling the police? Sun Daeju froze. I don't agree. I stared at her. Didn't you say I slept with you and promised to marry you? If I deny it, shouldn't you be calling the cops on me? Sun Daeju's eyes darted around. Marry me, and I won't report you. I shook my head. You don't need to report anything, I will. I'm going to have the sheriff's office come haul you in. Slandering me like this? We're not done. Sun Daeju's heart skipped. She knew better than anyone that I'd never laid a finger on her. She immediately switched faces. One Biao, don't go running to the cops over every little thing. You'll just cause more trouble for the village. I almost laughed out loud. She even had the nerve to sigh. 100 years of good karma to share a boat. 1,000 years to share a pillow. You and me, we did sleep together after all. My face darkened. Have you no shame? Someone like you? I wouldn't touch you if you were free. She didn't get mad. She actually smiled. Ah, you men. Pull your pants up and turn on a dime. When you were betting me, your sweet talk could have drowned a person. Betting you. I yanked Chung Jinrui out in front. Stand next to my wife and compare. You even in the same league. Sun Daeju's face fell. Around us, a crowd of men were quietly swallowing. Chung Jinrui spoke up, her voice cool and even. You know what? Just call the cops. Let the sheriff's office question them. One look and they'll know who's lying. I hear they've even got this thing called a lie detector. One test, and the truth comes out. She raised her eyes to Sun Daeju. Big sis, you say he promised to marry you? Then let him take the polygraph. If it comes back true, I'll step aside for the two of you. If it comes back false, if you're the liar, then that's defamation. Lock her up, throw the book at her. Fair enough. Sun Daeju was cursing on the inside. Forget a lie detector. Just seeing anyone from the sheriff's office made her knees shake. But she wasn't ready to give up either. Word was, our family had struck it rich the past few days, several $1,000s. Chiu Dekue, stone-faced, asked, Widow's son, did Fu Wenbiao actually have anything to do with you or not? Well, don't hem and haw. Yes or no? If you're making this up, I'm washing my hands of your mess. Sun Daeju gritted her teeth. Even if nothing happened, his sister-in-law was the one who put the word out about paying double the bride price for a wife. I don't even want the double bride price. I'm willing to marry in on my own. Shouldn't this match go to me first? Chiu Dekue laughed out loud. You've got some nerve, I'll give you that. He waved her off, cutting her short. 2 roads. 1. Apologize to the young couple. 2. Tomorrow morning I make the call, the sheriff's office comes and picks you up, and you get charged with false accusation. Your pick. That settled it. Sun Daeju didn't want to apologize, but she didn't dare cross Chiu Dekue either. She stood there with a face longer than a wet weekend. Chiu Dekue stood up. Fine. Enjoy getting arrested. He turned to leave. Sun Daeju panicked and threw herself in his path, her voice cracking. I'll apologize. I'll apologize, okay. She walked over to me and Chung Jinrui, forcing a smile that wasn't a smile. I'm sorry. Sis was in the wrong. I must have had my brain scrambled. Shouldn't have said one biao, and I had anything going on. Slap. Chung Jinrui's palm came flying across her face. The crack rang out. Sun Daeju spun a half circle where she stood and dropped flat on her ass, clutching her cheek, staring dumbfounded at my wife. The crowd around us went dead silent. You shameless little tramp. Stay the hell away from my family. Come sniffing around us again, and I'll rip that mouth right off your face. Chung Jinrui finished her tirade, turned around, took my hand, and gave me a sweet little smile. Okay, don't be mad. No point getting worked up over trash. Let's go home. I laughed, took my wife's hand, nodded goodbye to Chiu Dekue, and left. The rest of it, my big brother and sister-in-law were there. I didn't need to worry about it. On the walk back, under the moonlight, Chung Jinrui nestled close and asked with a grin, should I not have slapped her? I shook my head. That slap was beautiful. If you hadn't, folks would think we were pushovers, get walked on, and won't even squeak about it. I shook my head, smiling. That slap my wife just laid down was gorgeous. I was all in favor. People are like that. The nicer you are, the more they push you around. Show a little teeth, and suddenly they're all smiles. I dropped my voice and said to her, how about tomorrow we go teach Widow's son another lesson? That trashy woman's got no filter. Every foul thing that comes into her head comes right out her mouth. She's earned a beating. Chung Jinrui's cheeks turned pink. She let out a soft mm, then leaned close to my ear. I actually held back just now. I was afraid I'd knock her teeth clean out. I nearly cracked up. Outside, in the crowd, Zhou Laolu had shown up early. He just hadn't stepped forward. If you asked who in White Shark Village knew us Fu brothers best, especially these past few days, it'd have to be him. A couple days back, that sea ancestor snake that washed ashore had made me and my brother a killing. A 65-foot iron-plated trawler that put us on the map in White Shark Village. My brother, Fu Wendy, was going to be a boat captain nobody in this village would dare to look down on. That boat. Even with the two of us and our wives working it, there was no way to run it short-handed. We'd need at least 4 or 5 more hands. Once you're a boat captain, your word carries weight in the village. Widow's son sure was thinking big, but I'll give her this. She had a nose for it. She really did set her sights on me. Lucky for me, I moved fast and got my wife home quiet-like. Otherwise, inside 2 weeks, the matchmakers would have kicked the Fu family's front door clean off its hinges. On top of that, I had those 2 shops at the county seafood market. 5 grand apiece. 2 of them made me a 10,000 yuan man. A 10,000 yuan household? Forget White Shark Village. Even in the whole county, you could count them on one hand. Zhou Laolu chewed on it the whole way home. Say he wasn't jealous, wasn't green with envy? That'd be a lie. But a sea ancestor snake coming ashore, that's not something you can envy your way into. The Fu brothers were riding a hot streak. You didn't mess with people like that. He was even mulling it over. When my brother brought the boat back, he'd try to get his oldest son a spot on the crew, run the sea for half a year, soak up some of that good fortune. My brother and sister-in-law came out of the village committee building, chatting as they walked. Sister-in-law said, "Doesn't it feel to you like Biaozi's grown up a whole lot?" My brother chuckled. "He's a grown man. Stop babying him all the time." She frowned. "You don't get it. I mean it. Biaozi isn't the same as he used to be." My brother just grinned and didn't answer. Biaozi was his own flesh and blood little brother. Nobody wanted the kid to make something of himself more than he did. What a piece of work. You think it's cause he got himself a wife? 10 to 1. That's it. By this point, I was already lying in bed inside the room. Cheng Jinrui went out to say goodnight to my older brother and sister-in-law, then came back and shut the door. I pulled my wife into my arms and grumbled. I was planning to go night fishing out at the reef, and that widow's son bitch had to go and ruin the whole thing. The second Cheng Jinrui heard the reef, her mind jumped back to what happened the morning before yesterday. Her hand slid up my cheek to my ear and gave it a pinch. "You're not still hung up on that mermaid demon, are you?" In the dark, my eyes flickered. I shook my head right away. "No way. That thing and us aren't even the same species. I hope I never run into it again." Cheng Jinrui gave a soft snort. "And if you did run into it, would you kill it?" I hemmed and hawed. "I wouldn't. I'm a coward. I wouldn't have the guts. Besides, those things live in schools. We still gotta go out fishing. It wouldn't be smart to make a blood enemy." Cheng Jinrui leaned close to my ear and murmured, "You sure it isn't that you just can't bear to?" I rolled over and pinned her down, glaring. "It's the middle of the night. Don't make me smack you. That thing's a sea demon. I've been telling you all this time. How do you still not get it?" Cheng Jinrui blushed and quickly said, Okay, I get it. One word led to another. That's all. No need to get worked up." I gave her a pinch. Even if I ran into one of those things again, I still couldn't kill it. It's got family and friends down in the sea too. If I did, how the hell would we ever go out to sea again? That's what I said out loud, but deep down I knew. It had nothing to do with fishing. I just plain couldn't bear to do it. The mermaids other people described were green-faced and fanged. The one I saw was drop-dead gorgeous. Maybe it was just a different breed. Either way, if I ran into her again, there's no way I could go through with it. And come to think of it, that mermaid back in the cove didn't seem like she wanted to kill me at all. She just wanted to what exactly? Suddenly a thought hit me. Why would a mermaid demon be interested in me in the first place? Could it be because I ate the sea ancestor serpent's brain, drank the purple Empyrean treasure turtle's blood, and still had a sea ancestor serpent inner core inside me? Blushing, Cheng Jinrui said, Fine, whatever you say. Let's go to sleep." I settled back down, holding my wife, staring up at the rafters. Wide awake. They say 1 drop of purple blood, worth 10,000 gold. I drank something that precious, so why the hell doesn't it do anything? Shouldn't I be indestructible, impervious to fire and water by now? Then again, the treasure turtle's blood isn't some magic elixir. You can't expect overnight results. But still, my legs used to be limp as noodles. How come now they can stand up straight like chopsticks? Sure, they're not exactly rock solid, but at least I'm not like before, when one gust of cold sea breeze would leave my back so sore I couldn't get out of bed. On top of that, my stamina, strength, speed, reflexes, sense of smell, even how sharp my mind was, everything was improving. I used to be nothing but a lazy freeloader, a pretty boy who wouldn't lift a finger. Now, I'm a sharp-witted, strong-limbed, life-enjoying, still lazy as hell, still won't lift a finger pretty boy. Cheng Jinrui was drifting off, half asleep, when she felt someone poking her from behind. She was exasperated and embarrassed all at once. "How are you still wired? It's almost dawn." She cracked her eyes open and saw me snuffling around like a little piglet. She was so mad she wanted to slap me. "If you don't go to sleep, I'll kick you off the bed." "Haha, I just can't sleep." Cheng Jinrui laughed in spite of herself. "You can't sleep because you can catch up on it during the day. What about me? I can't exactly sleep the whole day away with you. Now close your eyes." I had no shame. Once I set my mind on something, I don't quit. In the end, Chung Jinrui couldn't bring herself to kick me off. Your brother and sister-in-law next door are already snoring. Come on. She couldn't hold out against me. Blushing, half pushing, half giving in, she let me have my way for a couple rounds. By the time we finally fell asleep, it was already light outside. I slept clear through till almost noon, yawned, and sat up. Honey, called out a couple of times, no answer. Then I remembered. There were workers next door digging the foundation for a new house, and Chung Jinrui was probably over there helping out. I stretched, threw on my shorts, and headed out to wash up and brush my teeth. Uncle, how are you still this lazy? Fu Xiaoqiang came running in from outside, saw the state of me, and squatted down in front of me with a face full of world-weary judgment. I rolled my eyes and didn't bother answering, just rinsed out my mouth. Where's your aunt? Working next door? Even I hauled bricks for half the day. You're the laziest one, won't lift a finger. He paused, then asked hopefully, Uncle, got any more big white rabbit candies? I worked hard for you all morning. How about a reward? I sneered as I walked back inside. Weren't you just lecturing me about being lazy with that grown-up face? From now on, don't call me uncle anymore. I'll be your nephew, and you can be my uncle. Fu Xiaoqiang tailed me like a shadow, sniffling. I mean, being your nephew wouldn't be so bad. Hey, what are you doing? I was joking around. You're actually gonna do it? I picked up the sole of my shoe, and he immediately started begging for mercy. Fu Xiaoqiang, you're getting more out of line every day. I'm gonna have to have a talk with your mom. Tell her to whoop you more often. He rolled his eyes on the sly, careful not to let me see. Uncle, where are you going? Down to the shore for a bit. Just walking around? Why are you bringing a bag? What's in it? Any snacks? The bag had my fishing gear in it. I was doing the math in my head. If I stayed home, my sister-in-law was gonna come chew me out before long. But going over to help work? Not interested. Might as well grab my fishing gear and take a stroll down to the beach. What are you tagging along for? Honestly, I didn't want to bring this little leech. But once he latched on, there was no shaking him off. I'll carry the bag for you. His eyes rolled, and he sidled up with a big grin. He'd only offered to be polite. Didn't expect I'd actually toss the bag right at him. Sure, you carry it. Pick up the pace. I strolled along with my hands behind my back, tickled pink. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes bugged out, thinking to himself, is there anyone in this world as shameless as his uncle? He struggled along, hauling a fishing bag taller than he was. Barely 100 yards in, he was already howling. Uncle, I can't carry it anymore. Swap, swap, swap. I didn't even turn my head. If you can't carry it, take a break. Uncle's too lazy to work. No way I'm carrying it. From now on, all the dirty work and heavy lifting around the house is on you. Fu Wenbiao, you shameless jerk. Fu Xiaoqiang chucked the bag onto the sand, cussed me out, and turned to run. Afraid I'd catch up and smack him. Little brat. I cursed with a laugh, went back to pick up the bag, and carried it myself toward the reef beach. The wind and waves were mild today, perfect for sea fishing. As I got close to the reef beach, I threw a few extra glances toward the spot where I'd spotted that mermaid the other day. That thing wouldn't wander into the human world often. Sea demons generally steered clear of areas with human activity. Last time was probably because the storms had been so bad. Days of raging weather had forced her out. Hard to say exactly how smart mermaids are, but definitely not dumb. They're a humanoid type of sea demon, and there's probably more than one clan, maybe even more than one species. For all of humanity, the ocean remains a deep mystery. The era I'd crossed over into was no simple 60s, 70s, or 80s. It wasn't any period I recognized, either. Beneath the surface hid countless mysteries and unknowns. I pulled the rod out of the bag, chummed the water with some cornmeal, baited the hook, and cast into the tidal inlet. Honestly, my fishing skills were pretty much zero. I was just messing around. Didn't even bring a fish net or a bucket. The whole point was to get some peace and quiet. If I caught something, great. If not, holy crap. The bobber jerked hard, the line snapped taut, and the pull on my hands told me. This fish was a big one. 5 minutes later, a leopard coral grouper broke the surface. There was actually a foldable landing net in the bag, but I didn't know how to put it together. I just waded into the water, hooked my fingers under its gills, and hauled it out. At least 5 or 6 pounds, worth some money. Uncle, you actually caught a fish. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes bugged out. The little punk hadn't left at all, had been trailing me the whole time. I was just fretting about having nothing to hold the fish in, and grinned when I saw this pest. No kidding. You know who you're talking to. Hurry up, run home, and grab me a bucket. Okay. Fu Xiaoqiang didn't argue this time. He spun around and bolted for home. I tossed the leopard grouper on the bank and forgot about it. If it died, so much the better. I'd take it home for soup. Bait it up, cast again. This time the wait was longer, maybe 3 minutes, before the rod dipped, and the pull was even stronger than that grouper. My strength had been growing these past few days. If this had been the old me, I'm not sure I could have held on. What the hell's got this much fight? I wrestled with it for a solid 10 minutes before the thing in the water finally gave up, and I gradually reeled it toward shore. The moment its head cleared the water, I almost yelled out loud. Damn, a mouse grouper. Long, narrow head, pointed snout, looked just like a mouse. Grayish-white body covered in black spots. Absolute beauty. 20 pounds, easy. I hoisted it up, grinning ear to ear. This one alone was worth over 10 yuan. Uncle, I got the bucket. Fu Xiaoqiang came running with a bucket in his arms. When he saw another fish on the line, his eyes locked on it. What kind of fish is that? I took the bucket, dipped it half full of seawater, and carefully lowered the mouse grouper in. Just in time, it was still alive. The leopard grouper was probably dead by now. Oh well, I'd have someone take it home for steaming at lunch. Mouse grouper, 2 yuan a pound. Fu Xiaoqiang's eyes went wide as saucers. He swallowed hard. It's worth that much? He crouched by the bucket, eyes gleaming. Uncle, let's sell it. For him, even 20 cents a pound was a fortune. I'd originally planned to have sister-in-law or my wife braise it, but on second thought, with a personality like Lu Chuanhua's, braise a 20 yuan fish? She'd chew me out until my ears bled. Fine, take it and sell it, I said, then cast the hook back into the water. Great start to the day, a leopard grouper and a big mouse grouper. Bring these home, and forget just today's fishing trip. I could go tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that, and sister-in-law would still greet me with a smile, not a peep of complaint. Fu Xiaoqiang laughed with delight, stood up to lug the bucket away, only to find he couldn't budge it. The bucket itself was wooden and heavy, plus half a bucket of water and 10+ pounds of fish. Forget him, even I'd struggle with it. He looked up at me miserably. Uncle, I can't carry it. Why don't you come with me? I rolled my eyes. If I'm carrying it there myself, what do I need you for? Then what do we do? I tugged the rod, another bite, but it got away. I rebaited as I said, go find your mom or your aunt at the construction site. Fu Xiaoqiang wasn't happy. Why can't you just take the fish over and sell it now? Once it dies, it's not worth as much. I was about to snap at him when I caught sight of something in the tackle bag. Looked like there was a landing net. I pulled it out. Turned out to be a collapsible landing net, complete with a fish keeper net. These rich kids came prepared. Their gear was top-notch. Can't you see I'm fishing? I said, assembling the net. Move it. Sell the fish, and I'll give you 20 cents. Fu Xiaoqiang swallowed and took off without another word. The third catch was a half-pound black scorpion fish. Great flavor, delicious braised with soybean paste. But I didn't keep it. I just chopped it up with the utility knife and used it for bait. The second it hit the water, something yanked hard. The massive force made my face light up, and it was on again. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaoqiang ran to the construction site. He skipped his mom and went straight to Cheng Jinrui, tugging her sleeve and lowering his voice. Auntie, quit working and come with me. Cheng Jinrui stopped and wiped away some sweat. Where to? Uncle caught a big fish at the reef beach. He wants you to come sell it. Caught a big one. How big? Cheng Jinrui thought I was calling her over just to hang out. Thing was, they were building the house. How could she just up and leave? Fu Xiaoqiang spread his arms wide. This big. Uncle says it's a mouse grouper. Worth a lot of money. Lu Chunhua had actually been listening in the whole time. She came over. Mouse grouper? Where? Fu Xiaoqiang pointed toward the reef beach. Still over there. Lu Chunhua narrowed her eyes. It really a mouse grouper? Talk crap, and I'll kick your ass raw. How would I dare lie? Uncle said so. I don't know one from the other. Lu Chunhua thought about it, then grabbed Cheng Jinrui's arm. Sis, come on, let's go check it out. If it really is a mouse grouper, that's serious money. You go ahead, sis. I'll work a little longer. We hired all these people. It's not like you have to do it yourself. Come on. Meanwhile, I hauled the fish up. Took one look, a scorpion cod, and it had. A little disappointing, but it still weighed a good 3 pounds. I tossed it into the fish keeper. We'd stew it up at home later. I cast again. Another marbled rockfish, 2 pounds this time. Cast again, still a damn rockfish, just over a pound. Once you've gotten used to hauling in big fish, these 1-pounders start to look kind of pathetic. Lu Chunhua came over and asked curiously, Xiaoqiang says you caught a big humpback grouper? I grinned at my sister-in-law and jerked my chin toward the bucket. It's swimming right in there. She took one look and her whole face lit up. Whoa, no kidding. Something that size has got to be 10 pounds. I lifted the rod again. Another rockfish, half a pound. Another one on the line. Zhou Laolu buys rockfish at 35 cents a pound. Catch as many as you can. I blinked. Sis, I thought rockfish weren't worth anything. The little ones nobody wants. But anything over half a pound is worth money. What about the 1-pounders? 1-pounders go for $1. And the 2-pounders? Those take years to grow that big. $3 minimum. What about a 3-pounder? Lu Chunhua shot me a glare. You little punk, are you messing with me? Watch me kick your ass. I gave a dry laugh. I really caught one. There's a 3-pounder in the keeper right now, plus a 2-pounder and a 1-pounder. For real? Let me see. She hauled the keeper up out of the water, and her eyes went wide. A rockfish this big? That's worth $10 easy. Normally rockfish don't get big. Even a 2-pounder takes years, and a 3-pounder is rare as hell. You should take him all and sell him, I said, grinning. I hadn't expected that slacking off to duck out of work would pay off this well. One big humpback grouper plus one big rockfish. By my sister-in-law's math, that was almost $30. Way better than any day labor gig. Jinrui, help sis carry this stuff. Take it down to the pier and sell it to Zhou Laolu. I'm not going. I want to fish a little longer. Cheng Jinrui nodded. Sure. Lu Chunhua waved her off. No need. No need. I can carry it myself. You stay here and keep Wenbiao company. And don't go back to work this afternoon either. Keep an eye on him. See if he can pull up another grouper. I had to laugh inside. There weren't that many groupers out there. Catching one was pure dumb luck. If they were that easy to catch, they wouldn't fetch that kind of price. Lu Chunhua wouldn't let Cheng Jinrui help. She hauled the bucket off herself, with Fu Xiaoqiang trotting eagerly behind her. Let me set you up with a rod. You should fish too. I dug a rod out of the tackle bag, rigged the line and hook, and handed it to her. Cheng Jinrui hesitated. But I don't know how. You just cast and mess around. Who really knows what they're doing? I'm just winging it too. She copied what I did and dropped the line in the water. I hooked another fish, another goddamn rockfish, even smaller this time, barely a quarter pound. I struck my best veteran angler pose. Fishing is all about patience. Sometimes you don't get a bite for half a day. Before I could finish, her rod suddenly bent double. It's heavy. I hurried over and coached her how to work the drag, how to play the fish, when to reel in. I stood by with the landing net. The inlet wasn't wide, and my 6-foot net could reach anywhere. Red? It's red. Cheng Jinrui saw a flash of red break the surface and shouted with excitement. I stepped in and scooped a coral hind, also called a red-spotted grouper, 11 or 12 pounds. Bigger than the humpback I'd caught. Damn, nice luck. Cheng Jinrui was over the moon. She baited up and cast again. Before I could even finish my sentence, she hooked another one. A 5 or 6-pound yellow tiger grouper. Not worth much. But hey, the woman was actually catching fish. From that point on, I was officially demoted to her personal net boy, standing by to scoop up whatever she pulled in. I looked at my wife and said, a little sourly, "And you said you couldn't fish?" Cheng Jinrui laughed at me and said helplessly, "I really can't. Are you seriously jealous? Every fish I catch is yours anyway." The words were barely out of her mouth when her rod dipped again. She immediately turned on the charm. "Quick, come help. I've got another one." Whatever sour little feeling I had evaporated on the spot. She was mine, the fish were mine, and every time she landed one I was happier than if I'd caught it myself. Around noon, my sister-in-law Lu Chunhua came out with Fu Xiaoqiang to bring us lunch. One look at the fish keeper and her eyeballs nearly popped out. All this good stuff, tucked away in this little inlet? A full day out at sea might not net this much, and we'd pulled it in half a day. She did the math in her head fast. Today's haul alone would fetch at least $50. Back in the day, she and my big brother used to bust their asses for a whole month to make that kind of money. She looked at Cheng Jinrui with completely different eyes now. This new sister-in-law was something else, didn't ask for a bride price, and brought good fortune with her on top of that. The money we'd pulled in these past few days was more than the whole Fu family had saved up in a lifetime. Sis figured this couldn't just be dumb luck. This was Jinrui's blessing at work. Otherwise, why hadn't we struck it rich before she came into the family? Better safe than sorry. Sis made up her mind. She had to get the two of us to pop out a fat baby boy ASAP, to lock that good fortune down permanently. No more work for Jinrui. She should just tag along with me, eat well, rest up, and focus on making babies. So what if she liked good food and taking it easy? Sis loved that about her. On the way home that evening, I carried the fish keeper and grinned at my wife. How about you and me just make fishing our profession from here on out? Cheng Jinrui laughed. Sounds great. We won't starve. Whatever heaven gives, we eat. And once we've got a son, I'll teach him to fish from the time he's little, raise us a second-generation angler. If I hadn't had both hands full with buckets, I'd have swatted her but a couple of times. Truth was, today's haul was a fluke. Tomorrow probably wouldn't go the same way. The two of us had likely cleaned out whatever the reef flat had to offer. That evening we were eating out in the yard to catch the breeze when Zhou Laolu rode up on his bike. "You're eating." Big brother got up right away. I stayed put, focused on my fish. Big brother had it handled, nothing for me to do. He waved Zhou over. "Wenbiao caught a bunch of fish today. Steamed up a golden grouper. Sit down, Laolu, have a drink." Zhou Laolu waved him off. "Nah, I just came to pass along the word. Young Master Wei's boat is bought and paid for. He wants us to go pick it up first thing tomorrow morning." Big brother's eyes lit up. "What time we heading out?" 4:30. That'll put us in the county seat around 7 or 8. Big brother nodded. Then Zhou hesitated. The boat's at least 65 feet long. Two of us might not be enough hands. Should we bring Wenbiao along? Sis jumped in before anyone else could speak. What good would Wenbiao be? Dragging him out that early in the morning, he'd just can't get up that early. I'll just tag along with you. She was giving me a hard time, but really she just didn't want me getting up at the crack of dawn. I kept my head down, working on my fish, not saying a word. If they wanted me to come, fine. If not, whatever. One guy driving the boat was plenty, and with big sister-in-law helping out, they'd have more than enough hands to get it back. After old Sixth Joe left, Big Brother poured himself another glass, unable to hide the grin on his face. That boat. He'd probably been dreaming about it every night. We sat out cooling off until 10 before heading back to sleep. Before we got into bed, Chung Jinrui, blushing, laid down the ground rules. No funny business tonight. I barely slept last night. I'm exhausted. I chuckled and leaned in close. Babe, don't you think I'm different from a few days ago? She nodded, face still red. Yeah, definitely. Different how? Thicker skin. Even more shameless. Chung Jinrui, you're just trying to piss me off, aren't you? She rolled her eyes at me. I already said no funny business, and your hands are still wandering. Don't make me smack you. Next thing I knew, she had me pinned to the bed, completely helpless. That's when it hit me. My wife is a trained fighter. Those 3 slaps she gave me when I first got here, she was holding back. If she'd actually put some muscle into it, my teeth would have been loose. It's not that I didn't care about her. I knew she hadn't slept well the night before. I yawned, nestled against her silky smooth skin, and drifted off. A rain shower rolled through in the middle of the night. I rolled over and went right back to sleep. Next time I woke up, it was past 4. I could hear Big Brother and sister-in-law getting dressed in the next room. Once they left, I laid there wide awake and leaned over to my wife's ear. Babe? Babe. Chung Jinrui reluctantly reached over and pulled me in. Dear husband, the sun's not even up. What's with the babe? You want a couple of slaps? Or you want to get kicked under the bed? I gave a dry laugh. I was just going to ask if you were asleep. It's still dark. If you're up, you could go back to sleep for a bit. She opened her eyes and stared at me with those big watery eyes. She knew I was just messing with her. I'm up. Happy now. I grinned and scooted closer. How about we go beachcombing? She cut in with a teasing smile. I froze. That's not what I meant. It's only a little past 4. While that little pest next door is still asleep, we could do something else. Before I could finish, Fu Xiaoqiang's voice came through the wall. Uncle, I'm up too. What do you want to do with Andy? Let's go beachcombing. We might find some good stuff and make some money. I rolled my eyes. Where'd you learn that, kid? You know how to eavesdrop now. Fu Xiaoqiang sounded genuinely puzzled. Uncle, what's eavesdropping? I never learned that. Chung Jinrui, blushing, pinched me. What kind of uncle acts like this? Get up, we're going beachcombing. I looked at my wife with all the reluctance in the world. We had to get this house built, ASAP. Not a day to waste. This was seriously cramping my style. Beachcombing. We scooped up a huge pile of clams. This stuff went for 3 cents a pound. Cheap, but on a good morning, you could easily gather 100 pounds. This morning, between me, my wife, and that little pest Fu Xiaoqiang, we dug up at least 100 pounds. At 3 cents a pound, that's $3, more than what day laborers made in town. Not selling. Chung Jinrui wanted to haul them to the docks to sell, and asked me with a smile, if we're not selling, what are we going to do with them? Raise them as pets. I said, boil them, dry them out. We can eat them ourselves, or give them away. Either way works. Dry them out. Yeah, dry them out. The clams we got this morning were all big ones. The meat was going to be plump. Selling them for 3 cents a pound would be a total waste. Chung Jinrui stared at me for a long moment. You serious? Dead serious. A pound of clams yields about 2 ounces of meat, and drying it down leaves less than an ounce. 100 pounds boiled and dried would come out to less than 10 pounds total. Chung Jinrui didn't stop me. Right after breakfast, we got to work. First, wash and soak them. Their bellies are full of sand, and they need to spit it out. I sprinkled a little canola oil in the water to speed things up. By noon, they'd be ready for the pot. One pot wasn't going to cut it, so I did too. Started them in cold water, and once it came to a boil, 3 to 5 minutes, and they were done. Cook them too long, and the meat turns rubbery. Once they were cooked, I stirred like crazy so the meat would fall out of the shells. Fu Xiaoqiang, get over here and help. I hollered at that little pest. Picking out clam meat was something he could handle. Can't. My back hurts. Wore myself out this morning. Fu Xiaoqiang rolled his eyes, clutching his back with an exaggerated sigh. Chung Jinrui couldn't help laughing. The kid was straight up copying me. I snapped back my ass. What are you, 5? You don't even have hair down there yet. What back? You've got one, so why can't I? I said you don't, so you don't. 20 cents. You in or not? Fu Xiaoqiang shot straight up. Right? If uncle says I don't have one, then I don't. And if I do, we'll cut it off. I'm in. I actually cracked up. Who the hell did you take after, kid? Cheng Jinrui smiled quietly beside us. Fu Xiaoqiang muttered. Is that even a question? Whoever in this family is the laziest and greediest, that's who I take after. Zip it. One more smart remark, and I'm docking a dime. I turned and headed back to the kitchen for the second pot, coming out now and then to help pick meat. The empty shells went into a burlap sack to dump out front later. The meat really is huge. Cheng Jinrui noticed Fu Xiaoqiang popping one in his mouth every so often, so she tried one herself. Firm, plump, packed with flavor, and no seasoning at all. Sell these for 3 cents a pound. Not a chance. The three of us, 2 adults and a kid, spent over an hour picking out all the meat, and Fu Xiaoqiang put down a good amount of them. I didn't say anything. He pulled his weight, and clams weren't exactly rare. The rest we dry out for winter, when veggies got scarce, to eat with porridge. All done. Fu Xiaoqiang looked at me with big hopeful eyes. Work's done. Time to pay up. I smiled and handed him 20 cents. Go play in the village. Don't come back till dark. Fu Xiaoqiang looked confused. Why? I was gonna buy Auntie a popsicle. Cheng Jinrui blushed a little and shot me a look. Did I really think Fu Xiaoqiang was stupid? I said, your auntie's not having popsicles today. She's got something better. Don't ask questions. Just take the money and scram like a good boy. Give me lip and I'll cut it in half. What's the something better? Just for Auntie, none for me. I'm your own nephew. When I grow up, you might want a favor from me someday. The second he heard there was something good and he wasn't getting any, Fu Xiaoqiang lost it. In the end, I had to shove a few white rabbit candies in his hand to finally get that little pest to leave. Cheng Jinrui blushed and muttered under her breath. You promised to take it easy. When's it ever gonna end with you? In broad daylight, no less. I shut the courtyard gate, and with a wicked grin, started walking Cheng Jinrui toward the house. Weren't you worried about making noise at night? Nobody's around now. Let's make it quick. Restraint? Not until I knock you up. Blushing, she let me push her into the room, putting up only token resistance. Honestly, she'd gone from being disgusted at first to indifferent, and now she seemed to actually be getting into it. I laid down the ground rules up front. Let's make a deal. You can beg for mercy, but no cheating behind my back. May the best man win. Face red, she agreed readily enough. 10 minutes later, she went back on her word. Pissed off, I lay on the bed and ignored her. She snuggled up to coax me. It's so hot. We're both sweaty and sticky. Why does it have to take so long? Aren't you tired? I rolled my eyes. You're the one who agreed. Fine, it's my fault, okay? Next time I'll do whatever you say. What's a married couple fighting about? Well, sure, I huffed. Could you blame me for being mad? Nobody was home. I'd sent that pest Fu Xiaoqiang off on an errand. I was all set to show off and reclaim my manhood. And then this shrew of a wife pulled a fast one. I gave her but a light kick. She shot me a dirty look, but let it slide, climbing off the bed to fix her clothes. All right, hurry up and get dressed. Who knows when Fu Xiaoqiang will be back? She headed out, still blushing. Sure enough, not long after the courtyard gate opened, Fu Xiaoqiang came sneaking back and even tried to climb the wall. Perched on top, licking a popsicle, he asked, Annie, want some ice cream? Why'd my uncle send me away? Cheng Jinrui smiled and shook her head. He was just messing with you. I couldn't sleep, so I got up. The rickety wooden bed creaked, and I kicked it in frustration. Nobody's touching you. Quit your whining. I pulled my fishing gear bag out from under the bed. Nothing to do. Might as well go fishing. Caught a bunch of good stuff yesterday. If every day were like that, life would be sweet. Wouldn't even need to buy a boat. Speaking of boats, my eyes lit up. Once my brother and sister-in-law brought the boat back, we'd have a boat in the family. But it wouldn't be mine. The two brothers had already agreed. The 2 shops at the market went to me. The trawler went to my brother and sister-in-law. For a family living by the sea, you gotta have a boat. Even a wooden one would do to start. My brother and sister-in-law had given us a decent chunk of change. Scraping together $2,000 should be doable. A used wooden trawler, 13 or 14 meters, would run you about that. I grabbed my gear and headed out. Uncle, going fishing? Fu Xiaoqiang perked up on the wall. I cursed, get down now, or when your mom's back, I'll have her wear out a shoe on your ass for a solid half hour. He stuck out his tongue, hopped down in a flash, and came trotting over. Uncle, give me a lick of that popsicle. That thing's been in your mouth. Even a dog wouldn't lick it. Speaking of dogs, the courtyard wall was low enough that even Fu Xiaoqiang could climb over it. Someone could sneak in at night, and we wouldn't know. We needed to get a dog. I walked to the bucket and dug out some leftover fish and shrimp from this morning's beachcombing to use as bait. Cheng Jinrui came over with a smile. Going fishing? I kept a straight face and grunted, playing up the whole I'm still mad act. But she leaned in close to my ear and whispered, if you're not mad, there's a reward tonight. My head whipped around. What reward? She gave me a coy look. Figure it out yourself. My tone softened right up. You said it. No going back on your word tonight. Uncle, how'd Annie Welsh on you? Fu Xiaoqiang piped up. I laughed, exasperated. You pop up everywhere. Go play. I'll go fishing with you. I'll carry the bucket. I looked at Qing Jinrui. Wanna come, babe? She shook her head. You two go on. I gotta sort through the small fish and clam meat, and I still need to bring a couple thermoses of hot water over to the construction site next door. All right. I slung the gear bag over my shoulder and headed out. I wasn't worried about her being home alone. Sure, my wife was a looker, but anyone who tried to lay a hand on her would end up with their teeth pulled and their limbs twisted into pretzels. Forget 1 or 2 guys, 5 or 6 grown men couldn't get near her. That night, she leaped 4 or 5 meters in a single bound and drove that fish spear 10+ centimeters into the sea serpent. No ordinary person had that kind of strength. Chung Jinrui watched me leave with a smile on her lips. She was actually pretty happy with life these days. Sure, her man was on the pale side, and he was always thinking about that, but wasn't that just proof he liked her? Outsiders said he was lazy and worthless, but these past few days had shown he was nothing of the sort. Take making money. Yesterday he pulled in $50 just fishing. Who else could pull that off? Deep down, she was content. Should I give him a kid? She murmured to herself. She'd already hit the peak of external force and was cultivating internal force into her marrow. As long as she didn't want to conceive, nothing Fu Wenbiao did would matter. Sis-in-law said if we have a kid soon, he'll settle down. She smiled. I took Fu Xiaoqiang out to the rocky shore and switched spots. By the time it was almost dark, we'd caught plenty of fish, but nothing worth much. Come on, let's head home. Your mom and dad are probably back by now. I reeled in the line and dumped everything from the keep net into the bucket. All small trash fish, the kind you cook up for dinner or dry into jerky by the seaside. Nothing that'd fetch a good price. When my brother and sister-in-law pulled the boat into the little harbor, it was quite a spectacle. Whose boat is that? Never seen it before. Yeah, doesn't look familiar to me either. The steel-hulled trawler Wei Howren had bought was 23 meters long, 70% new, fully equipped. He'd taken it as payment for a debt, 8 grand. If my brother had gone out to buy one himself, they wouldn't sell it for under 10 grand. Standing in the wheelhouse, watching the harbor draw closer, my brother couldn't help feeling like king of the world. What seaside family didn't dream of owning a boat? He'd been dreaming of a big boat his whole life. Today, that dream was reality. A 20+ meter steel trawler. From this day forward, he, Fu Wendy, was one of the top boat captains in White Shark Village. Hey, who's that on the boat? Isn't that old Sixth Joe? No wonder we didn't see him today. Turns out he went into town to buy a boat. Old Joe's giving up the buying business, heading out to sea. Old Sixth Joe had been buying up seafood in the village for years. Nobody was surprised he had the cash for a big boat. The moment the boat docked, folks called out with grins. Old Sixth Joe, nice one. Bringing back a big boat without a peep. Done being a middleman. Perfectly good buying gig, and you're giving it up to get sunburned and windblown out at sea? What's the point? Cut the crap. With a boat that big, does he even have to worry about the weather? Zhao II, damn, you sure know how to kiss ass. The dock. The crowd burst into laughter. White Whale Village wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Come evening, the little dock was the busiest spot around. Folks from the village, the town, even the county seat all showed up to buy seafood. Partly for the freshness, partly for the cheap prices. Old man Joe grinned and waved them off. My boat. Come on, I'm dirt poor. How could I afford that? When he bought it, the dock went dead silent. Everyone stared at each other. The Fu family's oldest son? Rich enough to buy a big boat? No way. In all of White Whale Village, that boat wasn't the biggest, but it easily ranked in the top 5. We're talking a 10,000 yuan boat here. How the hell could Fu Wendy pull that off? Where'd the money come from? Did he steal it? Rob someone? Shake somebody down? If old man Joe bought a big boat, fine. The guy had been buying and selling goods for years. But Fu Wendy? A quiet, unassuming, honest fellow with a lazy-to-the-bone brother at home. How the hell did he swing it? After a long silence, someone finally forced a laugh and asked, Old Joe, you're not pulling our leg, are you? This is really Fu Wendy's boat. Old man Joe narrowed his eyes. He knew exactly how these things went. People resent the poor, fear the rich, hate those who have, and mock those who don't. You think I joke about this? Remember that typhoon a few days back? Wendy's place is right by the sea. A sea ancestor serpent came ashore, and the 2 brothers took it down. This boat. They traded the serpent's hide for it. I was just about popped out of skulls up and down the dock. There'd been rumors floating around the village these past few days, but a sea ancestor serpent coming ashore? Folks figured that was just tall tales. Sure, everyone who lived by the sea had heard of them, but who'd actually seen one? And when you did hear about them, it was always the serpent eating people, never anybody killing one. That was a sea demon. A real, honest-to-God monster from the deep. The Fu brothers took one out? For real? Old man Joe rolled his eyes. The boat's sitting right there, isn't it? You tell me if it's real. If it's fake, Where'd this big-ass boat come from? Believe it or not, with old man Joe vouching for it, there was no getting around it. This boat belonged to the Fu family's oldest. One sea serpent for a boat like this? Plenty of folks were eating their hearts out. But once people thought it through, the envy faded fast. That night, the Fu family had probably come within an inch of getting swallowed whole. They'd risked their lives for it. Luck, fortune, fate, it was all right there in front of them. What was there to envy? Wendy, damn, you sly dog. Quiet as a mouse, and suddenly you're a boat captain. You hiring deckhands? Sign me up. I've never even set foot on an iron boat this big. Pull me up, let me sit on her a bit. The smiles were a little forced, but everyone started laying on the compliments. A few offered right then and there to sign on as crew. A boat this big normally took 5 or 6 hands to run. My big brother greeted everyone with a smile, passing out the hard candy he'd bought in the county seat so folks could share in the good luck. Kids and grown-ups alike were welcome aboard. He wasn't turning anyone away. Sis, you came back alone? Where's my brother? I looked up as my sister-in-law walked in, her face glowing, and asked with a grin. Him? Off drinking with the guys. Lu Chunhua was smiling like a flower in full bloom. When someone's happy, it shows all over them. That evening, some of the village boys came by to drag me over to Old Man Joe's for drinks. I brushed them off with some excuse. I just wanted to stay home with my wife, my sister-in-law, and my little nephew. I lay with my head on Chung Jinrue's lap, behaving better than usual. Hands weren't wandering, mouth wasn't running. Chung Jinrue pinched my cheek. This girl was fairer skinned than I was. No idea how she managed it. Babe, we need to buy a boat, I said, dead serious. Chung Jinrue blinked. Didn't your brother just bring one home? I shook my head. That's different. That's his boat. I mean, we should have our own. Then buy one. If the money's short, sell one of the shops at the county seafood market. Not selling. Number 16's got a better spot than number 27, the one we rent to Kong Xiuchang. We keep it. Down the road we can rent it out or use it ourselves. I paused. I did the math. A wooden fishing boat runs about 2,000. Chung Jinrue ran the numbers. We've got enough. Then she asked, why do we have to buy our own? Can't we just help out on your brother's boat? Babe, we split off from the family. Splitting off means splitting off. We run our own show. Some things you gotta keep straight, even with your own brother. It was because my brother and sister-in-law weren't strangers that I didn't want us all tangled up on the same boat. All right, you're the man of the house. I'll follow your lead. The next morning at breakfast, my brother and sister-in-law were discussing hiring some crew. They turned to me. Did I want to come along on the boat with them? Their meaning was clear enough. Even if I didn't come aboard, Chung Jinrue had to. Working with them, we wouldn't lose out. Between us, at least one of us needed to be out earning on the water. I saw my opening. Brother, I'm thinking of buying my own boat. Fu Wendy froze. Then his brow furrowed hard. We just got a big boat in the family, and we're already short on hands. What do you need a boat for? Just come out with us. Lu Chunhua chimed right in. Exactly. Going out with your brother, you two think you'd come up short? We'll give you a 20% share, straight cut of the profits, no fixed wages. My sister-in-law laid it out even plainer than my brother had. The money the boat brought in, a piece of it was ours. I smiled, but my tone was firm. That's exactly why Jinrue and I should get our own boat. Lu Chunhua glared at me. What's that supposed to mean? Sis, the big boat's yours. Jinrue and I already took 2 shops at the seafood market. We agreed on that. Taking a cut of the boat on top of it isn't right. You little punk. What's gotten into you? We're family. What's not right about it? I raised you from a kid, and that sea ancestor serpent. You two brothers killed it together. Lu Chunhua was genuinely angry now. She figured I was jealous my brother had a boat and was throwing a tantrum. You two are blood brothers. That boat belongs to both of you. If 20% isn't enough, split it 50-50. Happy now? I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sis, hear me out. We want to buy our own. It won't affect your boat at all. The money's ours, a little over 2,000, enough for a used wooden trawler. Jinrue going out to sea with you every day? It's not right for a woman. We get a small boat. Don't need to hire anyone. Just the 2 of us can handle it. You've got the big boat. We've got the small one. We each live our own lives. What's wrong with that? Fu Wendy sat there stone-faced, saying nothing. Lu Chunhua turned her eyes to Chung Jinrue. Jinrue, what do you think? Chung Jinrue smiled. Brother, sis, don't be upset. I think getting another one. Having your own boat is a good thing. Wen Biao doesn't want to tag along, wants to get his own. That means he's ready to actually work. Us 2 will have a small boat together, so we won't have to be apart either. The money for the boat is just enough, and with the rental income from the shop, we'll get by just fine. Lu Chunhua fell silent. If buying a boat had been her brother-in-law's idea, she would have been the first to shoot it down. But coming out of her sister-in-law's mouth, it wasn't so easy to object. Besides, her husband had the big trawler, and she had 2 shops of her own. The brothers were even, neither taking advantage of the other. Fine. If you two want to strike out on your own, go ahead and buy it. Fu Wendy nodded with a dark expression. He got the message too. It wasn't jealousy. It was that once the family had split, he didn't want to be entangled anymore. I laughed. Bro, ask around the village for me. Or check with Zhou Laolu. See whose boat is up for sale. We need to lock this down fast. Yeah, got it. Fu Wendy set down his chopsticks with a stony face, said, I'm done eating, and got up and walked out. Watching his back, I grinned at Lu Chunhua. My big brother just became a boat captain, and already he's got a whole new air about him. You little brat, talking smack about your brother behind his back. I slung the tackle bag over my shoulder, grabbed the bucket, and headed down to the shore for another day of fishing. Good haul today. Sold the catch to Zhou Laolu and pocketed 15 or 16 bucks. That's no less than what you'd make out at sea. One biao. I hear you're looking to buy your own boat. Why not just go out with your brother? His boat's over 20 meters. Not enough room for you on there. Zhou Laolu handed me a cigarette, his tone one of gentle persuasion. I squinted and shook my head. Six, brother, I like fishing. Having my own boat is convenient. Going out with my big brother right under his nose? Nah, I'd rather have my own and be free. Zhou Laolu paused, then laughed and cursed. So that's what you're up to? Buying a boat just to fish? You're a married man now. You can't just be thinking about fun and games. You gotta think about making money. I nudged the bucket with my foot. Sixth, brother, I make 10 plus bucks a day just fishing. That not enough. Can't support my wife on that. Zhou Laolu had nothing to say. Across all of White Shark Village, 80% of folks couldn't match 10 plus bucks a day. Truth is, making that much off fishing was pure luck from the heavens. There's no way it'd be like that every day. 2 days ago, I only pulled in small junk fish, sold them for 50 cents. I was just playing up the good and hiding the bad. Besides, I needed an excuse to shut up all the gossips in the village. Buying a boat just to fish, just to mess around. With my reputation as a lazy freeloader, that persona fit like a glove. I went to Zhou Guangsai's little shop to buy cigarettes. His wife, Wu Dajiao, was minding the store. Well, if it isn't Wan Biao. I heard your big brother and sister-in-law took the big boat out. How come you didn't go along? I gave her a half smile. I'm not out of my mind. Why would I go along? In this heat? Only someone with a screw loose would want that. My brother's steel-hulled trawler was named the Windy. He hired 3 deckhands, and together with him and my sister-in-law, 5 people were giving it a first run. Today was their maiden voyage. They weren't back yet. Heard you're looking to buy another one too? Why not just share your brother's boat? Isn't that more cost-effective? I'm buying a boat to go out and fish. You think my brother's gonna let me run the big boat all over the sea just to fish? Wu Jiaoyan's eyes went wide. What? You're buying a boat just to fish? I sneered inwardly. Wasn't this exactly the effect I was going for? Something wrong with that. I gave a cold snort, paid for the cigarettes, and left. Whatever they said behind my back was none of my concern. Hurry, hurry, the boat's about to dock. Get down to the little pier. Somebody called out to me, and I figured I'd go see how much our big boat pulled in on day one. Fu Winnie was at the helm, and my sister-in-law and the 3 deckhands were laughing and chatting on deck. From the looks of it, the haul was solid. Sixth, brother, come weigh it up. My brother pulled the boat in, hollered at Zhou Laolu, and started unloading. Basket after basket of fish came off the boat, and the onlookers' eyes turned green with envy. That's a big boat for you. No kidding, must be over 20 baskets already, right? You're all just looking at the fish. That beast is an oil-guzzling iron tiger. Fuel alone costs a fortune per day, plus 3 deckhands' wages. He might even be running at a loss. No high-value fish in there either. After fuel and labor, 30 bucks profit would be doing well. That's easy to say when it ain't your problem. 30 a day is nothing to sneeze at. That's 900 a month. In a year, he'll have earned the whole boat back. The guys who'd just been snickering suddenly weren't laughing anymore. Even at 30 a day, in a year and a half the boat pays for itself, and everything after that is pure profit. Could even buy another one. Besides, my brother's boat was basically free to begin with. My brother finished weighing in with Zhou Laolu and got his slip. Payments are usually settled every 3 days or once a week. Zhou Laolu had been buying catches for years and never once shorted anybody. Back home, before we even had a chance to ask, Lu Chunhua couldn't hold it in. Honey, how much did you make today? After fuel, labor, and our own wages, about 50 bucks. Lu Chunhua's eyes went wide. That much? That's as much as we used to make in a whole month. Even Fu Wendy hadn't expected it. Just 2 loops around the nearshore waters, with an average-looking haul, and they'd cleared 50. If they went out for 3 to 5 days, it'd be even more staggering. 50 a day, that's 1,500 a month. Oh my God, we're gonna be rich. Lu Chunhua slapped her thigh and hollered. My brother shook his head. You can't figure it that way. Making a living at sea depends on the weather. You're lucky if half the days in a year are good. Lu Chunhua laughed. Even half is still plenty. And we haven't even hit a school yet. If we run into a big school, get some high-value fish, 200 or 300 a day is possible. Chung Jinrui and I exchanged a smile. At this pace, our family's boat would clear close to 10,000 a year, if not more. In an era when the average person's daily wage was pennies and dimes, 10 grand a year was an outrageous number. Fu Wendy looked at me and hesitated. You too. You're really not coming on the big boat. My brother was trying to talk me out of buying my own boat again. I just shook my head and smiled. Bro, don't keep trying to talk me out of it. Just help me scout out a used wooden boat. I need one soon. Sister-in-law Lu Chunhua, having heard the village gossip, frowned and looked at me. You're buying a boat just so you can fish on your own? I didn't argue. I just smiled and said, went fishing at the Rocky Shoals today and made another 10 plus bucks. I'll rig up some long lines when I get back. What's wrong with fishing? As long as it makes money, right? Sister-in-law looked at my brother, but he didn't say a word, so she let it drop. In my heart, I got it. The couple didn't want to embarrass me in front of Chung Jinrui. Big brother thought for a moment, then said, Zhou Laolu mentioned there's a boat in the next village over. It's a bit old though. My eyes lit up. Old is fine. What kind of shape is it in? Come on, let's grab Zhou Laolu and go take a look right now. Big brother nodded. All right. I spun around and hollered at Chung Jinrui. Wifey, go inside and grab the money. That stopped Big brother and his wife cold. Sister-in-law frowned. Even if you're buying a boat, shouldn't you shop around a bit? What's the rush? I laughed. Sis, you think a decent used boat comes along every day? By the time word reaches our ears, the good ones are long gone. Boats on the coast are hot commodities. Second-hand fishing boats get snapped up, even ones that have changed hands 9 times. Order a new one from the shipyard? You pay up front, get in line, and a year to 18 months is considered fast. 3 years to delivery isn't unheard of. And even if you've got the money, there's no guarantee a yard will take your order. The war had just ended. Everything was in shambles. Shipbuilding needed steel, and materials were scarce as hen's teeth. What the hell were they supposed to build boats out of? Thin air. Big brother nodded. Let her get the money. Wen Biao's right. If the boat checks out, we buy it tonight. No point letting things drag on. When it comes to buying a boat, until the cash changes hands and the boat sailed home, anything can happen. Chung Jinrui turned and went inside for the money. I went in too, and dragged the bald-skinned short dog out from under the bed. Chung Jinrui looked at me and lowered her voice. What are you bringing that for? I grinned. Going out at night with that much cash, and going to buy a boat, no less. Just for protection. If something goes down, pulling this out can save a whole lot of trouble. She frowned. Then let me come with you. You're a worse fighter than I am. I laughed and gave her a slap on the backside. Who's worse than you? Your man here goes by jade-faced wild scholar out on the streets. I'm bringing a weapon for peace of mind. Doesn't mean anything will happen. Big brother's with me, and it'd be awkward having you tag along. Be a good girl and wait at home. Her voice softened. If anything happens, just hand over the money. Don't get yourself hurt. Don't worry. I pulled her in for a kiss, grabbed my things, and headed out. Big brother had a hatchet in his own hand. Clearly he'd come prepared too. Not that we were looking for trouble, just guarding against it. Times were rough, and it never hurt to be careful. We got to Zhou Laoyu's place. Big brother went in to call him out while I waited at the door. They'd probably just finished dinner, and I wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. Once Big brother explained why we were there, Zhou Laolu didn't say another word, just grabbed a jacket and came out with us. When the boat came back last night, Big brother had settled up Zhou Laoyu's broker's fee in full. Add in the commission on my 2 storefronts, and it came to 800 total. Just off the Sea Ancestor Snake deal alone, Zhou Laolu had cleared over 1,000 from us 2 brothers. You think he wasn't going to have our backs? Not to mention Big brother sold every last catch from his big boat straight to him. The 3 of us left the village and headed for the one next door. Zhou Laolu talked as we walked. The boat's a bit old, but it runs fine. Thing is, the owner went out to sea a few days back, got tangled in the nets. By the time they pulled him up, he was already gone. Big brother's face changed. A boat somebody died on. Zhou Laolu grunted and gave a bitter smile. Boats aren't easy to come by these days. Every village only has a handful. Soon as word gets out one's for sale, folks damn near beat the door down. Anything seaworthy really was that hot. Old, beat up, didn't matter, someone would take it. Only ones that gave people pause were the ones somebody had died on. But drop the price low enough, and even those would move. The owner was an old man, 70s. Got caught in the typhoon a few days back, Zhou Laolu said, glancing at us. Bothers you? If it does, we wait. I've got people asking around. A month or 2, I'll find you something for sure. Big brother didn't answer, just looked at me. Whoever bought it, I'd be the one using it, so it was my call. Wen Biao, what do you think? Still want to take a look? I smiled. Yeah, doesn't bother me. Big brother and Zhou Laolu both let out a breath. Boats were just that hard to come by, especially these second-hand wooden fishing boats, priced right in that sweet spot where a family could scrape it together by gritting their teeth and borrowing from relatives, which made them the hottest of the hot. Somebody dying on it was just an excuse to knock down the price. It was never a reason a boat couldn't sell. The reason this one in the next village hadn't moved yet was that the owner's family wouldn't budge on the price. Zhou Laolu kept talking as we walked. They're asking 2,000 firm. No haggling. He paused. The boat's old. Honestly not worth that much. And with someone dying on it, the most anyone in their own village will go is 1,600. Though I'd bet somebody's up to 1,800 by now. Just 200 short. But to regular folks, 200 yuan was a year's wages for a grown man. Hard to part with. Can't blame them. We got into the next village, and Zhou Laolu didn't stop to ask around. Just headed straight for a house on the west end. He knocked on the door. Sister Nyo, you home? It's me, Zhou Laolu from the next village over. He pushed the door open and walked into the yard as he called out. Broken fishing nets were piled up in the courtyard, and small fish were laid out to dry. Anyone with a boat had no shortage of these little bycatch fish, feed for the ducks and geese, dried for winter meals. In here, a fish oil lamp was lit inside, and out came an old woman with a full head of gray hair. Behind her followed a young woman in her early 20s, well-proportioned, pretty face, but tanned dark, with hair cropped almost as short as a man's, just a hair longer than a shaved head. If it hadn't been for the swell of her chest, you wouldn't have known she was a girl. Sister Nyo, has your boat sold yet? Zhou Laolu cut right to the chase. By age, Zhou Laolu was a good deal younger than the old woman. But back in the day, her husband had been Zhou Lao's generation and they'd been like brothers, so he called her elder sister. The old woman managed a faint smile. Not yet. Boat's a bit old, but there's nothing wrong with it. 2,000, firm. No haggling. No groveling. No sighing. She just laid it out. I noticed the short-haired girl behind her had been staring at me the whole time. I looked up and met her eyes. She didn't look away, just kept staring, not smiling either. I couldn't figure out what she was after, so I gave a dry chuckle and turned back to the old woman. Boat sounds fine. 2,000. I'll take it. Paying an extra 100 or two to close the deal tonight was worth it. That was the price I came expecting anyway. The old woman fixed her eyes on me. You've got the authority to make that call. I nodded. I do. Got the money on me too. Once I've looked the boat over, we can count it out tonight. Done. The old woman turned to the short-haired girl. Yueyao, take your Uncle Zhou and the others down to see the boat. Neo Yueyao bit her lip, her eyes reddening, but she didn't make a sound, just turned and walked briskly out the door. The old woman forced a smile. You Zhou brothers go on ahead with my Yueyao. This old lady can't walk that far anymore. Sure thing. You just wait at home, sis. We'll take the boat out for a spin, and if everything checks out, we'll be right back to hand over the cash. Down at the village dock, Neo Yueyao led us onto the boat. Her face was tight, her eyes red-rimmed. Don't say we didn't warn you. My grandpa drowned on this boat just a few days ago. Got tangled up in its own fishing net. I froze for a second. What was she getting at? It was pretty clear she didn't want to sell. I looked her over. Nicely built, curves in all the right places, and her face wasn't half bad, just dark. Dark like a man who'd spent his whole life out on the water. Not tan, not olive. We're talking soot black, one shade shy of coal. Her legs were straight and strong, like those black ribbon fish out in the sea. Wiry, powerful, built to thrash. Zhou Laolu had already filled me in about the boat. As long as I didn't mind the history, it was no big deal. Seeing that none of us said a word, Neo Yueyao pulled out the keys, untied the ropes like she'd done it 1,000 times, stepped into the wheelhouse, fired up the engine, flipped on the lights, and pulled the boat out of the dock. Zhou Laolu had spent years buying catches down at the docks. He knew boats. My big brother was a coastal man through and through. He knew boats too. One quick run was all it took. How the engine sounded, how the boat handled, the overall condition, they had it all figured out. Zhou Laolu asked in a low voice, "Want to drop the net? Try a tow." Big brother looked at me. I thought it over and shook my head. Nah, don't bother. Tell the girl to take her back in. The boat's fine. I'll take it. Zhou Laolu was caught off guard. He hadn't expected me to make up my mind that fast. When Neo Yueyao heard we were heading back, her eyes dimmed. She bit her lip, turned the boat around, and steered it back to the dock. Back at the Nyo place, I didn't waste any breath. I pulled the 2,000 yuan Cheng Jinrui had tucked into my pocket and set it down. Grandma, count it and make sure it's right. All right, all right. While the old woman counted the money, the short-haired girl kept her head down the whole time, wouldn't even look up. Yep, exactly 2,000. The old woman looked up and called out, Yueyao, go fetch the village chief. Tell him we've sold the boat and we need him to come witness it. She paused, then added, tell him the money's already in my hands. Neo Yueyao didn't say a word. She stood up, eyes red, and walked out the door. She really didn't want to let that boat go. Sure, her grandpa was gone, but she figured she could take the boat out on her own just fine. Grandma wouldn't hear of it, though. No amount of talking could change her mind. She was dead set on selling.